That's the splash attack of procrastination.
The price of fame,
Shit real.
for the fame,
Man, fuck this shit.
for the dame.
Young Chop on the beat.
DJ
Got too many
Khaled.
racks on me. I can't even go to sleep just to get in my VIP. I'ma need the CID.
I don't trust you.
I'm suffering. I'm suffering from success. I'm suffering
I work so
from
hard.
success.
This my intro.
Fuck this money, nigga, fuck this chain. Fuck my watch, you can have that ring. Keep my whips, you can have that fame. So stressed out, I'm going insane. Young nigga can't even sleep at night. All this money, I done seen in life. More cash, bring more haters. Fuck around and win and bought a chopper twice, cause I'm paranoid and I bury boy if he playing with mine and it's oh lord. Please don't make a nigga do that. Please don't make a nigga do that. You don't know what the fuck I've been through. Plus my lawyer texting me too. Boy, my baby mama be tripping. Talking about child support, I can't do it. I don't trust nobody but God. All these foreigns parked in my yard. Swear last night I swimmed in that money. Then woke up in $1 million car. Boy, I'm too stressed, so blessed. Please somebody pray for me. I'm suffering from success, Lord.
Got too many racks on me. I can't even go to sleep just to get in my VIP. I'ma need the CID.
I don't trust you.
I'm suffering. I'm suffering from success. I'm suffering from success. My mama told me when I was a little bitty boy, I was blessed. First grade, nigga, fuck this car, fuck these hoes, fuck these millions, fuck your feelings. I'm surfing, I'm surfing. Fuck this house, fuck this condo, fuck these models, fuck these bottles. I'm surfing, I'm surfing. Got too many racks on me. I can't even go to sleep just to get in my VIP. I'ma need the CID.
I don't trust you.
I'm suffering. I'm suffering from success. I'm suffering from success. My mama told me when I was a little bitty boy, I was blessed. First grade.
I summoned you, please come to me. Don't bury thoughts that you really want. I fill you up, drink from my cup. Within me lies what you really want. Come, lay me down. Cause you know this sound. In the middle of the night, just call my name, I'm yours today. In the middle of the night, I'm wide awake
Based? Based?
Hello, made it. Finally here for another session of RPG Maker. In case you've forgotten, I am the #1 RPG Maker streamer. I don't see anybody else stepping up to get that fucking title. And if they do, they're boring. Because what's different about this RPG, this game that we're making, is we're not here for money. We're not here for success. All that gets you is more money, more troubles. We're just here to do a game based on chat, participation, and things happening on the internet. Yeah, that's the show. Welcome. I've got a whole beautiful lineup of tutorials and things to do, because I do tutorials here. I do want to learn stuff. I have been doing a lot of things off stream, not gonna lie. So we'll do the usual intro. We're gonna move over to RPG Maker over here. And we'll see our Starbucks is still as we left it, but we'll start up a new game. You got any music suggestions? Yeah. I do think we need new intro music for The Sims 97. Like, we should maybe actually put the real Sims music there, you think? Anyway, new game. Let's start from the beginning with the space. We got... I might want to change this font because it's not the most legible, but we got a different background, different stuff here instead of the blue text, because we're going to need that for the fetch quest and all these Anisas and everyone yelling at us. Just a bit something better to read. I think the font needs a bit of adjustment. It's a bit too silly. We could also full screen the game. I realize that helps. But only if you're a hot fox girl. Remember, that's the plot. We were born a cat girl. A PNG tuber cat girl instead of a VTuber fox girl, and that's why our self-esteem as a character is so low. It's up to you, Emily. That's her. That's our main character. Isn't she beautiful? Wait, you're using my suffering to make money? Enjoy your adventure, and then the game begins. Mom dog still here. Still being mean to me.
Good friend.
He said good friend. I was playing with the sounds a little. I haven't found any good, good sound effects for the characters, and whether I'm gonna do like long talking or little like Danganronpa sounds like or things like that, or maybe like Animal Crossing like I haven't made a decision yet on what I want to do. So this guy just said, he said Adderall. Alright. Do the usual, get our beautiful controller. One last look at the stool that we were raised on. No, we don't need to talk to Perry. Perry's irrelevant. But I do need to consider... Look at this. This is much nicer looking. Why are Cinny Bear and Birdie still arguing? How about they all just not talk to each other and fucking become normal fucking people? Alright, so we do got a few things that are different, so I'm gonna try to initiate a battle with Cyrax over here. What's the source on those clippies? It's actually, because I had a random drama video on. It's Nick DiOrio's voice sped up. It's him who's saying Adderall. Just because that was the random video I was watching. Cyrax emerged. So here's the usual. Our boy Cyrax. We know he's weak to water. Because most lolcows are weak to the spray bottle. I shouldn't have Neko Flame, by the way. Or did I already go to the woods? I should only have that in the woods. I don't know how I feel about that. Shouldn't be there. I gotta keep in mind all these little things I need to fix. And Neko Flame shouldn't be on her. We're supposed to learn that from Rapunzel, so I don't know what's going on there. Another thing to fix. Now notice that these little goblins didn't all gang up on me and beat me up horribly like they usually do. And I got an Acrid Medal. That's because, much like in Persona, I hit their weakness, so they lost a turn. We'll see it again. Oh, fuck, they got me. See, it's still a bit challenging. Okay, let's try that again. Has been knocked down, We can make effects and sound effects for this later to make it more Persona-like. Yeah, they all lost their turn. Isn't that neat? I just wanted something that was a bit different than the built-in turn-based thing. Unfortunately... Okay, there's social media. Unfortunately, I can't give you a tutorial on how that was done because it wasn't done via the RPG Maker engine. I had to edit the code of the engine. And it's not done, but it looks better than what it was. Alright, so we gotta do the whole thing where we learn about the past. Every fucking time. Ah, got it! Ultimate Gamer, give me that boot coin. Thank you. Rapunzel, give me the move that I already have. She's telling me she's venting a lot of problems onto me. Okay, now we go learn about the past. Oh, not Boss Plant! See if we can pull this off. Okay, knocked her down. No, I still just have the one, it seems. Yeah, because Rapunzel's supposed to teach me Neko Flame. I'm not supposed to... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I did raise the MP fucking shit, though, so now it's like Persona. Now we're fucked. Oh, but now I'm poisoned. Is there the drop of the song? I'm gonna have that physical attack. I guess. Okay, yeah, I think my controller restores like 1% MP. That's pretty rad. Stop toxicking me! I don't know, does it seem like the battle system is on its way? Yeah, Hagunzel's having a time. This thing doesn't want to die. Why won't it die? Don't. Ah, 1 MP away. Well, now I have a reason to put... Well, I don't know. Should we have an MP healing item? What is everyone's feelings on that? Because you know how you do the Pokemon thing with, like, the ether? And you only get so much of them in the game, right? You can't get ether from the Pokemart. Or do you like being able to buy the items? I think you can buy them in Final Fantasy, right? I don't know how we feel about that. Should I go for the social media? No, I'm dead! We're dead! We died, so it must be challenging, and even them hot Persona moves weren't gonna save me. I have an autosave. Yeah, let's go back to 5 minutes. losing my own game. And not being the best gamer. Ow! Do we like the forest battle music, though? Is it radical? You like the drop? Just depressing woods music here. Since I became Rapunzel, I was either fated to become the Silver Surfer or get kidnapped and married to Cthulhu. That's the kind of dialogue we write here. And by we, I do mean we. I didn't come up with Paul Bunyan being part of this drama. But we haven't forgotten about the Paul Bunyan drama. We're gonna work that out on floor 5 whenever we get there in the Bong Tower. Yeah, don't fall, Fancy Dan. We gotta learn about the past. Oh no, not the indie flowers. Maybe we can handle these better. Getting crushed. Social media, save me. She has some things to say. Posted a take on Twitter. Was it good? Yes, it was good. Back in the game. I really do need to start learning how to make animations. I think it'd be funny to like have way more of a randomizer. Right now it's just, if it's bad, we lose XP. We could have all the bads and like different healing and shit. Maybe we'll just upgrade social media to have more as we go. But I like the idea of like real life Twitter fucking things. That'd be cool and fun. I need to start making also, like, take all the villains here and make, like, a knockdown animation for all of them. Except that's gonna be a whole to-do as well. Is that Zoe Quinn? It does look like her. Oh, actually, real talk, that might be Zoe. I might have used Zoe Quinn's picture with generating these things. You might be right there. Take that, bitch. No. Well, potions are only 100. I don't know about the scale of the HP here, though, because, like, 100 is nothing, really. I'm level 3, though. I've made it. But we have to learn about the past. No. Fuck off, Zoe Quinns. Yeah, I need to really... I'll be working on that in the background. I want to make different systems. No! No! I can't believe I'm losing my own game so bad. Okay, this one's later. Yeah, we're level 3. Here, I'll give me an item. I'll give me a fucking simple potion yet again. Okay, has the past been unlocked? Which would be the switch. Thank God. Even though that song is awesome. Oh, here's our cutscene with Mom Dog. She's gonna go off and stop 9/11 as Fancy Dan believes she should do. Mom Dog is gone. Uyan still wants Adderall. Fox Dad has now opened the store for business. He won't heal me or do nothing useful. that he has opened the store. Welcome, my customer, I mean daughter. But what is unique about this shop? Guess 100 ain't bad. We're basically paying 1 point for HP, though, if you think about it. Restores HP by 500 points. I've lied to the people. I really need to work on some item flavor text, too, later, not gonna lie. This shit's kind of boring, but remember, the goal is you need to get 3,000 coins to get the forgery kit. Monsters don't drop coins. What are they? Fucking bankers? You think Cyrax has a goddamn job? You don't have money on them. You gotta sell their items. We need to make a move for Cyrax as well that's attacking someone with the guitar jacks. Okay, I want to keep one. How many Akron medals do I have? 2? I'll sell one. It's 500 boot coins. That's what I gotta do, is I gotta grind for these. I also need to be able to heal. Adventurer. I'm not. Shut up. You're the hero. TLDR, that's where we are. I need you to come to the tree. All the answers will be revealed. Which tree? The one next to the pyramid. Come now. Oh yeah, he's gotta have the stylist, you're right. Motherfucker, we had that whole cutscene and then you should I fix this? Or is it just hilarious every time? Now, we're going to this tree because I'm not fooled. Look, she's got a new office, everybody, because I was fucking around with the tile sets and I fucked up her whole tree house and I put new tile sets in. So this is the new tree house. This is where she lives now. I think it looks a lot better than... And there's a lobster over there. Don't worry about that lobster. That may or may not be a Beanie Baby. It's a questionable lobster, I know, but please stop focusing on the lobster. This is Moisic's girl. He created this character. This is his girl. She might be doing something shady. Open up my mixer. Is that better? I think this is the game. Yeah, it is. Fox girl in hiding, who? My parents, of course. They're off doing 9/11. She says she's gonna charge me a price, but she's actually gonna heal me for free right now. I'll heal you for free right now. Hope you're feeling better, cutie. She's so nice. What's up, lobster? I am a lobster. I took this table so the computer has to be on the floor. I just needed a reason for why the computer is on the floor. I gotta fix some tiles here, clearly. Shouldn't be able to walk on this wall, but I think the wall's made out of floor, so that's my fault. And these chairs. Can't even look cool in the chair. You don't even have a table, Finn. She says she's Fox Girl, but is she? It's kind of one of the mysteries. Oh, and we have a casino table. I don't know what that's for. Oh, actually, you know what'd be cool? Since the reason why this computer is here is because I'm gonna make the system where you can exchange drops for new weapons and armors and stuff. And like, what if you have a hard time getting a drop off a certain enemy? What if you could trade the ones you already have, throw it in the roulette wheel, and then get a random one back? That'd be kind of an interesting concept. I'm pondering it. Alright, we're all healed. I don't think I can do this fight anymore. I think I gave that up. Oh, fuck. You gonna toxic bog me, ho? Oh, well, I can heal fucking now, so... Whatever. I said I really need to make a knockdown for all these. So many ideas spinning in my head. I was playing that Shovel Knight game, and I got a lot of the pixel art and all that's really pretty. I've never played that game before. It kind of gave me some ideas as well. That comes later. That comes after Starbucks, is when that dialogue's unlocked. I'm just gonna heal again after this. Fucking spam the fire attack. Bye, bitch. Boss plant is slain. But I'm poisoned and I don't like that. Heal me. There's our lovely Pokemon music. So nice, I kind of let her move around freely now. She used to be stuck in a corner. Things have really evolved for her. Alright. So here's the wonderful part where we gotta get the forgery kit. Shouldn't take too long. It's just because the Cyraxes aren't gonna bring us too much trouble. I am gonna put some more enemies here as well. Or maybe I was thinking about just making copy maps so I can change the troops, and like after every stage of the tower or whatever, the enemies from the tower become random monsters on the overworld here, so you don't have to go to the floors to fight them. But then it'd be random as hell, so you gotta go to the floors to specifically get them, because you're gonna have everyone here. The answer to a puzzle is an obscure Jay Kaiser video? Why would we do that to the people? How well do we do just attacking? I've also got typings. See, that 21 kind of did hit me hard there because my type is woman. The users and the woman are kind of like dragon versus ice types. I don't know. I have a whole... Because we have water. I didn't put in ice, because ice is kind of lame. Water, fire, electric, dark, light. But then we have user, we have woman, and we have dog. Those are very important typings. I love Cyrax's cover of Korn. Don't you all? Something. Ooh, we got an Akron medal. That's awesome. That's more money. More Akron medals. More stuff. Said, I'm not... The monsters aren't gonna drop money. They're just out here dropping things. The barter system. Yay, more Cyraxes. I don't think the dog... Well, I mean, the dog matters, because that's weak to electricity, obviously. But I think dog's strong against woman, because it's a puppers. But I can also electroshock those dogs in the Bong Tower. This is... Oh, did you come here to hate Korn today, Tonto? That's not very millennial of you. Though, honestly, like, I like the music, but I've seen Korn in concert. I've never understood, like, what the weird crunk dancing, like, Marilyn Manson 90s fucking shit is. I've never understood why they do that. Is it because they don't know how to dance or put on any other kind of performance or just fucking sing like a normal person? They gotta, like, dry hump the microphone? That's all they know how to do, huh? Far off in the village of Akron. We can make that oasis there, the village of Akron. But I've got an idea for this place. The overworld map, we've got to use everything, obviously. All these one little Cyraxes, that's not good enough. Ooh, killing in one hit, love that. Gonna add some more dogs as well. I think all the... Starbucks is all dogs and women, unfortunately. Well, I would hope if he was jacking it to the concert, he should get kicked out. Moshing's okay, body surfing's okay, but jacking it? We live in a fucking society. I like Tool and Nine Inch Nails better, hot take. I like the, but for Korn, I like the, I'm coming undone. Like, cause that's like the ultimate fucking gym, I'm gonna kill this treadmill song, right? At least that's how I think of it. I like that song. Girl. I like how I'm just having fun playing my own stupid fucking game right now. I've still never seen Metallica in concert. I think that's like the one I definitely need to do. I saw System of a Down back at Ozfest back in the day. That's pretty cool. So I'm all good on them. Kind of, maybe I do need to go see new Linkin Park. I've seen old Linkin Park. I don't mind new Linkin Park. Ah, I got a potion. It's all coming up me. Counting Crows is kind of a one-hit wonder, I'll give you that. You think that means that since I don't hate playing my own game, I got a good gameplay loop? There's some good game dev shit. Like I said, why are you all making games you don't like? You can't stand playing it, then it's not a good game. I get that way with editing videos, though, where I'm like, I cannot stand listening to my own voice. But sometimes it'll be a funny joke, and I'm like, I can't hate myself too much. Get another Akron medal, and then we should be good to go on the whole forgery kit thing. Here has been my, crazy thought on rock music. If you know, you got the whole fucking emo genre, and I like a lot of emo music. I think goth people, the legit goth people that have been goth since fucking high school, and they still are, they're just the better creatives. Not the posers, the real ones. I don't think it matters whether they're emo or metal. Okay, can we sell some Akron medals? Sell two, because we need one. We need one of them to enter Starbucks. Shit, we're still... Oh, we can sell some potions. That does not enough to matter. We can kill another Cyrax. We got time. We better get an Akron medal out of this one. There we go, 2. We got 2 and we're level 5. Fucking killing it. Hello, Papa. Look at all that. Now, unfortunately, I really need to work on some more items. I'm gonna work on those today. But we need the forgery kit. Now, this bothers me. Of course, the player shouldn't be coming in here with 6k coins. I bought the forgery kit. I don't have 3,000. I can't buy another one. And then we get this dialogue. Thank you. But then I talk to him again. I'm apparently not allowed to sell forgery kits anymore. We need to stay somewhat legal. Hopefully we don't need to break the law again. Most stores don't buy things. Coffee houses and gas stations aren't pawn shops after all. Good point. As long as your mother is out, I can easily move items you bring me, and I have boot coin on paw. I might be your only revenue to get boot coin, basically explaining the money system. Only fish carry cash. We know this. Okay, this bugs me, because this shouldn't be here anymore. So I'm gonna have to look in that. But if I leave, come back... Forgery kit's gone. I don't know why I have to leave the house for that to fucking happen, but it bothers me and it haunts my fucking dreams. Okay, so now we go back to Fox Cat Girl, fake fat cat girl, fake fox girl, you know the girl. This one. What is it that you brought me? Well, I figured since you're hiding, you'd have no problem helping with the counterfeit goods. I really shouldn't do anything to call attention to myself like this. Do you feel bad? Here's that weird morality thing I don't know what to do with. I do feel bad. She's making it work. Her house looks lovely. This gave me a lot of inspiration. I might be able to help craft you more useful things in the future, but for right now, enjoy your illegal permits. We will enjoy them. Check this out. Fuian boy is out of here. He believes we're gonna fix those steps. We're not gonna. Do I feel bad about lying? No, not really. Fuian's kind of weird. He sent this guy to be over here for years to guard the Bong Tower because of an off-centered fucking entrance. It's pretty extreme. But now we get to enter the Bong Tower. This is where our adventure begins. Should just put like Velvet Room music in this. Hello, adventurer. If you would like to truly experience the Bong Tower and all of its glory, you simply need to present evidence that you are worthy by slaying creatures. You want me to grind against monsters? That's not good gameplay. Too bad, because I am the only elevator on this side of the river. I am all you have. Please present an item that tells me you are worthy. He wants the Akron medal to prove that we killed Cyraxes. You've proven you can destroy the Goblin of Akron, Ohio. For your success, you've now unlocked the ability to transport to McDonald's on floor 2. You will drift there. Keep on drifting. You guys want to keep on drifting? We're going to McDonald's. Except it's not. It's Starbucks. Is that the smell of coffee? This was supposed to be a McDonald's. Afraid not. This is Starbucks on the 32nd floor. Now, if you remember last stream, we were watching Darman videos to learn how normal people in the real world talk. Because Darman knows, and I used it for scripting. I did a little work on that as well. My shoelaces are pink today, in case you didn't notice. What? How are things getting more confusing somehow? Can you help us give that security guard his drink? We are quite incompetent. I am not surprised, but there is heat and food here, so anything you want. Okay, so that security guard, do we... It's not the security guard sprite, unfortunately, Tonto. I failed you, but... We know this guy that blocks fucking shit in Pokemon. I'm really thirsty. Please bring me my drink. Hi, I'm Grande. I make a frappe. They say I'm a genius at it. Fuck off, loser. Thanks, Anissa. Uh-oh. I was surprised. Fuck. I gotta use my clout. I gotta electrocute the motherfucker. No! It used to redistribute the wealth to steal my HP. Son of a bitch. Yeah, get knocked down. Oh! It didn't get knocked down. It just hit me with an attack. What? Okay, knocked down. Hey, didn't do anything. And I've still got clout. Now this attack is attached to my controller. So ideally, if you know I unattach my controller, I don't got it no more. Okay, I think water works on it. Should I go for social media? Or will I lose XP? Let's gamble. Fuck you. Bad take, no!
Oh God. Right when the reporter is asking me about optimism. I wanna fucking just shut it off, dude. I wanna shut everything off. I just wanna go away. If I 100% think...
That commie dog just killed me. Typical gameplay problems. This isn't great. Do we appreciate that stock footage there in the back? We need to make... Okay, this is something we do need to do, though. We need to make a game over screen that's like the... Do you know the Friday the 13th game on, Is it NES or Atari where the ending's like, your friends are dead, your family's dead, your pets are dead, game over. We need something like that. Why has this one got 32 minutes? Alright, let's not... Okay, Venti, try talking to Anissa. Her and the security guard... Okay, I don't want this file, actually. Continue, go back to my autosave. No, my autosave! We've lost our game, but anyway. This is fine. Try talking to Anissa. Her and the security guard don't agree on politics. Okay. What's up, Anissa? I helped you because I'm doing charity work. That's where my husband thinks I am. Not that I need to lie to him. He would just let me cheat on him. Well, that's great, Anissa. Discord and bio. Did you know you have rights? I don't know why that's there. Yeah, I should probably look at that. Oh, here we go again. I don't have to deal with that. Alright, so do I need to talk to you? No? I think it's Venti. Who do I gotta talk to? Talk to everybody. Hope this isn't a soft... I think this is a soft lock game, damn it. Well, that sucks, don't it? But anyway, yeah, I've got a whole dialogue here. We'll be able to see a bit of it. Do I have a save file that's, like, before this? Let's see. Continue. What's happening here? Okay, we're still free here. I've almost got enough boot coin. I guess we're gonna do this all over again. Anyway. While I do that, I'll turn the music off for that. I'm gonna watch a video. Excited for a video? Let me pull up my little scripty script. How to make your RPG... Okay, actually, I want to watch Magic Systems Should Be Weirder. Because I'm going to go work on some items and icons. Well, not icons, but I'm going to need icons, some tile sets or something. Some new moves, some new items. Potions kind of boring.
With YouTube Premium.
But the worst thing ever happened in my life right now, I just want you to know that I didn't ask for Microsoft Edge to be opened. And it just fucking opened itself. And, like, put all my tabs in there to confuse me, to think that I was always in Microsoft Edge. Microsoft Edge...
Fantasy is full of worlds with...
...is a fucking gaslighting motherfucker. We shouldn't have to stand for it. That's all. That's my PSA. Da-dum. Alrighty. I wanna hear this person's take on magic systems should be weirder. Now, I don't know if this is for video games or just like on fantasy writing in general, but since we have a little battle system going, let's hear them out.
People believe in magic, who use magic, like Graham the Wizard who likes cats.
Fancy Dan, I don't hate that idea at all. Forcing someone to like fucking watch a tech bro or an NFT salesperson pitch something, that'd be great.
People accept magic as an indisputable fact, which is interesting because for most of human history this has also been the case, but often not the way we like to portray it in fantasy. I talk about writing and world building in fantasy because it's my job. I wrote a bunch of books on it, and you can actually pick these up at the link down below if you like these videos and you want to learn more, or you can scan the QR code on screen right now. It's pretty cool. I get to sponsor my videos with my stuff because of you. In fantasy, we can get so fixated on magic as a power system that we can forget about it as a social phenomenon, as a way people think. Like, let me ask you a question. Is it magic to use garlic to ward off evil spirits? Kinda, but not really. People believed garlic could ward off blood-sucking mosquitoes, so why not blood-sucking spirits? The ancient Greeks thought maybe magnets had souls in them because they could move things around. And mercury? I mean, come on, that's gotta have some kind of power, and I'm sure we can figure it out by drinking it as many different ways as possible. For most of human history, amulets were widely regarded as methods of healing and protection, but they weren't really thought of as magical. And then there's gemstones like hematite, bloodstone, red jasper, which all had some kind of essence of blood.
So what we're saying is we all need to learn that goddamn periodic element table of elements, and as well as white women crystal information. If we combine crystal information with that of the horoscope, we will have the most unique JRPG battle system of all time, guaranteed.
In them concentrated, and so people thought they could naturally help with the flow of kind of essence of blood in them concentrated, and so people thought they could naturally help with the flow of blood by grinding it down, and guess what? Drinking it. Silver was a pure metal, maybe associated with the moon, and so had other properties which were kind of associated with those. It's not as simple as saying magic was just primitive science, even though it did overlap with that. People historically felt they were surrounded by things they couldn't necessarily touch or see, but they could definitely feel, that they knew were real. Think about plague, or the power of time and rotting and rust, temperature fluctuations. And so they believed lots of things like garlic and mercury and magnets had invisible properties just as much as visible ones too. That might sound like a very soft magic system to us, but it's also a fundamentally different way of viewing the world. They had all these ideas about the natural qualities of things in the world around them. Trees, metals, colors, gems, often applying real things incorrectly where they didn't apply. So kinda magic, but kinda not. We can call this messy magical belief, and it was everywhere in human history. It varied intensely from place to place, even person to person, and yet magic in our fantasy worlds is often really quite simple in comparison. Not only in the shape our magic systems themselves take, but in the kinds of magic people believe in our worlds. And that's because world building a magic system from the ground up, where you, the author, understand how your world works and you're looking at how these powers are going to impact your politics and economy and warfare, is a very different thing from normal people attempting to infer an understanding of their world from observations without much help. Basically, magic is complicated. A lot of fantasy worlds have a strangely clear line between what people think of as magic and not.
Now this on screen is something I need to change as well. Social media works outside of fucking battle. Emily posted a take on Twitter and it still goes. She got more, yes, woo, I'm alive. I shouldn't be able to do that shit, that's bullshit.
Magic, which wasn't particularly clear historically, but more fundamentally, they often lack a lot of this messy magical belief, which is weird because not only would this kind of magical belief still be around even if magic was real, but it'd arguably be even more common and pervasive. Like, let's take a very clearly defined, simple, well-understood elemental magic system in Bending from Avatar: The Last Airbender. This is a world where you can be born with the ability to manipulate the elements with martial arts moves. And here's a question. Would fire divination, real or not, be considered firebending? Fire divination is the practice of reading messages in flames and ashes and burnt wood, interpreting signs and giving guidance and prophecies. It's exactly the kind of superstition which would attach itself to firebending. In fact, it even appears in the show in the episode The Fortune Teller.
Now, I've never seen this episode of Avatar, actually. This is spoilers. I have seen the whole series except this fucking episode because I was told this is a bullshit. I also never saw The Great Divide because someone told me that's a bullshit fucking episode. Don't watch that. That's filler trash. I was told. I watched it after. I've not seen The Fortune Teller yet, but this is all writing stuff, but this is very important, people wanting to make JRPGs and video games. This is your world. The magic system should reflect that. Take notes.
But it's portrayed as this totally separate thing. The fact that firebending is real in this world and does have these sort of soft spiritual powers means this sort of belief would thrive. Or what about the idea that scattering ashes across your floor might hold water spirits at bay? Or think about essential oils. Would that attach itself to waterbending? It's a kind of healing water supposedly, and waterbending has healing powers. It's a common kind of messy magical belief, even today when people are widely educated, which is not the case for a ton of fantasy worlds, which are low-tech, low education, low information, and there may genuinely be spirits from another realm interfering with the physical world who hate garlic. A lot of this is going to depend on how well your magic is understood, but all these sorts of beliefs are going to naturally sprout from the magic that is real, like pseudoscience sprouts from real science and blurs the line between fact and fiction. People will bring messy magical belief everywhere we can, especially if the world is full of other things that we don't understand, like
Fucking magnets, how do they work?
why does mint make your mouth feel cold, and why does drinking mercury make you feel bad? And all this is going to be especially the case if you have a really soft magic system with kind of vague and unpredictable rules and limits and powers, but definitely real, giving just much more room for this kind of messy magical belief. And you might be thinking, well, a really hard magic system is probably going to be immune to a lot of this. But no, let's take Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn series, a world where ingesting certain metals can give you powers, like tin heightens your senses to a superhuman level, a very hard magic system. But I gotta ask you, what about mercury? It's about as close to a magic metal we have, it definitely impacts the brain, and people in this world know that most Elemancers can only digest one metal anyway, so maybe mercury is just a really soft and subtle version of this? It's an easy leap to make. Likewise, unknowledgeable peasants might naturally come to the belief that having a tin amulet might give you better hearing. I mean, it is absolutely a property of tin in this world. But I didn't see a lot of this messy kind of magical belief in the story. We think a lot about how the rules, limits, and costs of our magic system would change our world building, but rarely about what people would project onto the rules, limits, and costs themselves. The messy magical belief which would muddy our understanding of how the magic system works, but also make your world feel more alive and deep and lived in, because people are messy where our neat little magic systems often aren't. If your magic system relied on burning precious animal materials like ivory or bird feathers or rhino horn, then of course people are going to take that and apply it to stag antlers and shark teeth. I almost want to encourage you to have kind of like two sets of rules for your magic system. The ones which work and the ones which people believe work with all this messy magical belief, and to play with the ambiguity between them. We actually get to see a little bit of this in A Song of Ice and Fire, in the one chapter from Melisandre's point of view, one of the only characters in the entire series that we do actually know definitely does have some kind of real magic. 3 tallow candles.
Never forget, everybody, the Lord of the Light religion was the real one. Or was it? Because technically, the gods of the North are real, because the White Walkers were real. So basically every religion in Game of Thrones was real except for the fucking 7. The mainstream one. That sucks.
Candles burned upon her windowsill to keep the terrors of the night at bay. 4 more flickered beside her, 2 either side. The fire must never ever be allowed to go out. The Red Priestess closed her eyes and said a prayer, then opened them once more to face the hearthfire. Visions danced before her, gold and scarlet, flickering, forming and melting and dissolving into one another, shapes strange and terrifying and seductive. It was an art. R'hllor spoke to his chosen ones through blessed fire, in a language of ash and cinder and twisting flame that only a god could truly grasp. She had a smoke for truth, a smoke for lust, a smoke for fear, and the thick black smoke that could kill a man outright. My spells should suffice. She was stronger at the wall, even stronger than in Ashai. Melisandre's magic is real. There is actual power in fire, but we get to see in this little passage and a few others that there's all these other practices associated with it that she's kind of latched onto, that the followers have projected onto it, like the placement of candles, the use of powders, the fire must never go out, which people may have come to believe around this actually functional magic, but we don't really know if it really helps. And all of this is to say nothing of the messy magic people would believe in completely separate to your magic system, like garlic and gemstones. And by the way, I have 3 whole chapters on hard magic and soft magic and how they intersect with world building and storytelling in volume 1, while volume 2 goes into hard and soft world building and how magic plays into all of that, which is really relevant here, I feel. I feel like I'm reading some fantasy stories, and I don't want to name names here, but they go, you know, this is magic in our world, this is our magic system, and this is really the only magic people believe in. They might have different, interpretations of the magic from culture to culture, but this is the magic that there is. And that is kind of strange, because people are going to have lots of beliefs outside that. Like, Vikings thought they were imbuing their swords with the spirits of the dead by burning the bones of their fallen in the fires they're using to make swords, but guess what? They were making an early kind of steel by infusing their iron with carbon. People will still believe that sort of thing, and like wearing amulets or garlic, they might not even really think of it as magic, but just using the invisible properties of the world around them. Because the reality is, a lot of magic really comes down to humanity's evolutionary Pokemon superpower, pattern recognition. We look for things which look kind of similar to each other. We might call it natural sympathy. You're like, oh hey, bloodstone looks a little bit like blood, so maybe we could use that to ward off internal bleeding if we, guess what, drink it.
I think he really does want you to drink mercury. That's interesting because I always do think we're kind of privileged when we look at things people did in the past and judge them. That's the shit these people were doing. We're drinking fucking mercuries and all this shit, trying to figure out pattern recognition, if good, not bad. They had a lot of problems back then, our primitive ancestors.
Bloodstone does not taste good. So yeah, invent a magic system. Look at how it's going to impact your world building, but invent a magical culture that goes beyond your powers and limits and rules and whatever. And you know what? All of this gets even messier because the term magic itself is honestly a bit of a loaded term historically. We often use the term magic in fantasy world building as a catch-all for any otherworldly powers. Tell the future, healing wounds, shoot chickens with lightning bolts.
Stop right there, criminal scum!
But historically, the label magic was often a classification of legitimacy. We get a little bit of this in some stories where characters will insist that their powers aren't magic.
It's not magic, it's water bending.
Magic being here used as a term to dismiss it, but let me ask you a question. Is prayer magic? Kinda, but we don't call it that. Saying I prayed for my home feels like a very different thing to saying, and with this incantation over my homestead, I invoke the power of God! Scholarship has generally started to move away from using the term magic because a lot of what old manuscripts describe as magic, which I've been reading for this video, were often just another person's religion or science. And historically, the line between what magic and religion and science was pretty blurry and all about perspective anyway. But in this way, the term magic can be an expression of power dynamics. Colonial powers would often label indigenous rituals as, quote, magic. But again, it's not as simple as that. Think about the garlic.
Ooh, I got a
People
gross
at the time
nose
might have been
ring.
hanging this outside their doors, not because it's their religion or anything, but because, that's what garlic does. It wards off spirits. But if someone was unfamiliar with that, they might point at it and go, it's a witch! Magic! Of course it's not going to ward off spirits. You need asparagus to do that. Sometimes the label was about calling people fraudulent, and there's been some extensive writing now, which I've been reading for this video, and you can see references, that the term was often to describe inappropriate religious ritual. What I mean here is a woman might do the exact same real religious ritual as a man, but it might be inappropriate for her to do it because of her sex, and so they labeled that as magic. Which itself did lead to the common idea that women's magic is evil and wrong, and I'm sure that had no historical consequences whatsoever. But even the term superstition, which we tend to take as meaning non-scientific and irrational, was actually originally used to describe basically bad or excessive religious practice. Not necessarily having no power, not being fraudulent, but being morally questionable in how it's done. In the Roman period, there was a conflict between public polis religion in the cities and private domestic rituals in households, which were sometimes seen as competing with the public stuff. Think government orchestrated rituals versus privately praying in your home. And as this conflict escalated, people started to label these unregulated domestic rituals as magic because they were associated with being politically and socially subversive. What I'm getting at here is we often go, this is the magic system, and we draw lines through it based on the powers and rules and limits. You know, this is evocation, and this is divination, and this is necromancy. When sometimes what's classed as magic or not magic or something else entirely, or legitimate or illegitimate or natural or unnatural, which rules are really rules or which costs are really costs, these can be social classifications, sociological lines which are going to impact how the magic system itself is interpreted and used, as well as any of that messy magical belief which is naturally going to sprout from it. It's about how magic is understood as a concept in itself within your world, and I think that goes a step beyond a lot of what people do when they're world-building magic. And thinking about how certain practices weren't necessarily thought of as magic, but just dealing with the natural properties of the world, sometimes in fantasy, what is magic to one person might just be the natural abilities of another. This actually shows up in Lord of the Rings when Sam looks at Galadriel's magic mirror. She says, "For this is what your folk would call magic, I believe, though I do not understand clearly what they mean." And they also seem to use the same word for the deceits of the enemy.
I mean, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood kind of has that, where the one people in the one country don't like the alchemy, but they do the alka history. And it's like, it's okay if it's for healing and all this stuff. And that kind of reminded me of the water nation in Avatar, because there's the water bending where you fuck people up with it, and then there's healing water bending. They're different classifications. Does that mean fire tribes be cauterizing wounds?
But this, if you will, is the magic of Galadriel. Did you not say that you wish to see elf magic? Because for elves, their art, their craft isn't like magical. It's just what they do. It being unbreakable and glowing in the dark, that's not like a magical quality to them. It's just how they make things. This is again thinking about a magic not just as like systems of power, but as social phenomenons, even within the world. And I think this may bring us closer to the fantastical worlds we create. I started thinking about this topic after I was reading the Lacnunga, which is this like old Anglo-Saxon manuscript. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but it was going through all these really interesting healing recipes and medicines and stuff like that. And the line between kind of like medicine and magic and science and stuff was really blurry and really interesting to get an insight into that culture. I've made world building videos on how like empires rise and work and fall and how revolutions really play out and death, how that impacts your world. I've got videos on hard and soft world building and magic systems, and those videos are great, but I can never be as in-depth as I would love to be with these discussions on YouTube. You know, with YouTube, I've got to be thinking about the algorithm and thumbnails and all this other stuff. And that is fundamentally why I wrote the On Writing and World Building series.
You guys gotta write a book if you want to know more.
Put them into these easier to read and reference books and go deeper and wider with better analysis and examples and way more.
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna allow this guy to listen to you. I mean, to lie to you folks about books. Books. You guys gonna learn about world building from fucking books? It's the future. We have RPG Maker. Just do it as you go. But real talk, magic systems, what we thinking? Like, she just got a Neko Flame attack because, you know, she's a cat girl. So, of course, she's got magical girl attacks, but she's also a PNG tuber. Or is she? Could her class change later? Question mark. We don't know. But magic systems, we really gotta keep all that in mind. Our world building is loose and makes no fucking sense. But neither did Undertale's, really. I'm just back to grinding Cyraxes, everybody. But yeah, talk about magic systems. I got that shock phase attack. That's TP. So I gotta like, I can't start out with that attack ever. So that's why the dogs are a threat. So I might as well get leveled up over here. We were already thinking attacks for Cyrax. We gotta have one that involves the stylus. Might need to relook at the animation tutorials as well, because I wonder if I could just like move images on a goddamn screen, make a quick little Adobe Premiere animation and put that in. Like for spray bottle, just get a spray Windex bottle or something. Just someone go ch-ch, and then the water just goes ch-ch. That'd be an easy effect to do. Another Akron medal for me. It said social media. That's going to be really fun to work on. I just really want to show you what I've gotten done with Starbucks. I gotta make sure I save and not get murdered by a dog again. Those evil dog types. And their communism attacks. It's fucking quite rude. Unfortunately, Cyrax is the first enemy, so he can't have too much going on. He is locked in his room, and unless it's mealtime, he's basically in home prison. All healed. And we're a good girl that saves now. We've learned our lesson. Like, this is the Cyrax, I believe, in his court clothes. From when he went to court. Oh, did I just use fire on that boy? Now I got bad touched. I deserved that. Where are my fucking medals? Said it doesn't matter what I do to this fucking drop rate. It really is random. That's why I'm excited about the drop rate money fucking system. But yeah, I think a little spray bottle that shows up and it's just like, shh, shh, that's good for first attack. It's kind of crazy we give a multi-water attack level 1, but it's because you need it here. Ooh. Yeah, we're basically where we were before. What's potions ever done for me? Give me the forgery kit. Right now! Save, go back to the Bong Tower. Then I'll get through it somehow. I think it should be doable. Said I just gotta learn how to... I'd rather just make my own animations in Premiere and then hopefully just put them in here and overlay it. I'm allowed to show video and all that stuff, so it should be doable. Okay, she's gonna do the forgery kit. Don't forget about our lobster. It's very important. Get the fuck out of here, Fuyans boy. Gonna go to Starbucks, y'all. Save. We made it again, fam. Okay, so we pick up the drink. This frappe is for Alex. Please deliver it to him so he'll stop upsetting Anissa. Give the drink to Alex. Also, we can get 5 nose rings right here. Thank you for randomly clicking on this plant, Emily. I think of you often. I received 5 gross nose rings, which will also be a drop thing I can make. Alex, that isn't my name. So he's not Alex. That was either Fuyon or Mao Mao that came up with that idea of the cup that changes. I really like classical music. That guy's probably giving you a hard time because you're not white. I'll get my Twitter ready in case it happens again. I really like the classical music. Thanks, Grande. Please say knock knock before asking what you're gonna ask. So I gotta talk to management. Alright. See if I can just... Yeah, not in the mood for it. The customer didn't want his frappe, said it was because it had the wrong name on it. Whoa, what a silly thing. What did he tell you? What, did he tell you his name? He said you would know. I don't. But it's cool that you work here. I'll give you a name badge. Got our little Starbucks badge. You received your own Starbucks employee name badge. Thanks, but how do I get this guy a drink? You have to ask Grande. She's the best at making frappes. Lovely. Put that on. My defense went up. That'll help. Okay, let's talk to Ariana Grande. Hey Grande, I heard you could make a frappe. I do make frappes. Do you happen to know what the security guard's name is? Can you make him a frappe? I can make the frappe. I do not know his name. Can you ask him? That's your job, new girl. Tell me when you figure it out, and I'll make a new frappe. Anissa, do you know the name? Nope. What about you? I don't talk to customers unless they tier 3 sub to me. Well, lovely. Ah, puppers.
Any of you dumb fucks in this goddamn chat. Oh my fucking god, I hate the left. I hate
Get shocked, bitch.
I hate everything that's going on every single day of the week. I hate my life.
I hate streaming. I hate social media.
I hate everyone who thinks that
Killing the puppers.
being the most annoying.
Said I'm gonna add more dogs to this level.
Ultimately woke leftist. You did it. You have unlocked nihilism within me.
I do like unlocked nihilism within me. I feel like that should be a transformation. Ooh, we got a frappe. Those are helpful. Grande. No one's telling me his name. I think the guy's name is Blake. I say that with absolute authority. Thanks. I think because I had to talk to Venti. Try talking to Anissa. Yeah. Alright, so the guy's name is Blake, so I gotta tell Grande. It's tiring figuring out all this information, but Anissa told me the man's name is Blake. I don't know his name usually, but I do know he likes Grande, so I'll make Blake his Grande. And then the coffee appears again. There it is. So we grab it. This frappe is for Blake. Please send this drink to college. Makes sense. Here, Blake. Well, this fucker wants to come at me.
Any of you dumb fucks in this goddamn chat. Oh my fucking
Ha ha.
god,
Ha ha.
I hate
Now you're gonna get it.
I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single day of the week.
I feel like we need more doggos just to have another battle theme.
I hate
It's just the commie dog and the eat the rich dogs that get this one.
someone who thinks that activism is being the most annoying, holier than thou.
Toby Fox didn't put a commie dog in his game.
You have unlocked nihilism.
People act like he's a creative genius.
Nothing will ever get better. We are
Stop that!
make out still goddamn
That thing's deadly because it can do that. Just...
everybody just simply wants to fucking
That's a move I made specifically for it, though, so that's pretty cool that it works. I never actually tested it. Let's try... Should we dare try social media? No damage. Bad take! Fuck you! Lost subscriber!
About optimism. I want to fucking just shut it off, dude. I want to shut everything off. I just want to go away.
Take a frappe.
If I 100% think you should someday go on sub-only mode, what do you mean? The most annoying people are literally like the 40-month subscribers. The person that caused me to fucking spiral just now is Hidijo Offliner or whatever. And that's a routine nuisance and an offliner in this community, okay? He is a consistent voice of nuisance, okay? What are you talking about?
Are you disappointed with the amount of white women in this game?
People who actually caused me
I died. See, this is why we need more dogs, because that's the point. They're supposed to get annoying as fuck. is you just try to talk to these fucking white women. This is my autosave. Where are we at? Try talking to Anissa. I think his name is Blake. Okay, talk to Ariana. Copy cup appears. Grab Blake's coffee cup. We send the drink to college. We give it to Blake. Blake, that isn't my name. I swear these employees get stupider and stupider. I won't drink this disrespectful trash. I would rather listen to some makeup tutorial girl explain to me financial advice. Is this not the drink you ordered? I don't even care of the name because of the name. I come here every damn day. I expect these well-paid employees to at least get my name right. Anissa told me your name was Blake. Did she now? Tell her to leave her lies to her husband. Oh, got her. Seems he didn't want it, so you have to keep it. The ice in this frappe will melt soon. That's because the frappe is a special item. I'm gonna rip them all out of your inventory when Starbucks is over. You received a crappy frappe with the wrong name. Congrats, now try again. It wasn't the right name. Anissa! Discord in the bio, that means she ain't got nothing to say. I helped you because I'm doing charity work. We can take these.
Fucking God, I hate the left. I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single day of the week.
And buy other dogs too. I mean, like, we'll have like some Pokemon or fucking something to use water and all the other things on. And then throw a couple cute puppers in there. Because they're not weak against water. Water doesn't work on them. So that'd just be a fun little... Now that dog collar is important. We did get a dog collar. I should probably go heal. Hey, you're doing charity work. I think it's Venti I need to talk to. I don't understand why I have to make a new batch of tea. You guys remember when I was watching videos to get the drama for the script? A bitch was really pissed that she didn't get tea from the Starbucks, if I recall. That's Venti's problem. She doesn't want to serve that fucking tea. That's how our dialogue is realistic. It's better than most, guys, because we watch YouTube videos here. Who orders tea from a coffee place after 7 p.m.? Especially when it's 2 p.m.? Good question, Venti. Okay, his name wasn't Blake. He didn't want the drink. His name wasn't Blake even though it's after 2 p.m.? Darn, twirls her bangs. It's just too stressful today. Too stressful. They're gonna catch me for throwing out all that tea I did what that whore told me to do. I guess I have to ask the other girls for a name again. Okay, Pixie doesn't have anything. We don't gotta talk to her. Of course, we gotta talk to Anissa. Of course Venti screwed you over. She's a dumb whore. She actually sold me an expired chai tea, and I had to tell her to get rid of all that. Why do I have to do a manager's job? I'm a patron after all. Do you know the security guard's real name? Look at Venti freaking out. I'd never have a public meltdown like that. She never would, Anissa. Should we go for Kami Dog? Think I can take Kami Dog? Think water does a bit of something.
I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single day of the week. I hate my life. I hate streaming. I hate socialism.
Knock down, bitch. Problem is, this guy can always get an attack on me. Maybe I need something to block his magic. Maybe I need like a silence spell. I should be learning the kitty songs soon. Never get better, we are never gonna be goddamn reputations. I still think this song is a fucking JRPG masterpiece. Perfect here. Goddamn annoying, okay?
Oh God.
Carl Barks. You know what? I might change his name to that. That's a good one, Dan. Carl Barks. Alright, so we talked... Okay, I gotta talk to Venti again. Anissa said I'm having a breakdown over the tea. I don't have breakdowns. I don't have breakdowns at all. Y'all need to calm down and just figure out how to put a name on a cup. Anissa's a lying snake. Such a snake, she makes her husband eat snake skins. It's gross. Don't listen to the garbage she spews, please. Okay, Anissa, what you got to say? Yeah, I'm making my husband eat a snake skin. What of it? Ugh, I'll try to remember that loser's name to shut Venti up, will you? Yeah, I don't lie. His name is Chris. And then the coffee appears again. We didn't need to talk to Ariana this time. I gotta fix that, but here's the Chris coffee cup. Please deliver it so Venti will stop freaking out. Get out of here, Ariana! You're in the way! Thank you. Chris, this isn't my name. I swear, we gotta do the Darman script next. Anissa told me your name was Chris. Did she now tell her husband eating snake skin is eating snake shit? Seems he didn't want it, so you have to keep it. The ice in this frappe will melt soon. Alright, so that's what I've gotten done so far in that script and that gameplay loop there. So we gotta do the D name next, do the Darman script. But yeah, that's what I've gotten done in this so far. Happy to show you. Alrighty. Boom, just talking. Alright. So, there's a lot of things I need to do, clearly. I need to fix some of that scripting and that. We've got some eventing issues. It's a whole thing. But luckily, hopefully... It's so hard without my boy, some random dude, in his tutorials. Those were 5 minutes. I could understand those. But, so I'm on the loose. I'm allowed to pick whatever tutorials I want. I want to watch these ones on how to make your game stand out. It's just beginning tips. That's what we need. Can't believe that guy tried selling us books. Who does he think he is? A person who reads? Disgusting. You don't know who Darman is? You should watch him. You'll learn everything you need to learn about life. Alrighty, back to RPG Maker. Boom. This guy is Toasty Time. He makes RPG Maker videos. And this is beginning tips, so I hope these are some good ones.
Selling an RPG Maker game is hard. I mean, not in the sense that getting it on
Oh, do we got a game dev log now?
onto a distribution platform is hard, but it is hard to make your game stand out. Unless it has sexy hentai ladies. Oftentimes, potential customers will take one look at your project, see it was made in RPG Maker, and just not look any further. So, how do you make your project stand out so that it can be a commercial success? Well, today I'll go over my philosophy on just that, and hopefully from this video you'll be able to make a profit selling your game, and be on the road to achieving your game dev dreams. And yes, I do think you can make a commercially successful RPG Maker game. It's just a tad bit harder than in other engines. Also, throughout this video we shall be joined by the omniscient Steel from Studio Blue, who shall comment on everything I say and make me seem smarter than I really am.
Hey there, Toasty, it's Steel. You're smart.
Subscribe to Toasty.
Thank you, Steel.
Are you bothered by that piece of bread having hair? Dude, no, is that just the protagonist from Persona 3 with a toast mask?
Very cool.
It's a toast mask, it doesn't have hair.
You cannot make a game that will sell with the default RPG Maker graphics.
Whoa!
Now wait, let me explain. I know that's a very big statement, and I know many people will disagree, and I'm also willing to admit that there are exceptions to this statement. So, before you all mass unsub, let me make this distinction. You can make a good game with the default graphics given to you with the engine. However, you cannot make a game that will stand out when you're trying to sell it. Does that mean the game won't sell? No, not necessarily. However, consider this. On Steam and many other distribution platforms, potential customers tend to only look at the visuals you present to them, the screenshots or trailer,
How you doing,
and maybe the short
Xander?
description or tagline you've given too. Graphics are a massive factor in grabbing people's initial interest, and there are so many games on Steam or itch.io or GameJolt that use the default RTP. The people are tired of seeing the exact same art over and over again. There are plenty of things you can do with the RTP.
See, guys, this is why we need to learn how to liven this fucking game up. We are not gonna make sales if we stand around using default people. That's why Anissa Jomha's here. And the Pokemon security guard. And Pixie Locks. And Ariana Grande. And Brittany Venti. How the fuck we gonna have a successful game without these ladies?
To make it look good. However, regardless of this, the game just still won't stand out. These methods to improve the RTP and make it look better have been done 100 times over, and we've gotten to a point where almost any form of the RTP is instantly recognizable and instantly disliked, because it's become almost as bad as just stock graphics at this point. For the most part, if you make a game with the RTP, most of the people who will buy your game will be RPG Maker developers. That's fine, but it isn't really a success. Basically, all I'm saying is that first impressions are everything. You've got to hook any and all potential customers immediately, and the RTP just won't do that. Even using an asset pack is better, though Time Fantasy is also incredibly overused. Now, it isn't that the RTP or Time Fantasy pack look bad. Visually, I think they're completely fine. They just aren't unique anymore, and they just don't stand out. If you need to use an asset pack, find a more obscure one, or modify one in some way. You don't have to be amazing at art to make small edits to existing work, as long as doing so is allowed for that pack. But realistically, if you slow down for a moment and do the research, see the RPG Maker games that sell and stop brushing away reality, you'll see that really you just have to commission custom artwork if you can't draw. At least if you want your game to be a commercial success, that is. Like I said before, you can make a good game with the RTP.
You think gatekeeping? I think you at least gotta bring a little something with these tile sets. That kind of is fine. I think as long as you do something interesting that's never been seen before, you can make it work.
And it's
fucking To the Moon was made in RPG Maker. A lot of people forget that. That game's a visual novel, but they did all the graphics and everything within RPG Maker. That was pretty cool. They don't need to make no fucking battle system or nothing. They just put their own art in there and made it.
possible. If you make your game amazing enough in other areas, it will sell. But realistically, you'll end up just being another RPG Maker developer with just another RPG Maker project in the eyes of the general public. Also, as a final footnote, make sure to pay extra attention to your title screen. If you're going to use RTP, at least create a custom title screen. The title screen is the very first thing the player will see when they load up your game. The side splash screens, make those pretty too. And like I said before, first impressions are everything to keeping a player's initial interest. Past that initial first impressions, graphics generally won't carry a game, though they can in some cases. But graphics are important, and don't let anyone tell you they aren't. If your title screen looks like this, say bye-bye to that purchase, because your game is getting refunded.
Hello everyone, this is Steel from Studio Blue, and I want to add on to what Toasty says about graphics. Style is of the utmost importance, and you need to make sure that your graphical style is consistent the entire time. Don't mix and match tile sets and character sets that aren't from similar packs, and don't have those default chibi MV hero side battles.
Oh, the guy who's using a generic anime PNG is here to tell us something about what packs we should... I get what you're saying now, Mike.
Don't have those fighting against full-size humanoid enemies. And please don't use hand-drawn graphics unless everything else is the same thing. Consistency is key.
In addition to all the info I had in part 1 about first impressions in regards to a game's graphics, I'd like to now add some additional and more in-depth thoughts about game design onto that. Consider this. Design your first level last. Now let me explain.
Okay, X-Bounty, if you're here, let me put the screen away very quick. You can see. Okay, only mermaids and fish carry cash. This is after I buy the forgery kit. If I exit out, I get this dialogue, because if party has forgery kit, this is an if statement. And then if I get through this dialogue, control switch B should be on, which activates here. I don't understand why it activates. It doesn't activate until I leave the room. Maybe end needs to go. I don't know. And then this is supposed to be if you don't have that, and then you get the forgery kit. So I don't know what I've done wrong here. Let's get more into learning. Where's the tips at? Where's the tutorial tips? That's why I wasn't doing anything here for a minute and not doing any multitasking. I was waiting for some tutorials, you toast boy.
If you design your game backwards, then by the time you've reached the start, you'll have learned a ton of tips and tricks or quirks about your game and its world that will ensure the player has a good first 30 minutes to an hour, which will secure those good first impressions. You could also just design your game start to finish. However, if you do it this way like I do because I'm a dumbass, you'll look back on the first portion of your game and go, I can do this so much better now. And thus the endless cycle of remakes begins. Actually, to go on a bit of a tangent, I really want to stress how important it is to avoid doing too many remakes and getting stuck in development hell. While redoing portions of your game, either because you've improved yourself as a developer or from hearing player feedback is important, it's also important to actually release your game at some point. Your game can't sell if you just keep remaking it over and over and never take the plunge to just release it. Eventually you have to just be confident in yourself and just release your game. It may not be perfect, but it never really will be, and it's important to recognize how far you've come and how much you've achieved. Eventually you just have to be satisfied and then move on to your next project. Also, to move on to my next rant, language is super duper ultra supreme important. I've touched on.
He gave us the most important tip. If you're a brokey or not an artist, your game's gonna suck. You know what? You're right. We learned a lot from this video this day.
On this before in other videos, but typos, poor grammar, characters with no personality, unfitting or bad jokes, and more are the biggest killers of your average RPG Maker game.
I feel that. I like cringe at the idea of having to ever log in or make an account on the RPG Maker forum. I just scroll and hope to find something interesting.
Believe it or not, people really do pay attention to grammar and spelling. While the average player may not pick up on some subtle symbolism or writing with deeper meaning, they will absolutely pick up on poor spelling and grammar. If English isn't your first language...
Fucking gamers! Did this guy say some bad things about the gaming community here? He's saying, you fuckers, you don't know anything about symbolism or themes. You're just grammar Nazis, you SJW fucks. This guy's not dealing with your shit no more.
You absolutely must get someone to proofread your game's script or hire a professional editor. That's non-negotiable if you're trying to sell your game. If English is your first language, then write your dialogue like it is. Playtest the heck out of your game and pay attention to the spelling. Trust me, it's really important.
Hey everyone, Steele from Studio Blue again, and I'm going to add on to what Toasty said about first impressions. I cannot stress this enough. You have 10 minutes or less to hook your player. It doesn't matter how good your game gets. If you haven't done something to grab their attention within that time, you've lost them.
Mission failed. We'll get them next time.
I mean, think about it. Are you going to message each and every player and tell them how the game gets better in just a few more minutes? Of course not. Hook your player, 10 minutes or less, that's all you get.
I cannot stress enough how incredibly important sound design is in video games. To clarify, when I say sound design, I don't mean the music of a game. Though music is important, I feel like most every developer knows this and makes use of it. However, not every developer I've seen has paid enough attention to their game's sound effects as they should. Sound effects sell the reality of a scene. Even if a scene is completely fantasy and could never happen in the real world, you can make it feel grounded and real within that fantasy world with proper use of sound design. Make your world come alive, have doors creak open in that old abandoned building, have the soft sounds of nature flow through the forest, and have the sounds of your character's footsteps change depending on what they're walking on. All of these things and more will bring your world to life. And while using music in addition to them is important too,
I think I fucked up my potion. I think the problem is I never put type HP recover over here. Do we have any fun names or thoughts for what our bitch healing item is? Our OG potion. I'm gonna have it give 300 HP. I think 300 is pretty good. If anybody can think of any fun names or fun thing, for the very first potion in the game, let me know.
Using only music makes a game feel incredibly flat. A lot of RPG Maker developers do not pay attention to sound design, and I have seen almost no trailers at all include sound effects in them. Sound effects are how a player interacts with and connects with your world. So when you don't include them in your game, how could a player possibly get invested?
We can make it a beer or something.
Part of the connection to your game's world. And if you don't include sound effects in your trailer, oftentimes even that seemingly insignificant detail will lose a potential customer. You have to craft an entire world here. If there's no sound design, then what's to stop the player from simply muting the game and playing their own music over top? Not focusing enough on sound design is a massive oversight, and if you want your game to stand out, make your sound design great. Even if your story is bad, noises can go a long way in drawing a player in. Noises also happen to be the second biggest thing a player notices in a trailer, and thus are very important to that first impression. Basically, don't brush sound design under the rug. If you want a more in-depth look at sound design, click the link above.
Happy.
That's all.
Steel here again. Let's add on to what Toasty says about sound design.
Give you one TP
as well with it.
Everything
Toasty said here and more. In 2D games where lighting isn't viable, sound is vitally important. Music, ambient sounds, and sound effects are characters in and unto themselves. Here's a good way to handle it. When going through the finalized version of your map, get a piece of paper and write down a list of anything present in your level that would make noise in real life.
Different monster. We might do that for mana.
Ambient sound. Wooden floorboards, terrain sound. Fire in a steel barrel, proximity sound. Then turn
I do
off the
think we
music
need an
and play
encounter
the map.
decreaser.
It should, well, sound alive.
I think we'll copy this. I'm just gonna make a thing called. These are.
Ah yes, good helpful advice, Toasty.
These are drop items.
Put in effort, yay! I make a good game now. Okay, wait, I can explain. Put in effort. By effort, I mean take the time to do more than just what the core RPG Maker engine offers you. I'm not saying go download every plugin in existence. In reality, you really only need around 20 to 30 plugins to make a complete game. However, I am saying take time to develop.
What could we call the encounter decreaser? The thing that has, is it going to be like a scent? Going to be like Axe body spray? What are we thinking for that? Because we're going to need this for the Anissa level. Maybe it'll give a reason for the player to keep grinding Akron metals or something to get more money to get these things. I've gathered all 7 Chaos Monster energy drinks, so now you have me sold on it being a fucking key item. We've got to collect the 7 Chaos Emeralds. What kind of game are we making if we don't?
Mechanics further than what comes in the engine. Use the default battle system if it fits your game. That's fine. It won't really stand out as it comes, but the default battle system can be done in interesting ways that will make it stand out. I've played quite a few games that have gorgeous animations, some really cool sound effects, and well-balanced combat that make this default combat fun and satisfying. Spend time testing and balancing your fights, checking as many areas as possible for bugs, and making things your own. Like I said above, use the default battle system all you want, but use it in your own unique way. Make everything about your game your own. Maybe not in a grand way, but in some way that's different. In most indie games, there's a hook, some unique idea to grab a player's attention.
It'd be a restraining order, or like not a verified, not a real restraining order. So like that's why you can still run into monsters.
Focus on finding that hook for your game and amplifying it as much as you can. Make your entire game around this hook.
Sonichu Medallion would retract more problems, I would think.
Because this hook is your own. Nobody else has done it, and therefore your game will stand out with it. Your thoughts and ideas for this game are unique, so present them in a way that is unique as well. Just because you want to make a sprawling JRPG in a massive open world doesn't mean you have to make it exactly like all of these games. Just because you're using RPG Maker doesn't mean you get to stop being creative. Sure, the engine is easy to make games with, but it sure as heck isn't easy to make good games with.
Hey, it's Steel here again. Let's talk about effort. So it all comes down to this question. Would you buy your own game? People put their games online for others, but then complain that someone else charges $5 for their game. So put yourself in that other person's shoes.
I mean, Jay Kaiser did handle my opinions on social distancing. It could be the social distancing spray. Shout out to 2020. Y'all remember? Remember social distancing? Time capsule item.
Would you spend $5 on your game, or would you complain to your friends that the dev is charging too much? If you can't look yourself in the mirror and truly believe that you would spend the price you're asking for on your game in its current state, then it's not ready to be sold.
Really, in the end, my best advice for getting your game out there commercially is to just have fun making it. Enjoying the process will, in turn, make the game much more fun for the player experiencing it. You have fun, we have fun, everybody wins in the end. Also, make the price of your game whatever you think fits the amount of effort you put in. Nobody else can tell you how to price your hard work, but make sure you don't undervalue yourself.
Hello everyone, this is Steel from Studio Blue. I want to add a few more things to what Toasty's been saying. When creating an RPG Maker game for commercial release, focus on something that makes your game unique among all others out there. Think about it like this. Even if your game has the most streamlined stories, the most compelling characters, the flashiest graphics, the catchiest soundtrack.
That's a cool concept you just came up with there. Fewer encounters, but the monsters hit you stronger. That'd take a bit of work. We need some real tutorial videos. Let me tell you what these people have told you. Let me do a summary of the video we just watched here, everybody. Now listen. If you're gonna make a game in RPG Maker, don't. If you're poor, you gotta buy all the assets or be an artist. Because RPG Maker sucks and is for losers. So get good and get rich or get the fuck out. That's what we just learned. And you need a good story, that vid that Toast made, graphics and music. It's true.
It won't gain any traction if it's a plotline that others have seen before. Prince is going to save their countries, valiant heroes taking on the Dark One, and the rise of a protagonist from rags to riches. It's been done already. It's been done to death. Do something else. It's not easy to hear that, I know, but as Toasty pointed out, RPG Maker games have to overcome an already negative reputation. Every little thing that you can do to set your game apart will be in its favor. Try taking a story and turning it on its head. Try starting in a place or with a character that no one has done before. If you really want to tell the story of your two brothers destined to fight on opposite sides of a war, or how a princess in disguise finds true love, do something else first. Garner a reputation as a developer who makes interesting, engaging, and unique games. Then do something people may have seen before, because people will already know that you can deliver. Steel out. Peace.
Best of luck with your games, my croutons. I know you can do it. Until next time, goodbye.
Well, I don't know about this Toast channel. You don't think I should listen to him? Well, that was my sampling. I got another one for y'all, though, that I think looks better because the thumbnail was way better. This is just tips for adding life to your game. I think since this one actually showed a screen cap of stuff they did to their game, this one might be a better one. Said, I hope to learn something new for RPG Maker today. That's the whole point of the stream. People can't just be telling us things we already know. We watch post-mortem devlogs. We know why things fail. Alrighty. I think RPG Maker's just fun. I have no intention of making a real video game. Maybe I could. Said I might learn some coding. Might learn some GB Studio. Okay, this one might have some real things in it.
So, you've started up a new game, made your way through some epic intro cutscenes and tutorials, and the game finally opens up, letting you take control and explore. And... everything feels a little empty? Lifeless? Boring. Compare this blank, empty map to one that has just a few added details. The difference is night and day, and this map isn't even finished. It's not a parallax map. I just used a couple of tricks to add a little bit more life to it. Adding these little touches isn't just about making a map look pretty, it's about immersion. A game world that reacts, moves, and feels alive makes players feel like they're in the world, not just walking through a static backdrop to get to the next plot point or battle. When making a game, devs tend to focus on the big stuff. Gameplay loops, story and characters, fun factor. And yeah, those are obviously the most important parts to lock down, especially for an indie game developer. The big game studios have huge teams with defined roles, where someone can focus on their specific task and not have to keep the bigger picture always at the forefront of their mind. An indie game dev usually just has themselves, or maybe a small team, nothing to the scale of a AAA development team. But that doesn't mean small details don't matter, or shouldn't be given some of your time and attention too.
Looks like some
One of the
Stardew
quickest
Valley
ways to
type
make a game
stuff
feel
here.
flat and uninspired is neglecting the small details. So today I'll show you some quick ways to add small touches to your game that will build immersion for your players and help to breathe
Hey, we got
life into your
NPCs with
game's world.
behaviors down.
So, tutorial time. First, let's make some moving flowers and grass. I got criticized for doing this once and was told that there wasn't enough wind to blow my flowers around like that. I get it, but I like the way it looks, so I'm gonna keep doing it. And I mean, if Stardew Valley can have randomly bouncing flowers, why can't we? Just do what you want, bro. It's a video game. Now, my favorite way to add anything animated to my
That comment, whatever comment that was, because she's probably submitting things looking for some peer review, and you know, if you don't criticize something, it seems like you weren't given your real peer review. Someone's like, I don't think wind would blow flowers, and that fucking stuck with her. I could just tell.
app is using Yanfly's Doodad plugin, but I understand not wanting to pay money for a plugin like that. So this can also be achieved using events, animated parallax plugins, and probably other ways too. Really quick, a tip if you are using doodads. You can change the X and Y scale of the doodad, as well as the animation speed, hue, and all sorts of other things that you'd have to do more steps to achieve if you're not using doodads. But let's just go over how to make a flower event for now. First step, find a flower. I'm using this cute little one by Cyanide. Step 2, make it bounce. I'm going to move the flower's head around and then rotate the stem to match it.
Should we put moving flowers in our games, or would that aesthetically upset someone? I don't know where we'd really put them. I guess in the forest, but that's where all the craters are. I need to look into a doodad plugin now. These tutorial people are expecting the mostest out of me.
Then I'll play with the leaves rotation too.
Mike, you should unveil the Schindler's List of all the actual free plugins. Because I keep wanting to learn this plugin shit. Everyone's like, oh, so easy. And then I find out you gotta pay for all of them. And it's like, well, I'd like to try them out or something. I don't fucking know what I'm doing. And everyone I find is paid. I don't know where the free ones are. Xander, don't eat the flowers.
Event, check the stepping, direction fix, and through options, and set the event to the same as character. That way, we can walk behind, in front of, and through the event. Direction fix is so if we click on it, it won't try to change.
Means you gotta make a way bigger map like this to justify it. Like I said, I don't think we got any room for moving flowers on our small little map.
To one of the blank direction frames. And stepping is what's playing our different frames. Now, let's add a bunch.
Yeah, if I just... Well, if you can walk through the flowers, I guess it doesn't matter.
Samey.
I feel like all the flowers would be on Fuyan's side of the pond over here.
Let's go in and adjust the flowers' speeds. And there we go, looking more natural. Also, even though I just stuck to one single little flower for our event, you could make bigger events with multiple flowers moving differently to get a different effect. The same event concept can be used to make smoke coming out of chimneys, leaves falling from trees, and all sorts of other effects.
This does seem pretty easy to do. Lily pads, I could do that. I could make some moving things in the water. That'd be kind of cool. I could make a little fucking sea dragon swimming across, because we're not going to do anything with this waste of a map space over here. We might as well make a fucking zoo. A goddamn Sea World. Well, that's going to be Sea World. Don't you worry about that oasis over there.
So, we animated a flower. Now let's animate a bridge. I got asked like ages ago how I did my swinging rope bridge thing from my waterfall effect video, and I promised I'd make a tutorial. Better late than never, I guess? Honestly, to achieve the effect is really simple. We're just going to move some pixels up and down. For this demonstration, let's use the bridge from RPG Maker XP because it looks the most ropey? Rope-like? There are better rope bridge assets out there, or you can even draw your own, but we'll go with this one for today. First, take this center part of the bridge and duplicate it into all 3 of the looking down frames on our character sprite. Then we'll take this little bit that goes over the player and put it on a different direction, duplicating it like we did with the rest of the bridge. The part that goes on top of the character is going to be its own event. And now we're just going to adjust some pixels. Make sure you do the same thing to the part of the bridge that goes over the character as you do to the part that goes behind. The middle frame of the 3 is the one that the bridge will be when it's still, while the left and right frames are our animation. I'll go ahead and make the left and right ends of the bridge events too, but we don't need to animate these.
Based?
Ropes, people. They're the ultimate. Ropes are the ultimate trick now. The infinite be a bully on the internet and be a pot smoker trick. If you join my Discord, I'll tell you how to do it today. You can join the Rope Club.
Now, let's actually start making our events. I'll lay down the left end first. Make sure you select Direction Fix, seeing as our different pieces are tied to specific directions. And since this is one of the pieces of bridge we'll walk on top of, set it to appear below characters. One grid down from this, let's place the piece that goes on top. Everything is the same, except this piece should be set to above characters, so it'll appear above us. The next part is harder because this is where we actually play the animated bit. Lay down the center piece of your bridge and set it to Direction Fix and below character. However, this time we're going to set the trigger to player touch. As for the event contents, have it turn on Self Switch A. Duplicate this event page and make the condition of the second page Self Switch A, and set this page's trigger to parallel, so it'll run automatically in the background. For now, just have the event contents be a movement route for this event.
Fish flying in the water, that'd be an easy one. That'd be a fun one. New channel name, I'm still Demon Cringe. You know, oh, you mean about the rope secrets? We can't share those. Not in public. No, I'm Demon Cringe, you see, let me explain how this works. If anyone's like, this channel is god-awful, this channel is stupid, she fucking makes a stupid game in RPG Maker like anyone cares. Oh god, everyone else can cover Hassan Piker. Who gives a fuck? Undertale? Wow, are we in 2016? I'm just gonna respond to you with... The channel's called Demon Cringe. It was always meant to be cringe. Who the fuck are you to make fun of my art? God, I know it's lit. Y'all can't get me. Oh, in the Discord? You just throw it in RPG Maker suggestions. Just make a thread there wherever. I'll figure out where it is.
Turn on the stepping animation, wait 10 frames, and then turn the stepping animation off. After that, turn off Self Switch A. That way, the event changes back to the first page until we touch it again. That's the setup for the lower part of the bridge, but we want the upper part to animate as well. So, create an event for the upper part of the bridge. Make sure to Direction Fix and set the event to above characters. Now, make this event a parallel event. Inside the event contents, you're going to make a conditional branch using this script. What this script is doing is checking if a different event's self-switch A is on. This part says the map we're currently on, this is the ID of the event whose self-switch we're checking, and this means self-switch A. We can set it to B, C, or D, but we're looking for A. We want to check if the lower part of the bridge that corresponds to this upper part has self-switch A on. If so, we're going to play the same movement route that we played on the lower part on the upper part. This makes both bridge pieces wiggle at the same time. Now we just do this for every piece of the bridge, making sure to change the numbers in the script to match the event ID of the bridge piece's corresponding piece. Once we've set up all of our pieces, we have a wiggly bridge!
Is that what our bridge is gonna look like? By the time we get that piece of wood to go over the river, should we make a beautiful parallax map like this and just zoom in and it's like, oh, this is what the world always truly looks like?
Let's move on to atmosphere, lighting, weather, and sound. I do my lighting through a combination of parallax mapping and doodads, but there's some great lighting plugins out there, so I just want to quickly shout out the community lighting plugin. I don't know how it works, but I've seen some really impressive results from others using it, so it's worth looking into. Weather can really help build atmosphere, and I'm not talking about just the built-in rain or snow or whatnot. One plugin that I could not live without is Moghunter's WeatherX. You can get the plugin by downloading Mog's Master MV demo, if you're using RPG Maker MV. The plugin help file is in Portuguese, which I'm gonna bet a lot of my viewers do not speak, and neither do I, so let's have a quick overview of the plugin. The plugin command to call
Now they're finally I'll learn about plugins, finally!
weather is as such: ID, type, power, speed, blend type, and file name. ID is so you can set up more than one weather at a time. Notice that on this map, I have weathers 0, 1, and 2. So 3 weathers all playing at once. Type is the preset style of weather, which Moghunter has a list of this in the plugin help file. And it is in English, I think, or maybe I just Google translated mine. I'm pretty sure it's in English. Power and speed are what they sound like and require a lot of finicking with to get the way you want them. Blend type can be 0 or 1. 0 is like a normal blend type, 1 is addition, so it's going to show up all glowy and see-through on your map. It works pretty good for rain, actually. And finally, the image file is what you want your weather to look like. You have to set up a folder to keep your weather files in, but Moghunter has one of those already in the Master MV demo thing, so you can just move that folder over to your game folder. Moghunter's default weather images are a little garish, so I recommend using more minimalistic images. For example, this.
Say, at least she's showing us how to do stuff. At least she isn't even saying buy the plugin. She's just saying, this is what I use. This is what you do to bring life to your thing. She's not saying, stop being poor and don't make a bad game with default assets, you piece of shit. Like I said, this video is much more helpful.
This is my snow.
Goodbye, Xander. Have fun on your side quest.
Snowflakes.
Snowflakes would be
sound
fun.
Design is a video all on its own. But here's one of my favorite small tricks. This plugin, MBS Sound Emittance, allows you to set up sounds that get louder or softer, depending on your distance from the event that creates the sound. I especially like to use this to create ticking clocks, burning fires, and river sound effects.
footsteps. How we feel about that? Do we need footsteps? It's not a stupid sound that'll piss everybody the fuck off. Maybe different footsteps for every map. I don't know. But I guess that's what this plugin's for.
On the subject of sound design, let's talk footstep sounds. I use regions to set this up, and I feel like there's definitely a better way to do this, so feel free to tell me all about it in the comments. But what I do is basically I have an event at the corner of each map where I want footstep sounds, because sometimes I don't want them. And it calls two common events. The first common event, Detect Region ID, sets the player's map X and Y to two variables. I then use the get location info to check the region IDs of the player's X and Y, where the player's standing. Then, to do something with our region info, the footstep sound common event has a bunch of conditional checks. We'll look at the inside step sound to get an idea of what we're doing. First, I set up region 71 to be my inside step sound, so if our region ID variable is set to 71, it triggers a second conditional check, which is a script to check if the player is moving. If that's true, you could just play the sound there, but I'm extra, so I set up a third nesting condition. First, I set another variable to choose randomly between 1 and 2. If that variable is 1, it plays the sound, and if that variable is 2, it plays the same sound with slightly different pitch and volume. That adds a bit of natural randomness to the step sounds. You can do more than just sound with this, by the way. Like for water step, I show a ripple animation on the player in addition to playing a sound. On a similar note as step sounds, there are footprints, which are really cool and a pain in the butt. Honestly, just use the plugin. Hog Hunter has a great one, and there are plenty others. NPCs with behaviors. It's not only more visually enticing for NPCs to do things other than just stand around, but it also serves a storytelling purpose. Instead of an NPC just hanging out, we could have him drinking a drink, smoking a pipe, sleeping, or he could even just be sitting there, but like cuter. Whatever we choose to make our NPCs do can show off their personality or tell more about the setting. Now, there are of course times when you need NPCs to just stand or walk around, and they can reveal their quirks through their dialogue. But sprinkling in some NPCs with unique behaviors is a really nice trick.
Ooh, unique behaviors, let's go. As long as we're not making any of them jacking off. Is there an obscure unfinished Temple OS game? I'm not aware of this.
Since we're kind of isolated out here with all this water, I think it would make sense if we had a fisherman who travels to this waterfall to catch some dinner. There are some already made NPC behavior sprites in the default RPG Maker sprite styles. By the way, across the different RPG makers, VX Ace has the most behavior sprites that people have made. It's actually really cool. But I'm using my own type of sprite, so let's just make our own. Looking at it, I think I can just edit and reuse my smoking farmer dude and turn him into a generic fisherman guy.
They're making whole games on Temple. Can we make RPG Maker for Temple OS so we can be on the true fucking operating system as we navigate this world? Anyone got any fun dialogue? Should Finn reveal that she's got secrets as she opens up the shop to exchange things? That's what I'm working on right now over here. Working on an event to say, hey, you got a dog collar? Use this computer. We can change that into something. That's the idea I got going on right here. No gross out humor in my game, because I don't like it. This is a girl cozy game. Enjoy the speed drawing, everybody. I get it. She can do art and
Your
we
Offsets
can't.
plugin by Deidre. Ko-Fi? Like lo-fi? I don't know. How do you pronounce that website?
I think this
I
is
have a link
cool.
to that
This is what
website
I
in my
saw in the
description.
screen cap.
Leave a comment on the type of videos that you guys want to see, or just tell me about your games. Actually,
Alright, so I'd say what I learned from that one is pay attention to the details. Add a little bit of fun spice. Right here, Finn's asking me, why do I have a dog collar? Is that your fetish or something? Emily. No, I'm a cat girl. Clearly. One of the dog things at Starbucks dropped it. What was on sale at Hot Topic? What was on sale at Hot Topic? Why did the news just flash on the screen? No one wants that garbage. This is RPG time. Then that'll get a... That makes no sense. That makes no sense. I'm a... Never mind. Okay, happy here again. I just fixed my computer over there. I don't know what you've been doing with most of the monster drops. Then we'll inform in the game here, inform the player. I mostly sell them for Bootcoin. And sell them for Bootcoin or a magic elevator. Ask me for them. That then still like that still makes no fucking sense. Wait, those are words you just said. Those are words you just said that make no sense. I'll put some... There we go. But anyway, I won't stop charging for healing. That's the thing, when we come back here, she's gonna start charging us. Or is she? Uh-oh. We didn't... We didn't activate her charging us. I guess we can just make it so that scene doesn't work. She's still gonna... But anyway, I won't stop charging for healing. Maybe, actually, while we're thinking about that, let's go look over here at this event. When does she start charging? She starts charging for 500 Bitcoin, which is kind of ridiculous. That's like the price of 5 potions, but this does more than 5 potions. And I'll eventually have another party. We gotta start thinking about our support character. I've been contemplating the security guard. I've contemplated iDubbbz. Just someone we know a lot about, so we can give him a whole bunch of skills and shit. Okay, so this starts when self-switch A goes off. Oh no, it starts with when Fuyan Boy is gone. But then does this activate anything? Self-switch on, bad ethics. It's just self-switches, so I don't... I don't know. Anyway, I won't stop charging for healing. So I'll let you use... the internet to trade those goods for items. And then Emily's just gonna say something like, oh god, more stuff. Great, more things, but at least I can try it out. That sucks. That's what X Bounty wanted to see, where she starts charging. Okay, and then we'll have this set of self-switch. Control self-switch A. Self-switch A. Then this will exit event processing for us. We need to make sure to do that. Exit events processing. Where is that hidden again? Yeah, exit event processing, so we can get out of that screen. We'll put her back over here. She's allowed to go wherever she wants, I don't care. Same as characters, walking, random. We're gonna give her healing back. We'll just copy and paste that shit. So just copy and paste all this over to her. Ungravify. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's see if we did this. We really gotta change that opening theme. And the font. Continue. This is where we were. Alright, fuck this Starbucks. They've been too rude to me! They are incompetent at Starbucks. I need to get to floor 5 for some reason. I already forgot. Are we not going in order? Going up a 100-floor tower in order? Not in this economy. Please bring something that proves you deserve to be more than a cat girl at a coffee shop. Seems like I'm indeed on an adventure. I literally slept on a stool, so why am I complaining? Maybe I'll figure out who I actually am. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why? Anyway, I'll fix that fucking elevator. Let's go to the... Oh, fuck! That's a pretty bad animation. Hey! Hey. Hey. So, why do you have a dog collar? Is that your fetish or something? No, I'm a cat girl. Clearly one of the dog things at Starbucks dropped it. That makes no sense. Never mind. I just fixed my computer over there. I don't know what you've been doing with most of the monster drops. I mostly sell them for Bootcoin or a magic elevator asks me for them. Those are words you just said that make no sense. I guess she says it twice. Anyway, I won't stop charging for healing, so I'll let you use the internet to trade those goods for items. Great, more things, but at least I can try it out. Then back to healing. She's got grocery money and I'm healed. We gotta fix that door. That animation was pretty terrible of her coming down. Yeah, fish only do carry cash. Alright, let's go to the bong tower. I feel like I've fixed this so many fucking times. Okay. Switch, new floors. Where'd that... Okay, so this is if the party has the Akron medal, then control switch B is on. Maybe that's a problem. Maybe self-switch B isn't on after this. Where would you like to go? McDonald's. We transfer the player to Starbucks. Did that. This is self-switch B. Okay, this is switch new floors. I never activated that. Okay, maybe this is just where we do it. Control switches. New floors. On. Then we go over here and we'll do self-switch B as well. See if that fixes it. No walking. Priority, same as characters. That's probably what fucked me, actually. Yeah, did I ever activate the new floors anywhere on here? No. Alright. Fly, see if that fixes it. Alrighty. We made the cutscene work. She's allowed to live her life now, wandering about. She's no longer over by the sink. Be cool to make this clock over here change. I don't know how you do that. I guess the same way you do the bridge thing. Oh, fuck. Thought I fixed this. Shouldn't be able... Fucking goddamn it. Alright. Oh, I can take you on no problem now, bitch. Instead of cash after killing someone who isn't a fish. No, we're not doing enemies don't drop money in this game. Like, maybe some bosses will do it. Boom, die already, bitch. Get out of here, Zoe Quinn. Thank you. Social distancing spray found. We got that to help us in our journey. Alright, do you work now? Where would you like to go? Starbucks. Okay, we're back in the game. We got this item, the social distancing spray. So, like, we have no missions, but... And of course, the next mission we're gonna be writing for these girls is gonna be related to the Dar Man skit, so we're gonna have some Karen shit. And then what I want that to lead to is that eventually all these women you're gonna have a boss battle against all of them, and they've all got their own unique weaknesses or whatever. That's kind of what I'm hoping for. So for the Karen one, it'll be Pixie Locks, and she's the manager that's gonna go nuts. So yeah, basically the next script in this barista drama over here is gonna be our first boss battle. Oh, you can steal their identity? That'd be kind of cool, actually. Maybe you can steal skills and traits from them? Yeah, I'll change its name to Carl Barks just for you. Gotta give these people some unique attacks too, but I'll develop that as I develop my attacks. Dead. I don't know why I give that one such a dramatic death.
Oh god.
Oh, I got more social distancing spray. Anyway, we're back at the Starbucks. I've fixed some temporary problems for now. Alright. I don't know what our next task in RPG Maker is gonna be. Probably items and skills. Wonderful things. I am gonna take a break. 2 hours, 24 minutes so far. I'm gonna be back in like 10 minutes. I'll leave you with some music, and then we're gonna start our next RPG Maker adventure, and I'm probably gonna have to script that barista stuff. I don't know, ADD. But I'm hoping we make a really good game. Like the alarms in Persona 5? Perhaps. Perhaps. We'll see. I'll be RB. Gonna go smoke a J.
I've been hurt before, but no one's ever left me quite this sore. Your words cut deeper than a knife. Now I need someone to breathe me back to life. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive if I quit calling you my lover. Move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe, shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come help. Now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, just like a moth drawn to a flame. Oh, you lured me in, I couldn't sense the pain. Your bitter heart cold to the touch. Now I'm gonna reap what I sow. I'm listening red on my own. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive if I quit calling you my lover. Move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe, shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come help. Now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. Needle in the thread, gotta get you out of my head. Needle in the thread, gonna wind up dead. Needle in the thread, gotta get you out of my head. Needle in the thread, gonna wind up dead. Needle in the thread, gotta get you out of my head. Needle in the thread, gonna wind up dead. Needle in the thread, gotta get you out of my head. Get you out of my head. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe, shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without
spectacular. I'm fun by a mile, radiating crazy style. The universe comes to me. I can make it look so we can see, like a rare phenomenon. You can see today what I see beyond. When I get this feeling, something's about to happen without any reason. It's supernatural. Some people call it crazy. Some things there's no explaining. Just believe what you see. It's supernatural. It's supernatural. Got the floor, got the mic, living in this double life. Welcome to another world, Magic Sister Supergirl. Don't know how I do what I do, but I can make it all come true. Got the skills, got the touch, got the sense, I'm taking off. When I get this feeling, something's about to happen without any reason. It's supernatural. Some people call it crazy. Some things there's no explaining. Just believe what you see. It's supernatural. It's supernatural. It's supernatural. Believe what you see. Maybe superhuman, maybe super strange, like a force of nature, a hurricane. Why does it matter where I got it from? Got my power on and I'm going, going, going. See what you see. Oh yeah, oh yeah. When I get this feeling, something's about to happen without any reason. It's supernatural. Some people call it crazy. Some things there's no explaining. Just believe what you see. It's supernatural. It's supernatural. It's supernatural. It's supernatural. It's supernatural.
Something lately drives me crazy. Has to do with how you make me struggle to get your attention. Calling you brings apprehension. Text from you and sex from you are things that are not so uncommon. But with you, you're all about it. Tell me why I feel unwanted. Damn, if you didn't want me back, why'd you have to act like that? It's confusing to the core, cause I know you want it. And if you don't wanna be something substantial with me, then why do you give me more? Babe, I know you want it. Say that you want me every day, that you want me every way, that you need me, got me tripping, super psycho love. Hey, pull the trigger, feel the pain, yeah, I'm bigger, go insane from a bit of feeling, tripping, super psycho love. Super psycho, super psycho love.
I'm back. So we got important things to discuss in RPG Maker before we go any further. There was some other things I've changed in the system over here. As said, we got our types now. User, fire, woman, electric, water, earth, wind, light, darkness, dog. I think 10 types is good to keep them there, right? Now, clout is a thing we use TP for. I would kind of like some physical attacks. Can we change maximum on this? 3? Like, can we not have attack? Okay. We got the controller. Change all these, because I'm gonna make some weapons. We need to keep these types, these elements in mind when making our weapons. So what items do we have to exchange? Weapons, armors, equipment, spells. We got the Acrid Metal, so that's Cyrax. So that's where we could bring in the Stylist as a weapon. Maybe for our second party member we get, maybe the Stylist can be their weapon of choice. Or maybe the controller can upgrade to the Stylist. Because we're gonna trade this shock collar in for a better electric tack. A multi-electric tack. Dog's weak to electricity no matter what. Said there's armor, so the Acrid Metal, but then we got the gross nose rings that are on the nose ring plant women. That could also be an accessory or an armor type. Or said skill magic, we could do several too. Give reason to keep selling. It's gonna be hard. Sometimes you need to sell that stuff to make money, right? It's the only way to make money in this game is to sell those drops. The monsters are not gonna drop money for you. So you're gonna have to, but if all these drops are worth cool shit, you're gonna have to make some damn decisions, aren't you? Which ones are you hoarding? Which ones are you giving up? So we need to have multiple things for each item. A huge undertaking, I know, but that's kind of why we only have a few items per floor. So Cyrax, Stylus, fucking Scaby Move. Goddamn nose ring could be fucking Schizo Post. Schizo Post move. That'd be insane, right? So as I come up with some skills, that's what I'm gonna work on now. Also figuring out how to get my physical attack thing to work that I want to do. Oh, I also gotta remember to fix... I'm gonna soft lock my game again, because I need to make sure that there's a switch to activate the computer that we're gonna be using. So that's what I'm working on over here. Right now, however, though, we're gonna... I was in the basement, you know, getting my medication. Because it's time to watch something fun. Well, it's also Game Development 101. Gamer from Mars does pretty good retrospectives and documentaries on, you know, internet people. And he did one on Phil Fish. Now, what I remember about Phil Fish is he was a fucking asshole back in the day. Like, G4 would bring him out like a celebrity because he's basically the fucking entrepreneur of the indie game scene. And he was even a fucking dick on there. Like, and Cliffy B didn't like him either. And that was the other video game celebrity at the time. And seems like these people never got any better. So we're gonna learn about the indie game dev who lost his mind, Phil Fish. And if we don't do all the things that he did, we should be solid. Phil Fish lore this day. But I like Gamer from Mars. I think his videos are pretty good. Didn't have the most banger videos today. Okay, let's learn what not to do in the indie game dev scene. We shouldn't have to watch Yandere dev, just, you know, don't do it.
If you were around during the indie game boom of the 2010s, you could not escape the name of Phil Fish or his project, Fez. During a time when downloading games on consoles became viable, his project about a little character named Gomez traversing a world that was both 2D and 3D became the quintessential example of how small teams could make art pieces unlike anything from the AAA side of the industry. Unfortunately, Phil would see his reputation go from indie darling to public enemy number one, as he started getting accused of theft, victim blaming, inflammatory remarks, and colluding with an indie game dev Illuminati. This would end up causing an internet circus with Mr. Fish having a mental breakdown, getting hacked, shutting down his studio, and never making a video game again. But how the hell did this all happen around a guy who made a game about a character wearing a funny hat? Well, it's a long story, and today I want to break down his immensely fascinating tale. But to start, we'll first have to go back about 40 years. But before we go any further in today's video, I just want to give a shout out to my sponsor, Five. Ever since the 2018 Farm Bill passed, it has been federally legal to buy plenty of different types of edibles and gummies. And in my opinion, Five is the best place to buy them online, with them being shipped directly to your door. Now, I'm not the type to usually try this stuff, but will fully admit that a very small dose of these sort of gummies is helpful at relieving stress, at least for myself personally. They sent me the 5 Daily Buzz gummies and I cut one in half, and it worked very well for my purpose. So if you're interested in 21 years or older in age, please feel free to click the link on the description down below to try out Five for yourself. Phil Fish was born Philippe Puissant in 1984 and grew up in Montreal, Quebec. From a young age, Phil showed an interest in art, a passion his art school dropout parents shared and encouraged. At the age of 4, he got a Nintendo Entertainment System for Christmas, along with the games Super Mario Bros., Tetris, and The Legend of Zelda. These titles sparked a lifelong dream to eventually make his own games, one that never faltered as he grew older. His parents were more than just supportive. Phil's dad translated Zelda into French just so his son could follow along. Phil beat the game 5 times, playing it non-stop over the next 3 years. In 1990, Apple released the Macintosh Classic, which became the family's first home computer. The aspiring creative enjoyed doodling in applications like KidPix. His father frequently took these drawings to create Where's Waldo-style Spot the Object games. Before long, Phil was creating his own software, with an example being Cybervision.
And I swear to God, you start to see stuff.
It should be noted, Phil was primarily interested in the artistic side of things. His programming was quite rudimentary, as he was unable to do math. As he put it, "I am a math retard. Seriously, it's like a condition. I blame that."
So if this guy was able to learn how to program, and he's a math, you know, I'm with you, bro.
Let's get retarded in here.
Does that mean I can learn to program? Is it possible?
Time I fell on my head and lost consciousness when I was 4. My dad taught me just enough so I could link stuff together and trigger special events and stuff like that. A particularly influential release for the young child was 1993's Myst, a point-and-click adventure game. When I was 12, I'd make Myst clones. I didn't build playable levels. I got my kicks building environments like a kid building a fort. He once created a maze for his dad's birthday with a tower in the far distance. At the end, it revealed the puzzle's pattern read, "Happy 50th." Moments like these had a lasting impact and taught him that a contemplative video game is a good thing. He kept up each generation on consoles, citing Ocarina of Time as the best game ever, and the PS2 era for making him worse at playing games. By his recount, going through the educational system in Montreal was difficult. In Quebec, there were so many system reforms while I was in school. Every couple of years, the government would drastically change the focus or methods of the whole system. One year, they threatened to cut arts and sports, and every student in the province went on strike. We blocked a bridge at one point. The inconsistency made things confusing, and as a result, he got terrible grades in every class except art and English. Towards the end, Phil made it a point to draw all day instead of paying attention. It ultimately proved beneficial, but at the time, there was no certainty. Upon graduating from high school, his class had a formative experience. They went on a camping trip after prom, driving an hour out of town to set up tents in the forest. This led to his first encounter with LSD, vividly recounting wandering off into the woods and discovering a rave. It was an early taste of the drug-infused counterculture. This carried into his actual life, frequently taking THC to get his creative juices going, and self-admittedly becoming an alcoholic. Whenever there's booze, I will drink lots of it, to the point of losing hours of my...
Is this the only, I don't think I've ever heard of another alcoholic programmer. I don't think. I mean, Terry Davis was addicted to whatever his brain was telling him to be. Like, fucking... This is a first. I just can't see a drunk putting their nose to the grindstone and fucking bringing out a game.
My life, waking up locked in a deserted subway station covered in my own vomit. Good times. That's why they call it substance abuse. Also, I can't work when I'm drunk. Soon after, Phil enrolled into college, lasting only a month before dropping out. A year later, he entered into a one-year game design program at the Montreal National Animation and Design Center. It was an intensive experience, with the 20-year-old stating the entire course cost him $16,000 Canadian. He sometimes worked 32-hour shifts, admitting by the end he was just bat and that he learned how to make stuff and put it in a pipeline. Learned 3D, learned animation, wanted to learn design, did not learn design. He graduated from the program in 2004 and shortly after landed the first job of his career at Ubisoft. It was his time there that taught him game design, and he was excited to finally achieve his lifelong dream. Unfortunately, he'd later describe this period as the worst part of his life. It showed him a side of the industry that was deeply impersonal, to the point he almost gave up entirely. Hundreds of people on your team, you don't know any of their names. Years and years thinking this was my dream, only to realize it's a sweatshop. Phil's first credit is a PlayStation tie-in for the movie Open Season in 2006. However,
what a shame. I mean, it's cool to be like a nobody from one of these games and fucking make it, but Open fucking Season. I didn't even remember that existed until it was said here.
His time there also proved necessary for his eventual escape. You see, at the time, his creative director was working on a side project with another employee named Heather Kelly. They were tasked with creating minigames centered around an annual cultural tradition in Montreal. Due to prior obligations, Phil's director asked if he would help her with the project. With just 5 days left to the deadline, he volunteered to do all of the art. This left Heather to take care of design, and her boyfriend, Damien, to handle the code. The trio spent the next week pulling all-nighters, with Phil crashing at her place several times. Against all odds, it shipped on time, and they had a lot of fun doing it. The trio decided to keep working together, and over the next few months formed what would go on to be called Coco Romy, a collective united around a shared mission, to create small experimental games, to encourage creative games industry-wide, and to promote them as an art form. Their first venture became Gamma 01, a cross between a game jam and a dance party. They decided on the theme audio levels, challenging devs to design a game around the input of a live audio feed. Entrants were given just 2 months to complete the project. The event took place on November 9th, 2006. It was organized for the Montreal International Games Summit and Arcadia Fest, a local mini E3 as they would call it. The 7 entries were presented alongside
Mini E3, there ain't even no E3 anymore. Now would be the time if the mini E3 want to grow.
Live music performances to generate the gameplay and visuals. Gamma 01 was a success, receiving coverage by local outlets, although that didn't bode well for its creators. For reasons that are unclear, Phil was fired from Ubisoft after the festival, although one post he made a few months after the event may shed some light onto why. Our employer found out and freaked out quite a bit. They sent their PR goons after us and we were invited to a meeting. A nice enough PR lady explained to me and my partner what we could say, what we couldn't say, how to say it, etc., etc. I politely told her to f*** off, that this was an independent endeavor the company had nothing to do with, and that we wouldn't follow her guidelines. In late 2006, he landed a new job at Artificial Mind and Movement. Unfortunately, it was another gig where his work centered on movie tie-ins. At the very least, Coco Romy was allowed to continue so long as they made no mention of their employer. It was also around this time Phil started to familiarize himself with the online indie game dev community. A major pillar at the time was TIG Source, a blog for independent video games. The site had its own forum, which became the launchpad of several award-winning titles, including Notch's Minecraft. In early 2007,
Is Minecraft an indie game? I don't really know my Minecraft history. That's still pretty big. It's like the biggest video game franchise there is. Well, except according to Ben Shapiro, it's overrated and bad. I don't know why he has opinions on video games, quite honestly. I don't know who he thinks he is, that Shapiro.
and Phil registered an account on their forums. He adopted a pseudonym to avoid being linked back to his employer, resulting in the creation of the name Phil Fish. It's also worth noting that his French surname literally translates to fish. He introduced himself to the forum in February 2007, sharing details about Coco Romy and their plans for future Gamma events. His boisterous personality led him to quickly make a name for himself. Indie design is my rock and roll. It's my great big f*** you to the rest of the industry. My main motivation is that someday I might be able to ditch the biz and do my own thing full time. Phil was quite opinionated, never mincing criticism for both the industry and his peers. This isn't the praise form. Most of the posters here are way too nice and afraid to say what they think. I see the worst looking game ever and everybody is wearing their white gloves, terrified they might hurt the poor guy's feeling. While I'm all for constructive criticism, sometimes people go, "This sucks," because it sucks. To be fair, this went both ways, praising the projects he liked when warranted. This made him a divisive figure early on, especially since he was one of the few non-coders. At the same time, his work ethic couldn't be denied. In April, Phil discussed his plans of developing 2 games at once. The first was designed with
He doesn't like Minecraft because he's shaped like one of the Minecraft characters. Here you go.
Now that's a funny name.
You can take it.
Heather, while the other was a secretive project with Toronto developer Sean McGrath. Me and him met at Gamma, and a few times after that. We bonded over our sincere hatred of almost everything around us, so we wanted to collaborate. He was also in the midst of planning the next Gamma, creating 4 prototypes for the event. TIG Source was pivotal in getting the word out, and as he became more active on the forums, he dreamed of one day living near other devs in real life. By then, he was maxing out credit cards.
I don't want Phil Fish living next to me, not when we're writing things like that. I know it's about the gaming industry, but sounds kind of insidious.
To attend GDC and other gaming conferences. Phil was chasing his dream, no matter the cost. What drove him was his deep appreciation for art like animation and music. To him, video games were the ultimate medium.
It's awesome. I want to be part of it. I want to have a say in what becomes of video games.
He was well acquainted with the era's millennial counterculture, spending most of his time at local shows and having been arrested for graffiti. So he tried to apply those philosophies to his work. Instead of professional design docs, he developed a personal hand-drawn style. Eventually, he started drawing them on napkins. By far, the most exciting endeavor for him was the aforementioned secret project with Sean McGrath. What needs to be understood is that Mr. McGrath had come up with the concept of a 2D/3D rotating mechanic, and brought on Phil to handle all the art and design. Phil was unsatisfied with conceptually similar games like Super Paper Mario, hoping to fully utilize the gimmick. He envisioned a blue sky, green grass kind of game, and spent a weekend watching Ghibli films. It filled him with the uncontrollable urge to do pixel art, despite having never done that style before. Another key influence was
this stream Might consider taking a little art lesson, learning from the experts. I think I can learn pixel art. I believe in me, but will I have the patience?
Mario creator Shigeru Miyamoto. They challenged themselves to have a prototype ready before the deadline of that year's Independent Games Festival. This gave just 3 months to make a playable demo, a difficult task even if it was a single working level. The two put all of their other work aside, at least as much as their day jobs and school would allow. Phil admitted it completely destroyed his social life. I spend 8 hours a day working on a game, then I go home and work on another game. I used to go out, get wasted, dance, etc., etc. Well, dance no more. I've actually been trying to condition myself to sleep less and less so I can work more. That July, he shared the first mock-up of what eventually became known as Fez, and a week and a half later, he made an official thread dedicated to the project. Fez is Renaud Baydar on code, and myself on everything else. The game is a puzzle/platformer/explorer, sort of. I can't say too much about it yet. The name was a play off Rez, a music-based game Fish enjoyed, as well as his own fondness for the hat. I used to love the Addams Family as the weird little kid I was. I always really liked this image of the intellectual sitting down in a big chair to read a book, wearing a bathrobe and a fez. Man, I need to get me a fez. To put it simply, the fez was Phil's fedora. It's worth noting that at this stage, McGrath had already left the project. Sean had this idea for an abstract puzzler that used a similar 4 sides mechanic, but I wanted to make a more traditional platformer using that twist. We had a falling out, and that project died. Renaud replaced him as the programmer, though they continued to build off of McGrath's original mechanic, a decision that proved controversial later on. Until then, they focused on getting the demo ready for IGF 2008, bringing on musician 6955, real name Jason DeGroot, to handle the score and sound effects. Over time, the very first prototype took shape, landing a protagonist with the titular hat named Gomez.
That's where he gets his 3D power from, because the Fez is a cube, and, well, that's it, really. That's my logic for that.
Now, are we sure that when he was on the sauce, he didn't get into that time cube business, and that's what led us here? We'll find out. What game has really cool art? Better not be open season.
That October, Phil announced the first demo was completed, releasing a teaser trailer later that week. Within 24 hours, it amassed over 10,000 views, receiving coverage from several gaming outlets. A month later, CocoRomi held their next Gamma event, receiving a total of 18 entries. Jason DeGroot was one of the featured musicians, and upon seeing Fez's teaser trailer, became a producer on the project. Phil quickly rose in notoriety, being invited for an interview on Mnet, a Quebec television show. During the program, the crew and an employee from Ubisoft Montreal praised Assassin's Creed, remarking it sure beats something made by 2 guys in a basement. Later on, she asked Phil what he did for work, to which he replied, "I make games in a basement." In a conversation with Arthouse Games, he noted they had just welcomed a 4th member to CocoRomi, Cindy Poramba, who was more on the academic side of things. Notably, McGrath, who had quit the project, can be seen in the comments to this article, simply describing the production as a, quote, train wreck. In December 2007, IGF announced that year's finalists, with Fez nominated in 2 categories, the Design Innovation Award and Excellence in Visual Art. Shortly after, Phil was profiled by the Montreal Mirror as part of their annual Noisemakers edition, estimating it would be released in 2008. He was a big shot, talking to the press as a figurehead in his field. IGF's award ceremony was held at that year's GDC in February 2008. However, when Phil told his boss he would be gone that week, they informed him that due to scheduling issues, he wouldn't be allowed to go. After an intense back and forth, Phil ultimately decided to quit. His last day at A2M was on February 15th, and the next day he got on a plane to San Francisco, a moment he credited as "when I became indie." I will probably have to find some random part-time job, which sucks, because I really don't feel like working in a kitchen or whatever. It's fortunate that he did, as Fez won that.
In my game, I'm gonna make, A lot of these items just cost 1,000 too, so you can maybe get more. I don't know, from crafting items and then selling it. We're making a whole economy over here on RPG Maker.
Year's award for excellence in visual art.
And the winner of the IGF Art Award is Fez.
The guy who wouldn't let me go to GDC ended up walking by the IGF booth the day after we won. He kept his distance. I just stood there smiling with our fucking trophy. One of the best moments of my life. The hype surrounding Fez took off, with fans making their own plushies of Gomez on Etsy. Fish was renowned in the media, and started being invited to industry conferences to speak as the indie guy, despite having never released a full game before. He often showed up to these talks drunk and swearing a lot. In March, he did voice acting for Owl Country, a game made by several devs who met at GDC 2008. Now, it's worth mentioning Fez's hype was concurrent with a surge of public interest in indie as a whole. This was in part due to the advent of digital distribution. Before Steam took off, companies feared upsetting retailers by running an online marketplace. With people gaining access to high-speed internet, Valve was able to bypass this, opening the doors for platforms like Xbox Live Arcade, the PlayStation Network, and WiiWare. This sparked the boom of indie games with titles such as Audiosurf, Castle Crashers, Braid, and World of Goo, all released in 2008. Phil was aware.
I mean, that's what that whole documentary was about, but that was just like the year. The year people discovered. Well, first we had Billy Mitchell and the fucking Donkey Kong bullshit. That documentary came out, and it was like, oh my god, gaming, finally, entertaining in a documentary reality show format. And then just boom, these indie games just fucking exploded everywhere all at once. Instead of G4, they were losing their minds. They were like, are you telling me there's a world where we don't have to bow down to the corpos and give them fake reviews because they're not real people and there's only 3 companies? Oh my god. It's gonna open up.
The hype around Fez might not last, yet it became clear his original 1-year deadline was infeasible. By August, his thread was filled with people asking if it had been cancelled. It didn't help he also began speaking about a separate game he was making with Alec Holoka. His activity on TIG forums slowed down, as many assumed the worst. Yet behind the scenes, Fez was on the cusp of an entirely new phase of production. It was at this point Phil was able to secure a loan from the Canadian government, launching his own startup company called Polytron Corporation. It was co-founded by Jason DeGroot. This allowed him to work on Fez full-time, opening their own offices in Montreal. That was on top of hosting Gamma 3D in November. Throughout the fall, Fish claimed they didn't have internet in their office for some reason, and upon his return to the web revealed just how chaotic the previous year had been. In the year 2008, I started a company. I quit my job. I flew to GDC. I won an award. My father survived leukemia. My grandfather did not survive his cancer. I found offices for Polytron. I had Gamma 3D. I had 4 people crash my place. I had 9 different housemates. I found love. Fez's projected release date was pushed to early 2010, with the announcement that it would be coming to Xbox Live Arcade. Polytron received additional loans from other sources, though by summer he noted they were already pretty low on money. This led him to explicitly state that a PC port was unviable, though he would later argue this was for the game's benefit. It's made to be played with a controller on a couch on a Saturday morning. I get so many comments shouting at me that I'm an idiot for not making a PC version. You'd make so much more money. It's a console game for console. End of story. It was around this time he became active on Twitter again after 2 years of inactivity. At this stage, Phil deliberately kept most details of the game close to his chest due to its emphasis on secrets and discovery. While the decision makes sense today, it didn't inspire confidence in those eagerly hoping for new updates. Instead, Polytron presented what he had made with Alec, the mobile game Power Pill. In December of 2009, Kokoromi announced Gamma 4. It smashed previous records with a total of 154 entries. As a result, they were invited by Indie Game Summit to bring the event to San Francisco. Unfortunately, such a task was out of budget, so in February 2010 they launched a Kickstarter. It was a success, raising $10,000, and Gamma went off without a hitch as the release date for Fez came and went. Throughout 2010, public updates on the game were minimal. Its thread on TIG forums was filled with users who suspected it was cancelled. To satiate them,
Users. Still think Fez looks pretty good, though.
he provided a few rare glimpses of gameplay while stating there would be no enemies or combat. Thanks for all the kind words. It's really nice to have some positive internet reinforcement for a change. While little was being said publicly, something was brewing at the Polytron offices. In May 2010, word began to spread of a new Kickstarter titled Indie Game of the Movie. Entranced by GDC, Blinkworks Media sought to make a documentary that captured the human side of the creative process and the connections between game and game maker. With the goal set at 15 grand, it managed to raise over 23. The filmmakers would go on to interview over 30 developers. After recording 300 hours of footage, they decided on cutting the film down to focus on just 4 individuals. Jonathan Blow, creator of Braid, Edmund McMillan and Tommy Rafunas, creators of Super Meat Boy, and of course, Phil Fish. They first visited the Polytron offices in early October, giving a glimpse into how the public pressure for a release date was beginning to affect the red-headed protagonist.
It's taking too long. F*** off. Jesus Christ. Like, it really gets to me. I guess, that's the price you pay for being indie.
By this point, Fez had been in production for 1,137 days. The film notes that so far, they had missed every Xbox milestone. This was partially due to the game being completely redesigned 3 separate times.
Everything was kind of coming along, and then my dad was diagnosed with leukemia. Shortly after that, my parents divorced. Shortly after that, my girlfriend left me about a year ago. Sometime after that, there started being a lot of tension between me and the guy who owned the other half.
The partner in question was Jason DeGroot. While the exact reason for his departure is unclear, evidently it was on bad terms. It was a huge blow as he was responsible for the business side of the operation. This left Phil in charge of every single aspect of the company. Almost immediately after, they lost their funding, leaving him in the position we see in the film.
We don't have any money. I'm overworked and overstressed about the business. That's that's like my incentive to finish it, is then I get to not kill myself.
As a result of their partnership ending, DeGroot's music was removed from the game. The final score was instead created by Rich Disasterpiece Vreeland. At the end of Phil's first segment, it revealed that in 5 months he hoped to show Fez at PAX East 2011, making its first public appearance in 4 years. This was already a stressful prospect, as he had no idea how the game would be received. But to make matters worse, when the day of the convention came, Jason still hadn't signed the dissolution papers. That meant if his ex-partner desired, their plans could be shut down entirely if he was denied permission to run the booth. The film follows Fish's day-by-day in Boston on March 11th to the 13th. Things reach a boiling point when he learns Jason is going to be at the convention for his own booth, while still not having provided his signature to the contract.
And I'm gonna cold-blood murder him. I'm gonna guy, seriously.
Do you think Phil Fish is why that person went on Kickstarter or the company or whatever and was like, this documentary needs to be made? This is truly the most cinematic user drama.
Ultimately decides to set up the booth anyway and thankfully gets the signature. It still wasn't perfect, with the prototype having numerous game-breaking bugs. But they were successful in revitalizing hype for Fez, proving to the world the game did in fact exist.
I don't know, I'm hoping that it kind of, like, oh yeah, Fez is back, and kind of, establish that everything's real.
Of course, upon returning, Polytron was still faced with the fact that they were going bankrupt. It may have been cancelled entirely if not for what happened next. You see, the company's next-door neighbor was a developer named Trapdoor Inc. The relatively unknown company had just landed a deal to publish one of its upcoming titles through EA. Because of this, they offered to use their resources to rescue Fez. The two formed a partnership, offering to help manage the business and merchandise while letting Polytron retain its intellectual property. Fish has stated this partnership is what ultimately saved the game. That year, Fez won awards from Fantastic Arcade, Indiecade, and was a PAX 10 selection at the 2011 Penny Arcade Expo. Still, when he once again announced Fez would be delayed, this time to 2012, even Kotaku made sure to roll their eyes. And in the following months, Fish would manage to get himself into even more hot water. Despite having already entered in the past, Phil contemplated submitting Fez again for IGF 2012. This sparked debate on TIG forums, with many users arguing it shouldn't be eligible. After all, it served to take attention away from other up-and-comers that never had their chance in the limelight. It also should be noted that there was a $95 entry fee and a total prize pool of $50 grand. In response, Phil argued the game had completely changed over the span of time. He also said that by most accounts, they weren't successful and he had only accrued debt. They allow both prototypes and finished games to compete in the same categories. 4 years ago, our first 30 days of work got us an art award. It launched our careers, and we might not be where we are today without that award. Almost 5 years of work will have gone into the final product that Fez has become. None of the art that won that art award is still in there. Despite widespread protest, Fez was allowed to re-enter anyway and qualified as a finalist for both Excellence in Audio and the Grand Prize. When the ceremony was held that March, Fez didn't just win. It took home the Grand Prize, netting him $30,000. This caused a deep divide in the community. Many began positing that there was a secret indie Illuminati, a group of elites who all helped each other behind the scenes. It was such a scandal that an article was written about IGF's critics by gaming outlet Rock Paper Shotgun. It notes a Twitter mob led by developer Anna Anthropophy, who participated in the TIG Forums collab Pirate Cart. Pirate Cart was a collection of 300 games created on short notice to be submitted as a single entry at TGF 2012. The Pirate Cart was a lot of things to a lot of different people. For me, it was definitely a reaction to controversy over Fez. It raised a lot of awareness of those games that would never have been so widely played if the Pirate Cart hadn't existed. And also just awareness of the fact that the IGF is bullshit. Anna is most well known for her involvement on the game Mighty Jill.
Well, I'm gonna have to add to the list how to make this item exchanger work. Because, like, for gold, you can check if the party has enough gold and do a conditional branch. But for exchanging items, because, like, it's going to take 5 gross nose rings to get the pussy hat that I just made. Not 1, but 5. So I need more than just the 1 item. So I'm going to have to do some variable fucking bullshit. Or I don't know. I'm going to figure out a way to streamline it. So that's added to the list.
Which her ex-partner claimed was directly based on their abusive relationship. Phil was also interviewed for the article, denying that such a group existed. There's so many people on TIG Source that feel like they're being f***ed over by the indie elite. There's no such thing. The fact that indie games has become a scene just pisses me off, because now there's all this scene drama and jealousy and enemies. One of Phil's last posts on the forum would be in response to these accusations, affirming an elite did in fact exist. This place would be so much better if so many people didn't make such a distinction between us and them. I wish I could just come here to hang out like I used to, but I can't anymore. I'm constantly being attacked for this or that, being part of a conspiracy, or having some kind of unfair advantage. Now it's a cesspool and a hive of mediocrity where everybody is allergic to everybody else's success. Yes, there is an elite. There can't not be one. Before we get too deep in this rabbit hole, we should at least finish talking about Fez itself. Don't worry, we'll revisit this supposed indie game Illuminati later on in the video, as it became one of the forgotten foundations of a little event called Gamergate that would occur 2 years later. But for now, detractors...
Oh yeah. The good shit. That, because it is interesting. I was looking at the Adam Sessler thread on Kiwi Farms today, because I have some fond memories of X-Play and G4 and all that. And it is kind of like Gamergate even though it doesn't matter, it never fucking mattered. It is kind of a before and after on a lot of these people's careers. They change dramatically. Like, they all just become fucking nihilists and stop caring. Hello, Kylan. Learning how not to be Phil Fish while I'm trying to figure out an item system. And I gotta have Neko Flame at the beginning, I guess, so I gotta fix Rapunzel's dialogue.
Couldn't connect enough dots to turn it into a movement, as they had no choice but to sit on the sideline as Mr. Fish would unhumbly proclaim, "I just won the grand prize at IGF tonight. Suck my dick, choke on it." Throughout its development, Fez had 3 different animators.
I'm not against that kind of attitude. I say fucking, that's a once-in-a-lifetime thing right there. Beat an indie gamer, winning this thing, tell him to suck your dick, though. I see nothing wrong here.
Paul Robertson, known for Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, the game, as well as producing distinctive bumpers for Adult Swim. He was responsible for the game's animals and some of Gomez's animations. Additional help came from Adam Saltzman and Graham Lackey. I'd also like to mention the game's cover was drawn by the creator of Scott Pilgrim himself, Brian Lee O'Malley. After 4 years of development, Fez finally was released on April 13, 2012, to mostly critical acclaim. Many outlets listed it amongst their games of the year, receiving near-universal 9 out of 10 reviews. During its year-long exclusivity to Xbox Live Arcade, the game sold 200,000 copies. It eventually released on all
Whoa, low. I know it's for indie games, but I remember hearing more people talking about Super Meat Boy than fucking Fez.
platforms, including PC, were consistently ranked among the top-rated releases. The game's plot centers around collecting cubes in order to rebuild the Hypercube and restore order to the universe. There are 64 in total, though only 32 are required to beat the game. This might sound simple, but the point of the experience is exploration, with many mysteries and rabbit holes present throughout. For example, Gomez and the Zoo civilization's backstory is never outright explained. It can only be inferred through details and carvings. The game is also unique for using QR codes in its puzzles.
Need to load up my scripts, my movie
for players
scripts.
who didn't have a QR code reader. To this day, over a decade later, there are still unsolved mysteries which continue to intrigue players who have tried their best to brute force every possible answer. It can't be understated how talked about this game was before, during, and after its release, and the same can be said about its rough-around-the-edges creator. While Fish was initially ecstatic about the Xbox, over time his view of Microsoft soured. Several months after its
I want to know something interesting about Kellen the Fourth over there. Fancy Dan, we know you like NASCAR and Persona. And weird things.
release, the two had a high-profile dispute over the cost of patching the program. Polytron released a fix that resolved many technical issues, but introduced a new problem that corrupted some players' save files. Upon learning this, they retracted, then reissued the patch, stating, "Microsoft would charge us tens of thousands of dollars to recertify the game." He then said it affected less than 1% of users. Microsoft responded publicly, claiming it offered to work with them on a more reasonable price solution. Polytron ultimately
Well, I just didn't know if it was there because of the new coding or something, because I didn't put it there, but so I just assumed it had to be there. So I changed that. But I also found out it's not time on my script here. It's not time for the boss battle yet. We gotta do the Darman storyline, then we're gonna get into the boss battle. So I thought Pixie Lux freak out here, so I gotta write another one of those. Grande tells you the manager is really stressed because the new Starbucks cup. I've actually got an icon. I've got the bear cup icon. So we can use that. Pixie Lux confirms there's no way she could ever think of the person's name or their frappe with such stress. Yeah, I can write this.
faced the brunt of the backlash, although it raised awareness over the business needs of indie developers. Going back a few months before the game's release, Indie Game the Movie premiered at Sundance Film Festival. It would go on to win the World Cinema Documentary Editing Award. The film has been praised for both its portrayal of video games as a medium and the creative process, showcasing an emotional variance not typically acknowledged. It left such an impact that HBO considered adapting the movie into a dramatized half-hour television show. The documentary was released digitally in June of 2012, and later made its way to Netflix as an early example of media going viral on the streaming platform. As millions watched, decisions regarding Fish's sections led the film itself to be the subject of controversy. At this point, it's worth clarifying that while I stated Jason DeGroote's name when explaining the events shown in the doc, you wouldn't know it by watching the film. Throughout, his ex-partner's face is blurred and never mentioned by name. In the digital version, a line at the end states he asked not to participate in the film. The thing is, the day it was released, Sean McGrath took to Twitter to dispute this publicly. I'm pretty sick of people getting praise and credit for being full of shit, exploitative liars. It's not okay to present the rambling lies of someone as truth with no hint of another side of the story. As it turns out, Jason hadn't asked not to participate in the film. In fact, it was the exact opposite according to him. The filmmakers had never asked him to participate. McGrath later told Polygon there were many issues he had with the film, but this outright lie was what motivated him to speak out publicly. The feud revealed even more context. That the game DeGroote was attending PAX East to help with was Dyad, a game by McGrath. His ex-partners were both close personal friends. According to Destructoid, following the film's premiere at Sundance, he had been in contact with the filmmakers to discuss his lack of participation. They eventually agreed he would not be identified, with a note saying he was not asked to participate. In response, the film was updated 3 days later to correct this mistake, though DeGroote remarked rejected would be a more honest word. If all that wasn't strange enough, Phil's new partner, who is shown in the film, is Ken Schachter. Schachter is a founder of Trapdoor, and was also the movie's executive producer. This still didn't spell the end of Phil Fish's controversies, though. In March of 2012, at a Q&A for the film, a Japanese man asked the panel what they thought of modern Japanese games. Fish bluntly gave his honest opinion, a response that soon became rather infamous.
They suck. I'm sorry, like, you guys need to get with the times and make better interfaces and, like, update your technology.
Oh, damn! Damn, we got wrestling promos in the fucking gaming industry. You see that shit? Damn.
We're totally kicking your ass. Back then, you guys are the king of the world, but your time has passed.
While he never actually said the line, "Japanese games just suck," the sentiment was there, and backlash erupted over what many felt was a snobbish, sweeping generalization. Now, to be fair, there were certainly valid criticisms one could have of the Japanese games industry. Fellow panelist Jonathan Blow even chimes in to elaborate on the thought in a more nuanced, constructive manner.
Now, of course, before this goes up on blogs and stuff, right, there are exceptions, right? There are Japanese games that are different from that. But the trend, just like the trend in America is like, soldier looking down a gun sight, shooting dudes. It's the same feeling.
Street Fighter 4.
Yeah, Street Fighter 4 is pretty good, yeah.
To play devil's advocate, I don't think Fish was trying to literally say all Japanese games suck. It was a reaction to modern gaming trends, in the same way he would say the American industry sucked while enjoying stuff like Red Dead Redemption. But most people didn't take it that way, and pointed to games that inspired him like Cave Story to prove the hypocrisy of a man they already disliked over previous controversies. To make matters worse, Fish doubled down on Twitter. These tweets revealed he had no idea who the questioner in the audience was, calling him some random Japanese guy. As it turns out, the guy was a Japanese developer named Makoto Goto, who had been in the industry for over 20 years. It was his first trip abroad, having paid his own—
Oh man, but he looks 24. This isn't fair. This is not fair at all.
—own way from Tokyo. At that moment, Goto didn't actually understand what the slang term suck even meant. He didn't seem offended and rather more uncomfortable, hoping he didn't do anything wrong. For his part, Fish would end up apologizing, which Goto accepted. Other Japanese developers, such as Keiji Inafune, creator of Mega Man, would agree with Fish, praising his blunt honesty. Whatever his intentions, this spur-of-the-moment remark would haunt him for years to come. Perhaps the best example of online sentiment towards Phil at the time is the YouTube channel The Best Gamers. While mostly uploading satirical reviews, occasionally they would take the time to articulate genuine criticisms of games or their developers. On April 19th, they uploaded their review of Fez, swaddling the line between mockery and leveraging actual grievances.
Top of his comments about modern Japanese games, Fish also told people to suck his and choke on it since he won 2 Indie Game Awards that his single game shouldn't have even been eligible for. He called gamers the worst people since they frowned on him acting like a brat.
Classic Twitter. Don't we love it? Gotta relaunch my RPG Maker.
People say that you shouldn't judge the game based on the creator, but I think Fish was aware of how unimpressive Fez ended up being, and figured if he at least acted full of himself, people would think the game was more than it really was. As stupid as he acted, it was at least more entertaining than Fez ended up being, and it's probably all anyone will remember.
I'd say after all the trash talk he does, he fucking deserves it though, right? There's no sympathy here, right? None of that. We don't gotta do none of that for Phil Fish.
The game for.
The video accumulated nearly 200,000 views, and it's been said that after this, Fez went from having a perfect star rating on the Xbox 360 store to only having a 3.9. With Fish chased out of the TIG forums, his new main platform of choice was Twitter. Even with the backlash, he never stopped being as abrasive as he had always been. Then, in May 2013, he left an attention-grabbing message. People see me in a documentary and they think they know everything about me. I feel so
I'd say that Billy Mitchell got it pretty bad in the Donkey Kong documentary, and he just fucking leaned into it and owned that shit. Phil Fish, you could have fucking worked this in. You didn't need to make no more video games. You could have just been the asshole of the game development community and fucking made a hot sauce. Duh. Said, don't go down the Phil Fish route. Even though he's not a game developer, go down the Billy Mitchell route. Aim for the clouds, not the stars.
Naked and constantly under attack. I'm going to get off Twitter for a while, I think. 2 months later, Game Informer published an article titled, Indie Game the Movie, Where Are They Now? They noted Phil had stopped speaking to the press and seemingly left the internet. Shortly after, Fish returned, and less than 3 weeks later had what is now known as his most infamous meltdown. The story began on July 24th, when a writer from Game Informer reached out to Fish and Blow for comment on rumored changes to the Xbox One's policies. They both decried this request publicly. Blow: instead of asking developers for useless punditry about a rumor, how about digging into the actual details, etc. Fish: also, why are you asking me for comments when you're just going to copy a tweet of mine anyways? This is particularly confusing for Fish, as a month earlier, he would outright state Microsoft doesn't want indie games on Xbox One, making reaching out to him fairly reasonable. In light of this, on July 27th, Marcus Spear, the annoyed gamer, ranted about them on Game Trailers podcast.
And I've just got a little message for the Blowfish. Gents, you are the guys who did Indie Games the movie, and some of you looked relatively normal in it. One of you looked like a total tosspot in it. But you can't have it both ways. You're successful game designers. You're indie game designers. Hurrah, good for you, you f***ing hipsters.
To put it lightly, Phil Fish did not take this well.
The gamers are gonna fucking rise up. You think you're just gonna sit there, come after indie games, say that we're a bunch of hipster losers? If only, I think that was quite rude, but if only it wasn't at Phil Fish.
He responded in a storm of tweets, likely his live reaction to the clip. Hey face, the thing with us toss-pots hipsters is that we're not beholden to media leeches like you. And you're right, we're very successful. And we're not going anywhere. Get used to it, you middle-aged parasite. Compare your life to mine and then yourself. Attacking my character and the quality of my work. Nice job, game trailers. Annoyed gamer, unable to create or add to the world in a meaningful way. You sit in judgment, masturbating. It didn't end there either. Fish then claimed he was speaking to his attorney before demanding a public apology. I want you to apologize on camera. I'm being attacked constantly and I can't fight back, ever? Yeah, that seems fair. I hate this industry. I don't want to get off Twitter. I love Twitter, but it invites so much ugliness into my life. Before long, he was replying to and arguing with random users, culminating in a final tweet announcing Fez 2 was cancelled. He then made his account private before making a post on the official Polytron website. Fez 2 is cancelled. I am done. I take the money and I run. This is as much as I can stomach. This isn't the result of any one thing, but the end of a long, bloody...
He just says that how it is. I mean, I think Sam Pepper, it was Ice Poseidon. He did a NFT coin bullshit thing, fucking rug pull, and he was like, lol on you, you fucking idiots. Why would you invest in some kind of shit coin? And that's been morally a bankrupt thing, because it was his own fans that he took that money from. Same here. I mean, if he had any fucking backers or this, like, people liked Fez, I think they would have been interested in Fez too.
Campaign. You win. Now, whether or not Fez 2 actually existed has long since been up for debate. In a Reddit AMA from earlier that year, he wrote, "A lot of non-creative work. I haven't really made anything since the game came out. A necessary evil, I suppose. But life has generally been really good." Following this in June, Polytron officially announced Fez 2, even releasing a teaser trailer. Years later, Fish admitted his heart wasn't in it, and a sequel simply felt like the thing to do. Strike while the iron's hot, if you will. In the end, it was less about Fez 2 so much as leaving the industry, and it was less about his spat with Marcus Spear than a culmination of all the negative attention he had accrued online. News of his departure made headlines, even reaching outlets like NBC, due to how prolific he was as one of the faces of the indie game scene. Many would try to view the situation and Fish in a more sympathetic light, viewing this as the outcome of the internet's war against creatives. A popular video on this subject was This is Phil Fish by YouTuber Innuendo Studios.
If you don't hate Phil Fish, you probably either know somebody who does, or you have never heard of him.
It uses his story as a case study on fame and the effects it has on the people who become famous. Despite Fish's claim he would leave for good, the artist would make a brief reappearance throughout 2014. The first was in June to state Let's Players were committing theft and owed him money. If you generate money from...
Okay, Nintendo, calm the fuck down. Who the hell has this? Who thinks this way? Why is Phil Fish a special user? What went wrong? I don't think we can learn any game development information from this. I think this one was just fucking dropped on his head and drank too much.
Putting my content on your channel, you owe me money. Simple as that. Ad revenue should be shared with developers. This should be built into YouTube. Anything else is piracy. This take only alienated him further, even from other indie devs who were quick to express they actually liked YouTubers playing their games as they saw it as free promotion, a viewpoint that would eventually win out in the industry. Then, 2 months later, he got...
I mean, that is how I fucking get video games. For real, like... I don't give a fuck what IGN has to say. Whatever Gamergate fucking Zoe Kin blowjob bullshit. Whatever happened to integrity in video game journalism, because I say there is none. If someone gives you games for free, you're going to be more obligated to write better reviews for them. If you're a game review website and you got fucking Microsoft Gears of War shit all over your wallpaper and they're paying your bills, you think you're going to be non-biased with that review? No, I just watch Let's Plays. Are they having fun, or does this look like a game I would enjoy? And that's what I do. I'm so glad no one went the Phil fucking Fish route. I'm so glad he spoke out for this stupid position.
Himself involved in a little-known internet controversy known as Gamergate. Hashtag Gamergate was an online movement meant to address ethics in video game journalism, or was a harassment campaign against women in gaming, depending on who you talk to.
Yeah, it's a real 50-50, ain't it? Oh, look, it's the plant girl. She's here.
Was sparked by an affair between developer Zoe Quinn and 5 guys in the industry. It sought to address cronyism and
5 guys, Zoe Quinn. I like how it wasn't just one.
Perceived a lack of integrity in the space, but quickly devolved into a debate about sexism and identity politics. As a personal friend of Zoe, Fish was an early defender, returning to Twitter to express his support.
Honestly, I'm on side harassment campaign, I guess, because I'm anti the side of Anita Sarkeesian. She whatever she did for this shit, Taylor Loren stole her bullshit and is just doing it to use evil on social media. I don't approve.
Wish video games were a building so I could burn it down with all you people in it. You're so...
Like my new avatar? I think it's cool. And we blink now so I don't look dead as a video plays.
Sad. You only made her more powerful. Can you believe these nuts are actually claiming this is about ethics? Hey, I should probably go to bed now. Incredible outpour of hate this morning, proving me 100% right. You made your point, gamers. You're monsters. We get it. This also included a reply to someone he knew in real life claiming Zoe Quinn sexually harassed them at a wedding earlier that year. You're no friend of mine. You crashed that wedding. Nobody invited you. Nobody wanted you there, you little shit. In other words, he was asking for it. 3 days later, Polytron's website was hacked, with the perpetrator leaking all of Phil Fish's personal info. The homepage was replaced by art referencing 5 Guys Burgers and Fries. The hacker claimed to be the head mod over at V and the leader.
God, so it's at the end of this story. So much autism crossing over with one another.
Of 4chan and Anonymous. This public execution of Polytron and Phil Fish is retaliation for his attempted cover-up of 5 Guys Burgers and Fries. Let this be a warning to all SJW game devs out there. We are coming for you. They also took credit for doxing Zoe Quinn. Attached was a download link to a 1.5 gigabyte file containing Phil Fish and his company's passwords, as well as government documents, internal emails, bank information, and other financial info. Some have since claimed this hack was staged, but honestly...
I mean, y'all, it's Gamergate. Is it worth all this? Is opinions on video games worth all this? War never changes.
Honestly, I don't buy that. Many of the so-called discrepancies were debunked, and if it was staged, the idea of doing so by releasing a trove of actual sensitive information just seems so far-fetched. Renaud, who was otherwise uninvolved, would affirm the hack was legitimate. We didn't just get attacked on the website front. The contents of the corporate Dropbox was hit. Surprisingly, Fish's Twitter remained uncompromised, likely due to 2-factor authentication. He would make what was justifiably irate tweets in response to such an invasive attack. This is video games. This is your audience. To every aspiring game developer out there, don't give up. It's not worth it. Give up on your dreams. They are actually nightmares. Just don't do it. Run away. I would like to announce that Polytron and the Fez IP are now for sale. No reasonable offer will be turned down. I am done. I want out. Never again. I am deleting this account. If you see anybody on Twitter pretending...
Anyone buy that shit? I would.
...to be me, it isn't. You should all be ashamed. No matter what your opinion is on the man himself, this showed just how quickly Gamergate was escalating for the worse, and why so many were willing to die for their side. The sheer insanity made any attempt at civil conversation impossible. Fish was ostensibly a victim, but much of the conversation around it was poised on the theory he committed the act against himself. Gamergate would continue digging into Fish, attempting to uncover old scandals as well as find new ones. The first centered around questions over Sean McGrath's involvement in the development of Fez. The issue resurfaced due to an interview with ex-Destructoid writer Alistair Pinsoff. Pinsoft claimed that after the two had a falling out, McGrath allegedly told Fish to cancel the project. The agreement was that McGrath would take his 2D/3D rotating mechanic and Fish would take his Trixel engine. When McGrath saw the game appear at IGF 2008, he was furious and felt backstabbed. Alex Holoka also
Thought he wanted out. So much fucking backstabbing. This guy's just a user, I think. I think I'm ready to put the gavel down and make my decision here.
Commented on the matter publicly. I remember getting pulled aside by Sean McGrath randomly at some GDC to be told that Phil ripped Fez off him. Despite how bad this looked, McGrath himself disputed the narrative in an interview with Kotaku. He states that they never discussed canceling Fez before sharing the prototype they made together, which doesn't resemble Fez at all beyond the rotational mechanic. I said we were working on something, it wasn't called Fez, there was no concept of Gomez. What he even looked like, any of the hat stuff. There was none of that. None of that existed, there was no Fez. It's not like he stole a complete game or something. Like, I think people are overreacting. I'm not cool with what happened, but let's be realistic about it. The next scandal to put Fish under scrutiny relates back to Fez being allowed to enter IGF twice, as well as claims of there being an indie Illuminati. You see, the leaked documents revealed exactly how the company was funded. This included a group of investors in 2009, who offered a loan in return for a percentage of revenue when Fez released. Among them were prominent indie developers who would later form the Indie Fund, a group that provides similar loans to aspiring indie devs. This itself wasn't a secret. Fish himself referenced the group publicly in 2013 in a Reddit AMA. What I referred to in the movie was a kind of proto-indie fund group that helped us out for a while. Private investors, friends and colleagues. What is known today as the Indie Fund evolved from that first group. Now, something I've neglected up until this point is that the winners of IGF were determined by a panel of 5 to 10 jurors appointed by the finalist committee. This jury may include indie and professional game designers, indie-friendly journalists, and other individuals familiar with game design. The accusation is that some of these investors may have been part of the jury for IGF 2012, meaning they awarded him prize money to get a return on their profit. However, there is so far no actual evidence of this being the case. A claim at the time was that the jury consisted of 5 members of the Indie Fund as well as 3 members of Polytron staff, with them making up 8 out of the 10 judges. But when you actually scrutinize this claim, the only source for it is an anonymous testimony from LordCat.com, a former contributor to That Guy with...
Okay, I don't know about Lord Cat, because I thought, if anyone knows about the Spoonie drama, Spoonie from That Guy with the Glasses, I don't like how Lord Cat waited for Spoonie to be low-hanging fruit, for him to be at the bottom. I don't even know who the fuck Lord Cat is. I don't remember his content, and I used to go to That Guy with the Glasses. Coming out here and being like, I could have been a real game journalist. I could have gotten an interview with Notch. Do you know how huge that would have been for me? But it was ruined because Spoonie yelled betrayal at the fucking XCOM booth. Then get over yourself. What has Lord Cat got to say on Phil Fish now?
The Glasses.
A bat credit card?
Needless to say, I'm not convinced. A similar accusation was leveraged towards Fez's victory at IndieCade 2011, which utilized a similar jury system. But looking through the archives, it doesn't seem like cash prizes were a part of the event. The only exception I can find was a special sponsored award from 2018. In this case, Kelly Santiago, one of Polytron's investors, was indeed chair of the awards jury that year. When reached out to for comment, IndieCade said she recused herself from voting, citing that conflict of interest. Whether you believe that or not is up to you, but it feels dishonest looking at infographics pairing these two events together, especially when people were accusing them of racketeering. Antechamber was another game allowed to enter IGF twice. In 2011, it was a finalist for the Nuovo Award, but didn't win, and in 2012 took home the Technical Excellence Award. This means investors may have racketeered $3,000. Team Meat did name Antichamber specifically when discussing their grievances with IGF, although it's completely unrelated to the conspiracy.
I know last year Antichamber won, and that's great, whatever. I actually wanted either Fez or Spelunky to win because they were both built from nothing, ground up, ridiculously polished, ran well, all of these things. And yes, Antichamber is very, very polished, but there's this one glaring huge thing. It runs off of Unreal 3. Like, how can you give an award for technical excellence to something that all of the heavy lifting is done?
That isn't to say there's no scrutiny to be had for how these events were run. The conspiracies of the Illuminati originated before Gamergate, and I can believe there were major conflicts of interest. In Rock Paper Shotgun's article from 2012, the writer notes 4 people who worked on Fez were on the previous year's jury. The fact Fez was allowed to re-enter again in light of that info is reason enough for suspicion. Factor in the 30 grand prize and I could understand why eyebrows were raised.
These people, I have no idea who they are. A lot of the judges are just like writers or I don't know what. And there's nobody's actually going by these rules that are set in place. They're just going by their own personal rule set where they think, that it's quite literally, there's arguments that are literally, hey, this person needs help. And I think letting them win will help, even though they directly say this game is better than this other game, but this game needs some help. Let's make them win. And it's just like, oh my God, there's so much wrong with that. And it's just so fucked up. It pains me to have Phil Fish, directly tell me that he voted against, he straight up just told us, oh yeah, I was one of the many people, according to him, that voted against Super Meat Boy because I knew you guys were going to be fine.
But that's where the evidence ends, and whatever you infer from that is ultimately up to you. In late 2014, footage of Fish surfaced online showing him DJing at a party hosted by game industry veteran Tim Schafer.
Aw, dude, he's still got friends. He be hitting the records out there. Phil Fish is fine. Well, other than this mental fucking breakdown that he added upon himself with his fucking pride and ego, he did get to talk some shit. He did gotta tell the Japanese that all their video games sucked. He lived a life.
It showed that whatever he did next may not relate to games after all. Despite swearing off from the industry, many games over the years list him in their special thanks, including Gang Beasts, Hyper Light Drifter, and Rez Infinite. In 2016, he dipped his toe back into game development with the VR game Super Hypercube, released by Kokoromi. Later that year, Polytron cancelled plans for an Oculus port due to its founder, Palmer Luckey, being tied to a pro-Trump organization. Following this, Fish has largely stayed true to his claim that he would be leaving the game industry for good. Over the years, he would only briefly reappear for a rare interview, such as when Fez turned 10 years old. He reflected on the game's longevity, while rejecting some of his prestige. It's very flattering, but I don't know if it's true. That's like me grilling one great steak and calling myself a steak master. The more time passes, the more impressed I am with what we managed to pull off. We were just kids and we had no idea what we were doing. I cannot stress enough how little we knew what we were doing. To be fair, I still don't know what I'm doing. In 2023, he made an appearance on the podcast My Perfect Console, hinting at the idea he may have been working on projects over those last 9 years, although it might not be video games. That was very liberating to break away from Fez 2, and then realize that I can do something else. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be a video game. I don't want to say what, because I'm still working on it, but let's go in a completely different direction. With that, we conclude the story of Phil Fish, or at least the story so far. Who knows if one day he will return to the internet with something new to show, whatever it may be. In conclusion, I find this enigmatic game dev so interesting because he had such a profound impact on the indie game movement despite only ever creating one game of note. I guess he shares that distinction with Notch in a weird way. Phil lacked the
Well, Notch only had to make the one.
ability to regulate his speech or emotions on the internet. A trait fine for a behind-the-scenes creative, but a mortal sin for a public figure. In hindsight, he wasn't nearly as bad as his critics claimed, with accusations of collusion and faking being doxxed for sympathy having never been substantiated. Was he perfect? No. Was he a good businessman? No. Did he handle himself well in public? No. But did he help bring attention to the now flourishing indie game scene that lives on to this very day? To that, I would say yes. If you were
No, actually, I would say no. I would say no because Super Meat Boy and a whole bunch of other games came out that year. The indie game scene would have been fine without Phil Fish. Hot take. So I got my character thing up here because I need something for Pixie Locks. Remember how I made character sheets with all these questions so I know how to make their dialogue natural and not be a whole bunch of boring NPC shit. I gotta go to Pixie Locks because I'm looking for something. She is obsessed with social media stats. Sparkly Blusher. That's what I was looking for. Sparkly Blusher. Very important. For this dialogue. I'm still working on my little coffee shop thing. I gotta get this round of dialogue done so I can we'll work on the Pixie Locks boss battle next time. Get me some Sparkly Blusher. And then Emily's gonna say, Emily, our lovely main character, our cat girl. Not those profile pictures, even though these are cleaner than these ones that I made, but it's gonna improve on every floor. We're gonna figure out who this character is. Emily, I still don't know how you have this job. Remember Pixie Lock? She was the one who was like, could only deal with children comments. Okay, we're also dealing with this Starbucks Bear Cup drama here. Is very important. So, Pixie, I still don't know how you have this job, Emily says. And she's gonna be like, I don't either. I don't either. But I could also get canceled on TikTok. And that... I'm using the variables over here for once, because it really helps with these fetch quests I'm finding, just to... when we're talking to a whole bunch of different people and then want default dialogue, to just use these variables over here. It's been quite useful. Alright. I don't know either, but I could also get canceled on TikTok. Then I'm going to have this activate a self-switch. Well, no, I'm going to add this. So I got Darman variable 1. Control variables. Darman. Add 1. So that's going to mean Darman 2. I'm also going to do a self-switch for her. No, self-switch. Self-switch C. Switch those. I think I gotta switch those. Then copy event page, new event page, self-switch C. Got some more Pixie Locks dialogue here. Pixie, Pixie, Pixie. Oh yeah, they're in this one. Manager Pixie Locks. We can't forget her title. I'm losing subscribers. No. I just wanna spread peace and positivity. That's all she wants to do. That's just gonna... Excuse you. Hey. God damn it. Copy event page. Paste event page. Copy this. All. Delete. Okay, this Darman 1. Got that switched on. Okay, delete. Okay. Copy this over here. Self switch C. I need her moving around. I can't have her just disappearing. That's crazy. She's on her custom route. Okay. That's where we are on that for right now. See what I got on the agenda. Darman. Someone explain, do we need to watch a Darman again? I really don't want to. It really wasn't that good. Well, you know, since we already watched Phil Fish, y'all want to do a how much money I made game dev vlog? We want to see where the monies are. Everyone loves those, right? I don't know if there's a post-mortem game dev, but that's usually how it goes when the title is how much money my first Steam game made, right? It's usually the vibe. All right. I hope it's a post-mortem game devlog. I love those. Because we could bet on how they're gonna go. Okay, this video's got 11K views from 5 months ago. Here we go. This guy's got some facts for us, I can tell. He's got those eyebrows. Darman's like an after-school special person. I just don't know why you need after-school specials on your YouTube. But I guess they're so bad that they're a meme, and he just keeps leaning into the meme. And that's the situation there.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the video. So in 2023...
There's another one of them goddamn Aussies today.
I released a game called BugTDX about halfway through the year. It's my first ever commercial game. And today I'm going to go a bit into what it was like making a game on Steam, the financial side of things, the stats for those who love stats, as well as some major takeaways and sort of the journey that led the game to being a minor success. Yeah, I guess without any ado, let's get into it. So I'd been developing, I've been developing BugTDX on and off for about 6 months. And
This is our first video on making Steam games that's actually like laid back, stumbling through with our mics and whatnot. It's not, you know, the usual. It might be a bit different. We got stats and graphs, guys.
so take all of this with that knowledge behind it. So it wasn't a massive project.
Welcome back, Xander. We're here to listen to the Aussies on how to make money on our first Steam game.
It was also sort of, I was learning how to create games along with it. It was all made in Love 2D, if you know what that is, but it's mainly a game framework. So it's lots of code and not a whole lot of visual things, which I will talk a bit about in my next video, about my next game. But either way, this is the wishlist stats. Let's just get right into it. This is what the wishlists were on launch. So you can see on the first day, I don't think I'm allowed to show the Steam store page visibility, but you could probably guess by this spike here that the visibility on day one was pretty notable. Like, I think if you have a good store page, it can pretty quickly snowball. But I, which we're about to see in a second, did not have a great store page, but I got 15 on day one. But overall, I had 64 before release. So it released on the 15th or the 16th, I think. And so over time, I accrued 64 wish lists. It's not a lot. So the wish list conversion rate is pretty low. Over a year, it's about 15%. Which amounts to, you know, just a handful of sales out of this. So it's objectively bad. I didn't really make an effort to market outside of a couple of tweets here and there.
Oh, let's see how this goes. Marketing always comes up. Sometimes they email 4,000 people. Sometimes they email no one. I'm not good at marketing. Look at this channel.
I definitely think if I could go back in time, I would have put a bit more effort into the store page. But yeah, it was overall, it was an interesting learning experience, and I didn't put it up early enough as well. So this is the thing. This is what people always say about putting your Steam store page up nice and early, and it's because over time, as you can see, even if I'm not marketing, it still sort of accrues passive wish lists, and these are really important because the more you accrue over time, the more it's sort of exponential. And I didn't quite hit that curve where it got exponential. I don't think I could have, because it's also dependent, of course, on the game's store quality. So my major takeaways from this was definitely put it up earlier. And here is what it looked like. So this is both what the store page looks like now and on launch. When I launched.
What is this game, sir? This wouldn't be one of those clicker idle games that you make low effort on purpose because you just need to put out a game and get your name out there on the Steam store. You're really gonna make the game you really want to make later. I wonder if that's what he's doing, because I don't know. That's what this looks like. That's what this looks like. You like my new avatar as well? I'm just a chillin' demon.
The store page, and it's reviews. So I do have a trailer here, which you can watch in your own time. I don't think we need to hear that. But overall, it's just sort of a quick overview of what the game is, as well as some screenshots. Something I did very wrong with these screenshots, as you can probably see, is these black bars. I couldn't be bothered getting the resolution correct, and so I was a bit lazy with that. Sorry. I was a bit lazy with that, and I ended up getting the resolution very wrong. And that just left these black bars here, which I knew were an issue, but I couldn't really be bothered fixing it for whatever reason. I still haven't been bothered, as you can see now, just because the game it's released, it's done its thing. Something else that you don't quite notice, but is also another little point of interest here, is that these are actually photos of different points during the game's development. And you can see that because this one's got a wave up here, and I added this wave counter after I took these screenshots. As you can see, this one does, but these two don't have a wave counter. I don't think this matters a whole lot, but it does mean that obviously I was very rushed in creating this store page. I wrote this little thing here, which I was pretty happy with. I'm happy with
I actually got this new avatar as a Christmas gift. It was lovely. Lovely Christmas gift. Art.
What it says, not that anyone really reads that. But I definitely should have put more effort into these screenshots. And I do think that, I mean, with my next game, I was able to do that a little bit. They're not perfect still.
I mean, I think the screenshots are fine, bro. It might be the game. It doesn't look very, I don't know. It's not saying, look at me, I'm a special game. I'm different than all the other ones. Like, I can buy Undertale for like $3 or some shit, right? Why would I buy this?
I wish I could change a couple of things about them, but I can't be bothered again. But definitely these screenshots are the most important point, and there's not a whole lot of variety, between these screenshots. And another sort of key aspect of the store page of your game, it's obviously supposed to sell your game and your game idea and what's special about your game and why these people should wishlist it. Because of course it's a store. And I don't think I did that. So my unique mechanic was the fact that it's different to Bloons Tower Defense and other tower defense games because the towers are not displayed on the side. The towers are actually, you cycle through them like in Super Auto Pets, which means that you inevitably have to take the towers that are given to you, which sort of forces a bit more strategic thinking. And it makes every run feel that little bit more different. And so that was the unique mechanic. I think I did say it, but it's not sort of super clear. And I think another big selling point of the game was, of course, the different types of towers, and I think I did that well. So you can see here all these different towers. Someone will see this and think, oh wow, there's all these different towers. But of course, elephant in the room, the game, it looks like shit. It looks atrocious. This is something that didn't, massively improve in my second game, spoilers, but yeah, so I've got this, like, the background is literally just a green square with a brown square behind it, also a rectangle, and then some brown rectangles to dictate the path. There's no, like, grass texture or anything like that. I didn't know how to do that. As I said, I was still learning how to make games, and I was just sort of mainly trying to get the gameplay properly. And what also happened, you can't see it here because the resolution was always on my computer, but what would happen is these would display in the wrong positions on different resolutions because...
Why did he record himself on OBS? Why didn't he just make a video game and then he could have zoomed in on the screen cap? I don't think his screen caps here matter that much, hot take.
Since I was using a framework, it wasn't handled natively. If I could go back in time, I probably would also have done a bit more effort in that front. But yes, so this is the Steam page. Of course, I've got this here. This text doesn't really matter. I think what's most important here is adding a couple of images, and you can see how to do that on the Steam how-to documentation. Some images, even some GIFs. I think do really well here. This is pretty bland. I think that was mainly it. So, of course, my major takeaways here, my advice for both my future self and anyone who's watching this who does want to make games is to prioritize graphics.
Prioritize graphics, you fuckers. We've learned that all day today. You've got no business on goddamn RPG Maker fucking bringing in barista stuffs and Starbuckses. You ain't got no fucking business doing that if you can't afford asset packs. It's the only way to make it. Stop being a brokey. Where'd my screen go? Put that back. Anyway. Oh, I broke myself. I was so angry. Such an angry at this whole concept of prioritize your graphics. Are you kidding me at that? Yes, but were they really prioritized in Undertale? It was just something different. I just hate that everything's got... Ugh. We go through this every fucking game devlog.
The graphics are really important. So this is really important. These screenshots are really important, and having graphics here. Visual things are so much more helpful than this description because no one reads this. Genuinely, almost no one will read this. And if they do...
I need to make more wallpapers. I love them. You stop hating on my Walmart sabers.
You read this, they're probably already going to wishlist your game. They're already somewhat invested because they're spending time comprehending what this text is. Another bit is highlight the gimmick or highlight what makes your game unique, which I did do a bit. As I said, the graphics is shit, and that was something that was unique about my game. Also, it is a tower defense. That's pretty notable. You can see that pretty clearly. I think I could have put a bit more effort into that though, and just in the visual style and the design of the game, it could have been a bit more highlighted. And then make sure the screenshots are visually distinct, which of course I touched on before, and then of course put the page up as soon as possible so you can ideally have a snowball. And so now marketing was pretty minimal. I don't have it up at the moment. I thought I'd just talk about it. I'll pull up the video. So I marketed the game on just on Twitter. It's just like a couple of tweets about it. No one really read it. I think that the difficult thing about marketing is that marketing is based off having a visually pleasing game. It doesn't need to be fun, but it does need to be visually pleasing, and I did not have that. I also didn't have that for my second game. So marketing is a really, really helpful tool, but it's only helpful when you have a game that looks nice. Like if your game, I'll pull up an example here, but if your game doesn't look super nice, marketing isn't really going to help, and it can still be successful. So for example, I've got here Cube Chaos, which I haven't personally played, but I do know people who absolutely love this game. Of course, looking at it, it looks, it's not the prettiest thing in the world. It's definitely got a distinct style, to put it like that. But it's done very well for itself. And I think that's happened not through marketing. That's happened through natural growth. And so marketing is really important, but you can get by without it if you have a good game. So as you can see, I both didn't have the most amazing addictive game like Cube Chaos, and marketing didn't really do anything big for me. I did send a couple of emails out to content creators, which I'll touch on a bit more in a minute. But overall, definitely put effort into marketing. But what's more important is just putting effort into making your game look nice, because that in and of itself is marketing. So yeah, graphics are definitely incredibly important. I know everyone says graphics.
We're back to graphics, and marketing is important. Take notes, class. Take notes. Learning so much fucking shit today. He said if there was grass texture here, this would have sold more on Steam. It's fucking true.
Sorry, gameplay over graphics. But that is a very, very naive approach if you want to sell copies of your game, because gameplay is great, but graphics are also pretty great when it comes to getting players. And so launch. So here was the sales on launch. Ta-da! I made $156, which was above, this is in USD. Of course, I'm speaking with an Australian accent. I am from Australia. So this was converted into my local currency. But as you can see, peaked at the start, and then it dropped off, and then it sort of plateaued for the last few days. This was the first month of launch. And the sale map is not too exciting. So obviously in my home country, I had 14 sales, some of which would have been through friends and my girlfriend.
All right. So 14 for Australia. Friends, girlfriend, family. We see that often with these game dev things. How many did we sell in the US and fucking over here in Alaska? Alaska's just its own country now, I guess. And this, I don't know geography. Who's over here? Who's that? That England? Might be England.
And family. Sales in the US, the game was only, it wasn't localized. Like, the game itself was, but the Steam page wasn't. But interestingly enough, I think the localization...
This is a person teaching us how their money on their first Steam game went. And it's going the same way it does for every other video that's titled this way. You gotta figure out how many sales he had.
Did actually help out here. So I had some sales from Korea, Japan, Brazil. Localization is a tricky...
I think this might be the best sales. I think this might be the best sales of someone at this level we've seen, though.
Thing. It takes a lot to sort of get it off the ground.
Not so bad. Okay, half of them were friends and family and probably internet friends. I don't know, but like, no marketing, not bad.
But I do think, as you can see here, it is worth it. It is worth it. And I had pretty crappy localization. It was just from like ChatGPT or Google Translate generated text, but it still did result in sales from other countries. So definitely something to keep in mind. And yeah, and so I was pretty stoked. Like 156 sales is a lot, and I also gained wish lists over this time to be over 100, which was another goal of mine. And so I was very happy. I paid, I think, $100 to put the game on Steam, and then I don't remember how much, but it would have been maybe 100 or 200 for the soundtrack as well, which I just found off someone off Twitter. And so yeah, I was happy with that. Then comes the refunds. So spoiler alert, I did eventually sell more copies. I'll talk a bit more about that in just a second. But the refund reasons are really interesting.
Okay, that's a lot of refunds, though. That seems to be double digit. What's going on?
It's coming through here. Maybe I'll touch on it after we go through the more sales. So, of course, the achievements. I thought that was also something cool. I was really happy with the fact that people sort of got these harder achievements. I think that's a really good sign that people enjoy playing your game. Like this achievement here, Victory ++++, is quite difficult to achieve, but people still had the drive to do it. So overall, I was really happy with this result. It wasn't like my dream come true. You know, it was $100, like it was whatever, but I was happy that people were playing it. You know, 58 people were genuinely playing my game and presumably enjoying it. And so, as I mentioned before, I did send out those marketing emails, and one of them did come to fruition. So Alexa, who I'm sure you all know, probably how you found out about BugTDX, is a YouTuber with, as you can see, about 200,000 subscribers, and he did a video on it. So this new Tower Defense Auto Battler is pure sneaky fun. For whatever reason, this...
I guess it's not too bad. 200k YouTuber, that's fucking better than this My clicker game went viral. By this million sub YouTuber, and it's like 70k sub YouTuber. What the fuck you talk about?
This video did very well. You can see here that it far outperformed the typical performance of one of his videos, which I'm very, very grateful for. I don't know why that happened. But he plays through the game, and he has a good time playing it. So people sort of leave results here and end up buying and playing the game even more. So that is where these 20 reviews came from. I think before that I had about 6 or 7, which wasn't enough to get above the 10 review threshold on Steam. So after this sales skyrocketed, and I'll put this here. So the sales skyrocketed. I was super happy with it. I made 3,200 in gross revenue, 2,600 takeaway. This is today, so this is 2025.
I don't know any video game news because I didn't work hard enough to look any up. But FaZe Clan, the gaming esports is fine. All the people who didn't do gaming and sort of just ran around and screamed at each other on Twitter and streamed are not in FaZe no more. They're gonna have to change their names back to regular names. Are they? Are they gonna stay FaZe? Because that's the thing. If you're part of FaZe Clan, you have to like legally change your name to FaZe. Are they? And they all got tattoos. What a sad breakup, am I right?
2 years, this is how much I've made off this game. Sold a bit over 1,000 copies.
What? You got news on... Did Duckboy get his channel removed? Is that... I was gonna get his game. I'll play his game. Boxing one, I'll get it. I can't believe he got kicked off the YouTube. I guess I'm more better than him now. Haha.
Very happy with it. My take home is not this number. This is in USD. My take home, funnily enough, is pretty much this number, but in Australian dollars. So I think it's about sort of 1,700 USD or something like that.
So he got 74 diddly doos.
As you can see, this is not the most helpful graph, but this is the spike here when the YouTube videos came out. I wonder if I can enhance this. Then another video came out from Retromation, which was another spike here, and then it plateaued. And then this might have been the release of my next game, if I was to guess. Coverage, pretty similar, as you can expect. From the Alexa viewers, it was mainly people from the United States. And so this was like, wow, this is incredible.
Oh, that's some bullshit marketing, actually, because someone can just view bot their bullshit, look like they're a bigger YouTuber than they are, and then charge some indie game dev, like, $400, I'll shout out your game, and then they make all that money to pay the view bots and get profit. Oh, that's kind of gross. That's bad. Don't do that. Look into these channels if you do anything like that, game devs.
Not a crazy amount of money, but still really, really exciting. Major takeaway here is please, please, please send out emails to content creators. Like, they're looking for games. This is their job is to find games, and especially when they're like underground games, if they're good, they're going to play them. And so my game definitely was underground. I think Alexa did play it also out of like the kindness of his heart, just because he saw that I was clearly, a first-time game dev. But it's always, always good to reach out to these content creators, even if you don't get a response from 99% of them.
Has anyone ever heard of a game called Delver's Drop? I don't blame you if you haven't. This is a game that was announced 12 years ago. I kickstarted it. It's still not done yet. I still get an email every month letting me know the progress. This better be the best. This is why the early access games I got, I knew would be good games and would make it, and they're fine. I'm not doing this investing in early game shit no more. Delver's Drop, it's been 12 years. It's ruined it for everybody.
Just that 1%, as you can see, can have such a massive impact. So massive thank you to Alexa for playing it. And then came in with sales comes refunds. So 11% refunded units, which is not great. That's not terrible. I think I've seen higher percentages, but I'm not sure if it's average or not. I mean, I hear sort of 5.
So YouTube removes videos for view botting. It's almost like they don't want to steal money from their advertisers or nothing, so they want to keep things on the up and up. When's Twitch gonna bring that practice in, huh?
5 to 10% is normal, so this is a bit above that. But let's talk a bit about what these mean. So what did these teach me about the game? So, of course, not fun. Yeah, these are...
It's time to see what we learned, everybody. Do you think he'll learn and do better next time? That's usually how this goes.
It's hard to kind of get a gauge because the game obviously costs money and people sometimes feel like they need to get their money's worth. It's so cheap. Like it's $2.99 USD or $4.50 Australian, but yeah, people just didn't find it fun for whatever reason. I think this means like very shit or something like that in Portuguese. That was pretty important, but I think the hardest ones here to deal with were the crashes frequently and the other issues. So these were very preventable. The game doesn't. This is all true. The game does glitch out and it does restart very often. I don't think it does that.
So not only are we putting out a bullshit game you don't care about as your first game, but it looks like a simple game and you have all the fucking shit in it? I don't know. I feel like you would have the fucking Castle Defense game out if you really want to be a pro game developer. Like, I get everyone's got to start, but why you got to fucking throw it on Steam just to learn that, yeah, you put an unfinished, broken game on there. It didn't do well. I could have told you all that for free is all I'm saying.
Anymore, but it doesn't save, which might be what they mean. So this comes down to, of course, as I mentioned, it being my first commercial game, but not only was it my first commercial game, it was actually like my first big project. So before this, I released a smaller game. I don't have it up here. I could probably pull it up. But it's called Arena. I released it on itch.io, and it's a pretty staggering difference. So it was like this was my biggest game before this. Yeah, which, like, have a look at that. I mean, that to BugTDX, that's a pretty big upgrade, I would say. This was janky as shit. This did not work. Like, this was not a fun game. It didn't run properly, and so it was a massive upgrade, but what that inevitably meant is that there were both balancing issues, crashes, things like that. Please do heaps of playtesting. But this is a hard thing to say, because Are
you listening, students? You listening, class? Are you taking notes? Playtest your game! We're learning so much today on this stream.
I think this is very important, but I myself, even with my next game, didn't do as much playtesting as I needed to. Playtesting is really hard to do. Getting a group of people together to care about your game, especially when it looks a bit ugly and maybe isn't the most fun game in the world. Like, the game can get a little boring, which I'll talk about a bit more in a second. Playtesting is still really important. So even playing through your game over and over again, finding out where the fun is definitely more important. I just jumped right into it. It's just the way my brain works for whatever reason. But yeah, so refunds are inevitable. Overall, the game did get pretty positive reception, 95%. So yeah, I was happy with it, but definitely a major takeaway here is prepare for lots of people to be playing your game, and the best way to do that is by playtesting. I did make the game code public. I thought I'd just like quickly sort of skim over a bit what I mean about it being my first ever game. So you might or might not know a bit about programming, but doing this here is pretty bad practice. Sort of having massive if statements like this, the code gets very messy. And on top of that, there is 1,300
I will say pirate softwares look cleaner than this.
lines of code in this one file, which is a big no-no. You should try and split out into different files as much as you can. This contained pretty much all of the game logic, which is way too much for one file. It meant that updates were increasingly hard to do, and I did do a lot of updates. I did about 30 from it. Yeah, so 29 updates.
Fancy Dan asked a good question. Well, I mean, the video is just how much his first Steam game made. He's not claiming to be an expert. It's his first Steam game. Everyone loves these videos. But we got that code. 30 updates for this simple little thing, huh? Even that's more updates than Ubisoft would ever give us.
These were good to do, but of course, these only happened because of bugs. So crash, save file, another sort of buggy behavior. This was a new tower that I added, but again, sort of fix. You'll see a lot of fix, and that is because this code is shocking. It's pretty bad. It's a miracle that I created a game with this. Like, looking back at it, I was very determined to publish a game on Steam for whatever reason. And these are, of course, the updates. And then that is pretty much it. So my main takeaways here is, of course, things like marketing, things like sending out emails. But I do want to talk a bit about the game itself. I'm not going to pull it up and play through it now as we speak, but I will just...
Yeah, why would we want to use this YouTube video that is going to get views? Because of how much money my first Steam game made. Why would you ever want to advertise it to us and play it? You might not be that good at marketing, guys.
Sort of like briefly sort of skim over a bit about my thoughts about the game and what I think you could take away from it. So first is, of course, making a fun game is really important. And I think I did.
Making a fun game is really important. Write it down, Xander. What's your art gonna do for you if you don't know how to market? That's all.
That with both my games, they're definitely fun, but importantly, you need to consider the fact that as much quantity of content you can have, it needs to be presented in a way that is fun for the player to discover. Discovery is really important. And not only discovery, but each piece of content needs to be fleshed out and valuable. I think it's sort of worked a bit in Bug TDX, but because I prioritize, I'm actually just going to switch back to the Steam page again. You can see how much thought I put into the quantity of content, like 40 plus towers, 15 enemy types. It provides hours of fun replayability. I think I even say lots of towers means lots of, like, everything was like quantity. Yeah, it's like, it's fun. It works in games like Binding of Isaac, where it's a fun-based game, but the issue here is that I didn't put enough sort of things into the base game to make it a solid foundation where it could, like, reasonably sustain all of this content. And so what that meant was that it's like you have all this content, which is great, but it's like, I don't really, like, care that all these different towers, because they all sort of do similar things, or yeah, just didn't provide a massive incentive for the player to keep coming back, which does come down to having a fun core gameplay loop, which again I had, but it wasn't as polished as it needed to be. Oftentimes there'd be buggy behavior, it would be repetitive with this maze, there would just be things about it that just weren't perfect. And even during the wave itself, like, what are you supposed to do? You know, these enemies come through and you just gotta watch them, like, that's a bit boring. And so...
What you gonna do in a tower defense game when you got these waves of enemies that come through? God, boring. Why'd you choose this genre? That is what it is, honestly.
You know, really do focus on sort of giving something for the player to do all the time. If you think about it, like, are there any games where the player, has no choice of anything to do? Like, most other tower defense games, you can put stuff down throughout the wave. Even idle games, you can normally, like, click to do get a cookie or whatever. There was genuinely, during the battle, there was nothing to do. Inspired by Super Auto Pets, but the difference is that a Super Auto Pets wave would last for, 10 seconds, whereas this would last for like a minute. So really focus on giving something for the player to do at all times. Make sure it's fun, make sure there's strategy. I'm just going to have a look at my notes here. But I think that might be everything. I think also the expectations is really important. Like, I was expecting to make, $1,000, $2,000, which I eventually did. But that felt like luck more than anything else. And I was, disappointed when this first happened. For whatever reason, I expected to make so much more. And so really prioritize expectations, and the graphics, of course, are incredibly important. So to reiterate over everything, I know this has been very messy. As you can tell, I have not had a script. I've just wanted to wing it. But major takeaways here is for Wish.
We're gonna get a wrap up. What I learned was graphics are important. Marketing might be important, but don't do it or nothing. And make sure your game's playable and play test it. That's what I learned.
lists, definitely put your game up as early as possible. Focus on graphics in the game, and both in the game, and on the Steam page. So getting graphics here, having nice screenshots, having a good
Oh yes, and your game must be fun. Thank you, Dan.
thumbnail, creating a good trailer, which again, like this trailer is, as you can see, like it moves around a lot, which is really like it doesn't need to do that. It's a rookie error for it to do that. Focus on those. So graphics, and then of course gameplay is really important. Make sure it's like constantly fun. Make sure you really enjoy playing your own game, which I don't think I really had that experience making Bug TDX. And
enjoy playing the game you made, unlike Phil Fish.
keep getting feedback, appreciate feedback, and do lots of playtesting. And I think that might be it. Like this game came out a while ago. It's obviously not getting any more updates, but please do check it out if you haven't already. I think it is really interesting to look back on it. If you do, for whatever reason, if you're strapped for cash, please do let me know. I can just give you a key. But yeah, I think it is a really interesting thing. And if you're looking to make your own games, yeah, please do take all of this advice to heart, because it's something I wish I had taken to heart earlier. People definitely say it over and over again, but people say it because it's true. And so I think I'm going to leave it there. Thank you so much for watching. I am going to make another video a bit about my second game, which is called Fish TDX, which, as you could probably tell, is another tower defense game. But until then, yeah, you know, like, subscribe, do whatever. Thank you for watching, and take care. See ya.
All right, I got.
So a little over a month ago, I released my very first game on Steam. So today I thought I'd share some numbers with you.
Are we just gonna let the autoplay take us away? I think we should. We got one, guys. I haven't seen this one yet. Y'all ready? This one's only 5 minutes.
Guys, if you're only here to see how much money I made, then here you go. Did you think you were getting the numbers that easy, huh? But now for real, here are the real numbers. Now, if that's all you wanted to see when clicking this video, at least leave a like before you click off the video. I would really appreciate it. So, in a month, I've sold 13 copies, which amounts to $43. Now, this of course isn't a crazy amount, but I still think it's kinda cool that I've made some money from a hobby. Also, even though I made $43, that doesn't mean I made profit. You see, I spent $25 getting the game translated into different languages, and it also costs $100 to get the game up on Steam. Taking this into consideration, then the game has actually cost me $82 to make. Now, I can also throw in the costs of making the game, but I haven't really documented all the hours it took, and many of them were spent on just messing around and learning new stuff, but let's make an estimate anyway. So halfway through the game's development, I added Steam integration to my game, which allowed me to track the hours I spent from developing the game from December until the launch in August, which ended up being around 500 hours. If we take this number and say that I've spent an equal amount before I tracked my hours, then we can make an estimate that I've spent maybe 1,000 hours to make the game. And if we divide the money I made from the game by the number of hours, we end up with an hourly salary of about $0.043, which is an almost livable wage if you don't take into consideration that I have to pay bills, eat, and provide a roof over my head, or literally pay for anything at all. But it is what it is. I launched the game with around 150 wishlists, which is a really terrible amount to launch a game with. Most people that make games recommend that you should have at least 7,000 to 10,000 wishlists before launching a game. So it's not really a surprise that it didn't sell that much. I have heard that you can expect a 10% wishlist to sale conversion, which is accurate in my case, sorta. So I'm pretty sure that half of my sales are from close friends, so in reality, it's really about 5% in my case. I think this might be because people here on YouTube are supporting me by adding it to their wishlist, even though they're not interested in the game. I of course appreciate the gesture, but I think this skews the stats a bit, which might explain why the turnover is less than...
Do not buy the game of the game dev that you're following, guys. You're gonna skew their fucking numbers. This is science.
The average game. Now, let's talk about some mistakes that I made along the way while marketing the game. I think one of the biggest mistakes I made was releasing my demo way too early. At the time, my channel was getting a lot of views and attention, at least for a small channel like mine, and with all the people watching, I feel like I definitely went a little blind, too blind to see that my demo wasn't polished enough when I launched it for Steam Next Fest. because having a good demo out during Steam Next Fest can be very beneficial for getting wishlist for your game. And as I said, I was too blind and just dead set to get the demo out in time, even though it still needed a lot of polish. So I think for my next game I will take my time and not to rush things. Making sure everything is top notch before releasing to the public should be the #1 priority, even if you have to delay the game to do so. The first impression is very important, and I honestly think it's a make or break scenario for the success of your game. Like, you can always update your game after release, but on release, Steam pushes your game in front of many people, and usually you make most of your sales during the release window, or at least a huge chunk of it. So fixing your game after the release is kind of a wasted effort because the Steam algorithm won't push your game as much. There are of course outliers, but you shouldn't really base your decisions on them. Another thing I would do differently this time is that I would hire someone to make the artwork from a Steam capsule and other marketing pictures as well, as this makes the Steam page look a lot more professional than what I made myself.
So I didn't put really any effort into this game and the stats are skewed because my fucking YouTube people fucking bought it. Marketing.
This also goes for other things as well, such as music, sprites, and other assets. I think we're developing.
Yeah, for real, X Bounty, like, there is a lot of good free Flash games I remember in my childhood that are better than all these things people are selling. I know people want to get rid of that extra $4 on their Steam card or whatever, but, like, go to coolmathgames.com, I don't know what to tell you.
A game, it's better to focus on the things that one is good at, and then hire talent to fill in those gaps where your own talent is lacking. That way you can make a very gorgeous and interesting game, because at the end of the day, the higher the quality of the game you put out there, the higher the chances are that the game will sell well. Which leads into this. Let's just be real. The real reason my game didn't sell well is because the game isn't anything special. Don't get me wrong, I'm really proud of it, but it just isn't that good of a game. Although I wouldn't call it a terrible game either. It's just not interesting enough compared to the competition out there, and that's okay. The game was always intended for me to learn how to make a game and to learn the process of getting it uploaded onto Steam, and it has now served its purpose. I've definitely learned a lot and I've become very comfortable with using Unity and Steamworks now. I'm actually already working on my next game and I can tell that all the hours I've spent on Bite the Dust has made me a much better developer. Comparing myself from last year starting out to now is such a night and day difference. I work a lot faster and I also don't have to Google things as much as I did in the beginning, though I still do that of course. There is still a lot to learn, but right now I'm feeling very confident going forward with my next project. Now that my first game is finished and I've put it behind me, I'm really excited to work on new stuff and I can't wait to share it with you guys. So if you want to see what I'm up to in the future, then hit that subscribe button, I really appreciate it. I'm also looking into working on smaller projects as well, just to make a video here and there.
Well, we gave him a like, I don't know if I learned a lot though. Get our next video here. This isn't a game dev vlog, but it's related to game dev vlogging, I think. I think this is the stream to watch this video that keeps showing up on my fucking algorithm. I forgot. My notes are on fucking Microsoft Edge. Alrighty. This video is called How I Woke Up as a 35-Year-Old Loser and How You Can Avoid It. Why I think this is a good video, because I just want to see if it follows the same logic as a game dev vlog. Fucking post-mortem thing. Oh.
Okay.
So this is a 35-year-old loser. We're not listening to an expert. We're listening to this guy. He's going to tell us what to really do to make it in this game dev world.
I don't really know why I'm doing this. That's a lie. I know why I'm doing this. I'm doing this because I feel helpless. And there's a kind of power in talking about problems. And I'm also kind of narcissistic, so I want to share it with all of you.
Good video intro. That's basically how I start every stream. I just don't say it in those words that way.
I recently made the decision to stop smoking in my live streams because I think it's immoral. A lot of the people watching them, they're gaming live streams. A lot of people watching them are kids. So I think it's not moral to smoke while you're doing that in front of those people. But
It's also not moral to smoke cigarettes while developing a video game. It's true. Well, I'll help you.
I'm not going to push this out to my subs, so... And I'm still smoking. And if I'm going to do something like this, there's just no way I can do it without smoking. So if you're a kid, let this be the first lesson. Don't smoke. I don't know what's going to happen to me 10 to 15 years from now. Statistically speaking, it's not looking good. But hopefully I quit very soon. It's on my list of things to do. But I apologize for even doing this, but I'm weak and I need to do it if I'm going to do what I want to do here. I'll probably smoke 10 of them before this is over.
Oh, so is this the smoking farewell tour? This is what I do on New Year's resolutions when I'm like, oh, I gotta fucking smoke all of it. I gotta do all of it. It's the farewell drinking tour, as I've heard it called. I'll pop open a beer for him.
So, I am a 35-year-old loser. And there's no getting around that fact. I spent all of my 20s and half of my 30s so far doing almost nothing productive. I smoked pot.
Yeah, that's a lot of people. That's pretty cool.
I watched porn. I played video games. Smoked cigarettes, got drunk. And I never took the time to really invest in my future, my finances, skill sets, knowledge bases, all that. It's not that I have no knowledge or skills, but none of it's very marketable.
Hey, guys, I told you, marketability. He's hit the first one.
It might be marketable for something like YouTube, but
Irax was dating a troll anyways.
I'm old enough to know, and I'm old enough to the point where I don't have the luxury of time where I can bet on YouTube or content creation or whatever to pay off. I'm going to do it. No matter what I do, I'll make room for this in some capacity just because I just feel like I need some kind of like creative, comedic kind of outlet. So, but I recognize that it's not the kind of thing that you can bank on making a living off of. And even if you get lucky, and maybe you're making good money for like a 5-year period, that can go away overnight. So I'm not putting all my eggs in this basket only because it makes zero sense. If I was 20, 25, I could do it more with less risk, but I'm not. I'm not even 30. I'm 35. I just turned 35 2 months ago. 2 months ago to the day, actually. And that's the first lesson. Well, the second lesson after.
This feels like Fat Spoonie who understands his mental health.
Don't do this. But I want to impart upon young people.
You're right, Xander. Why is he mad about gardening so much? I don't understand.
Although I have a feeling if you found this video, you're probably not that young. But in the off chance that I do get a couple of youngsters.
Why was this video on my algorithm, I ask myself.
Here. And I know that the 40 and 50-year-olds are laughing at me because 35 is young. Whatever. Compared to a 20-year-old, I'm old as fuck. And the first thing I want to impress upon you, if you're in your 20s, 25, even if you're like pre-30, and again, I don't want anyone who's over 30 to lose hope here, because I don't think it's over at 35 or even 45. But what happens as you age is your options shrink. Your options rapidly fall away. And what you might have done in your 20s, maybe you take a couple of years, maybe 5 years to explore different career path options.
Dan, we don't know this person. He says he's a 35-year-old loser, but what's his stats? 27.7k subscribers. Got a lot of views on this one. Tonto says there's a whole arc with this. I'll give it a like for how to be honest, but he was doing Let's Plays and stuff and decided smoking's immoral. Does any of our other streamers decide any of their actions are immoral ever? This is new.
When you start to near 40, you have less time to spend researching that kind of stuff and developing an idea of what you would like to do for a living. So it's very important that you do that work as early as possible. If you're a teenager, that's great, 20s, whatever. Again, 30s even. Like, I'm not trying to say like, oh, I'm just going to roll over and die here. That is not the message I want to impart on anyone. For myself, I'm not going to do that, but also if you are over 30, 40, don't give up. It's not, trust me, the alternative is far worse than what you'll have to go through. Well, I shouldn't say trust me, I haven't done it yet. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to take the wind out of anybody's sails. I'm just trying to, really what I'm trying to do is just assuage my own anxiety by talking about this. And maybe as a secondary goal, I can impart a little bit of advice to people who maybe can benefit from it. The number one thing, don't smoke. The number one thing. But yeah, a big piece of advice I would give to you is if you're in your 20s, those 20s go by real fast. And you want to get a handle on your future as early as possible, because every year that you don't is a year you'll never get back. And it's 1 year less you will have to play with later.
Well, Fancy Dan has said it. He doesn't care about this person's subs or the arc Tonto says he goes on. Put the fries in the bag, Dan says.
You do eventually decide to get your shit together. So start early, because I can guarantee you, if you don't, you will regret it. I'm experiencing it firsthand. I guess I should probably just tell all here. I'm 35 years old, and I live at home with my mother. And we're actually living in my grandfather's house. Not to besmirch my mother, but, we both kind of fucked up with our money, although she's doing a lot better than I am. She worked for many years in a good career, so she has money, a little bit. Decent social security. So she's okay, I think. I hope. But I've never left home. And I've never told anybody this. So if my friends see this, it's going to be embarrassing. I worked. I wasn't a total NEET. Back in the day in high school, I worked in Burger King. Looks like I'm going to be working there again real soon.
Future predictor, Fancy Dan.
After that, I worked retail a couple of years, delivered pizza a couple of years, loved that job. Pay wasn't amazing, and with the... I deliver with my own vehicle. If you're ever thinking about delivering anything, pizza, whatever, never do it with your own vehicle, because just take whatever you're making and take 90% of it and just throw it in the trash, because all that's going to go to car repairs. They usually pay for your...
Okay, would-be game devs, if you're gonna be a pizza person, don't put that game dev money or pizza money towards the car. It needs to be a company car. We're learning lessons.
Gas while you're driving. But even then, I don't think they paid for it fully, but they pay for most of it. But the amount of money that you will spend... There's another piece of advice. If you're thinking about delivering pizza or whatever, always use a company car. Never take a job if you have to use your own car. I know that's probably most local places you'll have to use your own car. I'm telling you, it's a fucking scam. the amount of money you're going to spend on repairs, oil changes, and not even just repairs and oil changes. At a certain point, the repairs just become not worth it anymore, and you just have to get a new car. And that's going to cost all kinds of money and debt. And if you're delivering pizza with your own car, you're going to have to get a car real soon. You'll be lucky if that car lasts a year or 2, maybe 3, if it's low mileage when you start. Not worth it. If you can use a company car and you don't live in a sketchy area, I didn't really live in a sketchy area. I had a couple of close calls, but you know, if you're not living in the ghetto or you're not working in the ghetto and you can use a company car, it's a pretty nice job, honestly. You can make okay money if it's busy, but good luck finding that. That's a crazy dream job. And even then, who wants to be a pizza delivery man until they're 50? I'm probably going to have to freaking do it at some point. So I delivered pizza. And then I went to work after that at the mortgage company that my mother worked at. She was a VP in the servicing department, and I went to work in the servicing department. I was a Nepo baby. And for 12 years, I worked at this mortgage company as
I could name some people who are more Nepo babies than that.
a Nepo baby in what is basically an entry-level position. By the end of what I was doing, I had more responsibilities and it was a little bit more complicated than an entry-level position, but not by much. I was only making like 21 and change an hour, which is not a lot, working barely 35 hours a week. And I got laid off last December. The company's been doing kind of rough, and it's the market. It's horrible right now, and they're not immune to it. And I think the company like literally lost like half of its employees over the last few years, and I didn't make it through the last round, and basically ever since then.
We're checking on something. Speaking of Nepo babies, because, you know, I gotta watch my stuff. Gotta watch my stuff. I get a hint of my stories. Asmongold takes a deep dive into Hassan following botting allegations. This guy we're watching wouldn't do that. Is that what Hassan did? Ooh.
Follower gains his last few streams. What's this? Is this real? There's no way.
Bets, people. Is Asmongold just talking shit? Or is that Hassan Piker been doing some view botting like everybody else has been doing? And then this way he can use it to say, guys, see, those haters, those apolitical slop tubers in Asmongold, they're falling off. I'm on the rise. They said I'd fall and I didn't. That's what he's doing.
Now, it could be not him doing it, right? There's no way to say he's doing it. But this is botted 100%. All right, so let me just look at like 3 other ones. Because he was losing followers here. So this is, okay, so this is very normal, right? He plays a game he's not used to, more people, he's collabing with people. Like, he's going to get more followers out of that. Yeah, definitely, sure. All of this makes sense. And then you have this one here. Oh, bro, like, what did he say? Jesus, what did he say? Oh, God. Wow. 6'7"? Okay, let's see here. Here's me. Okay, so we'll look at my last 4 streams. Okay, right there. As you can see, it's going up just more and more and more over time, right? This is a very normal graph. You can easily see this. And then you have another one right here, another very normal graph. This went up a lot because of the phase event, right? As soon as that was over, some of those people left. And so you can see again, and then this is another graph right here, another very normal graph you can see. And then we have one more here, and this is also a normal graph. So that's very interesting. It's extremely interesting. Remember the guy on Twitter who checks viewbots? Call Hassan out, but not you? Oh, I don't know if he did or not. I mean, I see that the viewer metrics account, that account accused me of something that I thought was inaccurate, but you know, you can't really look at that and base it off of this. But yeah, you don't go from 250, 189, 281, 75. You don't go from that to 5,000 in one day, right? I mean, this is just, it's being botted. Like, I don't know really what else to say. And again, it's not his fault. He didn't necessarily do this. But yes, always has been. Doesn't mean he's doing it, though. Could be random viewer obsessed with them. Absolutely. 100% that's it. And yeah, but I do think that I do find it to be ironic that right after Hassan accused me of falling off or people losing interest in me, that right immediately after that, his channel started getting botted.
Yeah, that was, once again, an admin take that anyone else would have taken. That's what I thought. So it can be part of the disinformation campaign. Okay, I just wanted to see what was going on.
For the last 8 months, 9 months, I've been unemployed, working very inconsistently on this YouTube thing. And now the gravy train is ending. I'm running out of money. My mother can no longer support me. She's retired. So the reality of life and adulthood is finally starting to set in for the first time. And I have got to be honest, it is absolutely terrifying. One piece of advice I could give is, unless you're smart enough and disciplined enough to treat it correctly and maybe only treat it as like a stepping stone, do not take a nepotistic job. Again, I can't speak for everybody. You got a family business, like a family-owned business, and you're working for your parents, or that's fine, whatever. But if you get an in a company, especially if you get an in their department with a family member, especially if they're in a position of authority, I don't even know how they allow that kind of shit, but like I wouldn't allow that in my company, but don't go for it. Because
you think Narcissus self-pitying bullshit, but he's not saying anything wrong though either, or is it because it's too obvious? What's the problem?
I worked at this place for 12 years, basically my entire 20s, and a little bit into my 30s. Most of my 20s and a little bit into my 30s, and I'm not going to totally blame the nepotism. I'm not trying to blame my mom here, but I can speak from experience, at least for me. Again, it might not apply to everybody, but for me, the nepotism thing, it just, the whole time I was working there, it was this.
Like, okay, he's going to get into it, but fucking get over it? Question mark? It was, you don't work there anymore.
Extremely toxic environment. I knew I didn't belong there. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I could do the job. It's not a hard job, but, I got there from someone else, and as a result, I never appreciated it. I always took it for granted. I was lazy. I was late every single day, sometimes showing up 45 minutes late. They were pretty chill about that kind of stuff. Like, you can get in like 10 minutes late. It's not a big deal, and I pushed that shit every day, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. It was ridiculous. Sometimes an hour. Ridiculous. I always worked the number of hours I needed to, although not diligently. But I would show up late constantly. And while they may not say it to your face, all of your coworkers are thinking it, exactly what you're thinking. This fucking loser. And as a result, you can, like, even if you wanted to, which to be fair, I didn't, because I've been depressed and a pothead the whole time. Coomer. But even if I wanted to be friends with my coworkers, I'd have to really, really work, because you're always in that scenario, kind of looked down upon a little bit, rightly so. I'm not blaming them, and I did myself no favors by not really applying myself and just coasting the whole time, which just made it worse. Like I was just confirming.
Okay, you're right. It's a whole bunch of fucking cope. But I might have to see how this goes if there's a whole arc. Will this narcissist become better? We can't trust his haircut or those glasses, honestly. Alright, my game's still a fucking hot mess, but let's see if I got this sequence down. Check in on the game here a bit. On the RPG Maker stream, let's go. Continue. Copy shop. Okay, back here we are again. Okay, though, but actually I can't test it because I'm soft locked. I wonder if there's any way to like activate a switch on the game. I don't know. But anyway, where we are in the plot of the copy shop is the Starbucks cup. Venti stole it, or did Anissa lie? We don't know. But that guy's name isn't Darman. I think I can beat Carl Barks. Oh. Streaming, I hate socialism, I hate everyone. We can do this. Pull out! No! I hate that. Get it. Okay, let's see actually while we're here if our potion works. Well, we don't have a potion, never mind. Fucking exist. Should I go for the social media? You guys want to gamble?
Reporters asking me about optimism. I want to fucking just shut it off, dude. I want to shut everything off.
Posted a take on Twitter. Yes, good.
I 100% think you should someday go
Don't share. It just stole what I got.
The most annoying people are literally like the 40-month subscribers. The person that caused me to fucking spiral just now is Hadijo Offliner or whatever.
There.
That's a routine nuisance and an offliner in this community, okay?
Well, soft lock, so useless. But here, I'll go right here. Enemies. It was Commie Plant. You know, as in it's a plant. It's a psyop. But nah. Carl Barks is pretty good. There, that'll be the change we have. It's Carl Barks now, as it should be. That evil redistribute the wealth. Alright, I'm gonna take another break and we're gonna come back with some actual tutorials again. So we can actually get back in RPG Maker. But I do got this sequence down, so that means I can work on the, Pixie Locks boss battle. I said it. Okay, another break very quick.
Generals gathered in their masses,
like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction. Sorcerer of death's construction. In the fields of bodies burning. As the war machine keeps turning. Death and hatred to mankind. Poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh, Lord, yeah. Darkness world stops turning. Ashes where the body's burning. No more war pigs have the power. And as God has struck the hour. Day of judgment God is calling. On the knees the war pigs crawling, begging mercies for the sins. Satan laughing spreads his wings. Oh Lord, yeah.
price of fame. Shit real. For the fame. Man, fuck this shit. Fuck the game.
Young Chop on the beat.
DJ got too many racks on me. I can't even go to sleep. Just to get in my VIP. I'ma need the CID. I don't trust you. I'm suffering. I'm suffering. For success. I'm suffering.
Ace Who.
I work so hard. This my intro.
Fuck this money, nigga, fuck this chain. Fuck my watch, you can have that ring. Keep my whips, you can have that fame. So stressed out, I'm going insane. Young nigga can't even sleep at night. All this money, I done seen in life. More cash, bring more haters. Fuck around and win and bought a chopper twice, cause I'm paranoid and I bury boy if he playing with mine and it's oh lord. Please don't make a nigga do that. Please don't make a nigga do that. You don't know what the fuck I've been through. Plus my lawyer texting me too. Boy, my baby mama be tripping. Talking about child support, I can't do it. I don't trust nobody but God. Holy
All right, are we ready to get some tutorials and learn things? You're right, it is a job for like 3 people, and you're not gonna do it. Okay. We're gonna learn how to make dialogue like a visual novel in RPG Maker. Level Up Design does a lot of RPG Maker tutorials. We need to give them a try. We need to find our new RPG Maker tutorial friend that resonates with my smooth brain. We really need that. So we're going to be watching that since I'm working on a lot of dialogues. We did get Carl Barks done. Yes, this is true. We're here to learn, though. We learned that if your game looks good and if more people than your friends buy it, you're good to go. It's a true story. We've learned it here, folks. Making dialogue like a visual novel in an RPG. This should teach us how to pretty it up, make the text a bit better, as we improve as we go. Here we go. I drank some beer, and I smoked the rest of that joint. But unfortunately, guys, I'm all out of drugs, and only here for dialogue and learning now. What do with me?
In today's video, we're going to have a cutscene where the character busts show up when you're talking. Sort of like this. Doggies. Now, firstly, we're going to need a scene, so I've got a little cinema here. I'm going to have 2 other people in this conversation.
Ooh, this is a nice little map. No, I'm just doing this for fun. I said on my very first stream, which was either the Kroger one or the Sargon one. I keep forgetting. But this is my therapy. I don't need to buy therapy now. I just need to talk somewhere about something or whatever I'm doing.
I'm gonna have this girl here and this girl over here. Now, for the sake of making this easy, I'm just using character busts that are already provided within RPG Maker MZ. If you want, you can use your own images, but I am not making my own images for the purpose of a video. To find these images, you just need to locate your project folder. This will be in your documents in a folder called RMMZ, and we'll click into Level Nights, Images, Pictures, and here we can see our busts. You're also going to need to write a scene. So let's go ahead and do that. No, I'm not going to film myself writing dialogue for you.
Wow, this tutorial content creator is weaker than me. I write dialogues with you, I play dialogues with you, but then I write a lot in the background while watching user videos and drama videos, but mostly making fun of game dev stuff.
Now that we've got our dialogue written, it's time to put it into the game. So let's get the scene going. So the scene's going to start. Ellie, over here. Underneath that, we're going to make a new event, set movement route. And for the event Ellie, and she's going to move up 2. Then what we're going to do is tint the screen dark and go show picture. Page 2, show picture. We're going to find the image, select it, And this is where we get to mess around with the variables. So I want this girl to appear on the bottom left. So it's going to be a bit of trial and error until we get that right. What we're trying to do is line up this picture with the text box. 103. Yeah, 103 looks perfect. So after we show the picture, we're going to put her line in. Then we're going to bring his picture in. So we're going to go to event page 2, show picture. Picture will be picture number 2. And he is going to be Y, 103. And X, let's say 500.
Probably would be better to take that bigger picture of Emily. Probably easy. Since I don't know, since fucking Copilot made it, maybe can give me more expressions in the same size. And then we can start doing visual novel stuff with her. Next dungeon, though. We've already got too many Vitneys and Grandes and fucking this guy's drama. Or maybe when he finally moves and we see what's on the other side of this wall. We don't know what's on the other side of that wall. Floor is far from done.
Again, we're just going to have to test this to see if it'll work out.
What's this Soy Jack on about? How to make visual novel type thingies. I think I'm going to start doing this on the next floor.
And yeah, so that works fine. Now, one thing we want to do is when the characters are speaking, like with any visual novel, we want the character that's speaking to have a highlighted picture and the character that's not speaking to not have a highlighted picture. So what we've got up here is it shows the picture and Ellie says, "I'm sorry, I'm late. I'm always late." After this, we want to tint the picture. Picture number 1, we want to tint it dark. So while picture number 2 is shown.
Okay, so the tint, this is just like, or you could probably do the Danganronpa thing where you can move the picture out of frame. I don't know. This seems like this will be fun.
And he's speaking, she's going to be tinted dark. So let's just copy that. Show text, don't worry, let's go buy a ticket. Then what we're going to do is...
Isn't the Visual Novel Maker made by the people who made RPG Maker? But I've heard that it's better than those programs.
Is tint the screen back to normal. Set movement route for the player to move up, and then set movement route for Ellie to move up next to him. So she'll move left and up. And if everything works... Ellie, over here. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm always late to things. Don't worry about it. Let's just go ahead and buy a ticket. Now you'll notice that she tinted pretty slowly because we've got her to tint over 60 frames and wait for completion. So we're just going to go up and change that. Duration, 1 frame. Don't wait for completion. Now if we look at this, she shows up. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm always late to things. And then she grays out while he comes back on screen. Don't worry about it. Let's just go ahead and buy a ticket. Now, one of the things we did wrong here was we didn't get rid of the pictures.
I don't know about using Level Up Designs tutorials. They are short, but how many fucking Australians are we gonna hear today?
After the scene ended. So after the scene ends, we need to go to erase picture 1, erase picture 2. Also, when it's tinting in and out, let's just make that a bit faster. It'll tint over 10 seconds, wait for completion. Tint over 10 frames, wait for completion. This should be a lot smoother. Ellie, over here. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm always late to things. Don't worry about it.
I think maybe I'll just use my picture and have it blown up to fill the bottom of the screen because I don't like how that half's there when it comes in like that.
Let's just go ahead and buy a ticket. Now I know what you're gonna say.
But Level Up Design, her portrait's facing the wrong way. It looks like she's ignoring him.
Image rotation, flip canvas horizontal, export. Now hopefully that's enough for you to have grasped the basics. I'm gonna level this up. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to extend the scene. I'm also gonna add in a bit of voice acting and show you what a bit more of a fleshed out scene would look like with this.
I do want to see this. We need to actually see some of those videos later that are like the best RPG Maker videos. I used to watch those when I started RPG Maker. Lisa was made with it. There's that one-shot game. And we should play those anyways. Should get those.
Tactic, method, strategy, texture, If you want to know how to add voice acting into your game, there'll be a card appearing in the top right hand corner of the screen. That's going to show you a video that I've already done on how to add voice acting into your RPG Maker game.
I'm just really curious what the scene's gonna look like. Show us how to make a nice cutscene, brah.
I hope you guys enjoyed this quick little video I put together before I go to gym. And by the way, yes, I do go to the gym. I've got a membership, I paid for this.
So this is a playlist of RPG Maker tutorials. I didn't need this guy to humble brag on me, damn.
If you did like this video, then make sure to scroll down and like the video. And now I'm going to show you the
Anything game art related, y'all are free to share. Promo it, make that dollar. Sell to all 15 state senators.
scene. Ellie, over here.
So you just put that in the game, did he?
I'm sorry I'm late. I'm always late to things.
Don't worry about it. Let's just
There's
go
some
ahead
great
and
voice
buy
acting, actually. So, when's it gonna be time to cast voice actors for our game, team? I don't know who I want to play. Brittany Venti. That's who I want to play. It's the role I was born for.
Sam, Ellie, what are you guys doing here? You come to watch the new Level Up Design movie? Yeah, Sam invited me along. Awesome, we can watch it together.
We were just sort of going to watch it alone, together. Sarah.
OMG, are you two on a date? At a Level Up Design movie?
No, it's not like that.
Date?
And if you haven't liked the video yet, fuck! And if you haven't liked the video yet, let me convince you. Hey, you should like this video.
You should totally like this video. Mom, why aren't people liking this video?
Man, he's a part of the same microphone team as me. Here, I'll let you look at his beautiful face. Oh, fuck. Flashing colored lights. That sounds exciting, folks. I'm just trying to learn something new to bring into my next little mission here.
I'm going to show you how to do some flashy lighting in RPG Maker MZ. I've got this.
Oh yeah, he's back again. Level Up tutorials got us.
Arcade level here, with assets from my tile set, which I'm still yet to announce, but don't worry guys, I will announce my new tile set soon. And this map's great and all, but it doesn't really capture the vibe of an arcade. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add some flashy lights, and I'm gonna show you how you can do it as well.
I've been trying to learn how to do my RPG Maker tutorials. I mean, if you haven't checked out my first one yet on how to make a map, I think it was pretty well done. Let's see if I can do this better. Hello and welcome to Level Up Tutorials. Today we're looking at this arcade. It looks like bullshit, right? Kind of good tile sets, but where's the flash? Where's the pizzazz? Today we're gonna learn how to give your kids epilepsy, folks! That's a pretty good pitch.
Letting everybody know now this is an epilepsy warning.
See, I had it in less than 20 seconds.
There is going to be lots of flashing lights. If you have epilepsy or suffer from seizures, then please do not continue to watch the video. We're going to be on this level here, which is our arcade level, and up in the top corner we're going to create a new event, and we're going to make it a parallel process. Go over to the event commands on the second page and go tint screen. First we're going to tint it dark, and that's going to happen over the course of 10 frames. Wait for completions on. Okay. Then what we're going to do is tint the screen blue. So we're going to make it back to normal,
That would be a good good scene to mess with the tint and do some strobes in. I think it'd be too much for the girls at the Starbucks. Maybe she can have a disco ball. That seems to be her thing.
Bring the red down and bring the green down, and now it's going to be blue. Then we're going to tint it back to normal. Again, all of this time we're waiting 10 frames and wait for completion is on. Then we're going to do it again. We're going to tint dark.
This is Sims busting out music. I love that. Random, I know, but I love it.
Then we're going to tint red. Going to go back to normal again. We're going to tint dark. And then we're going to tint green. Do that by lowering the blue and lowering the red. Finally, we're just going to tint it back to normal. And that's all there is to it. Now, when we come into this map, it should be flashing. Don't forget, if you do love my videos, it really goes a long way to hitting that
I'll
like
give
button
him
down
one.
below. It helps me out a lot with the LQ.
He's growing on me.
We're about to go to the arcade. Now, we're at the arcade, and you can see we've got all these flashing lights to give it this atmospheric feel.
This isn't trigger parallel, that means it's always going on, right? Dark and shady. Let's see if we can pull it off. Tint. We can't tint screen. Okay. We need greens. That looks good. Or we can set it sunset. Dark. Normal. Dark. Here, we'll do... Okay, yeah, that's what we'll do. We'll do 30 frames. Edit this a bit again, and then back to normal. See if we can do something with this. Let me go. Is this what he just did over and over again? Let me look at the sheet.
Parallel process. Go over to the event commands on the second page and go tint screen. First, we're going to tint it dark, and that's going to happen over the course of 10 frames. Wait for completions on. Okay. Then what we're going to do is tint the screen blue. So we're going to make it back to normal, bring the red down and bring the green down, and now it's going to be blue. Then we're going to tint it back to normal. Is on. Then dark, going to tint. Finally, we're just going to tint it back to normal, and that's all there is to it. Now, when we come...
So do it about 10 times? I can do that. Oh well. Probably be easier to do this. Wait though, how's he making it loop? What do you do here?
Back to normal, and that's all there is to it. Now, when we come into this map, it should be flashing. Don't forget, if you do love...
Let's see. I'm sure I got... Let's go to the 9-minute game. Look, I don't know what the fuck the vehicles are doing here yet again, but look, it's doing the thing. We did it! We figured out how to tint the screen. There's no reason for this, but it's here. Maybe I should make the frames longer, though, actually. Yeah, we go as we go, but now we know how to do it. We've learned something today. Woo!
screen function. Instead of 10 frames, you can just double that to 20. So we'll just do that for all of these. And there we go, we've got this ambient feeling of an arcade with everyone playing their games. You looking to buy some game tokens, champ? I hope you guys enjoyed this quick tutorial. It's just something I figured I'd share while I was making this level myself. Don't forget to drink some water. Catch.
Hi everyone! So today we're building a dynamic...
I don't think we're ready for day and night cycle quite yet. Da-da-da-da-da. Next one. But look, we tinted a screen. It was beautiful. Beautiful. Let's see if I can do their next pitch better. This amazing channel. The perfect sprite sheet tutorial. Now we'll do this one, and then I think sprite sheet tutorial is someone else's tutorial. That way I can, you know, upload some more custom shit for next time. This one's only 2 minutes.
Does your character have telekinesis? If so, then that's fully sick. But if they don't, then they need to be opening the drawer in front of them to get the items inside, not willing them into their inventory like a positive affirmations playlist. So how do we get our drawers to open in RPG Maker? Open up an image editor of your choice, mine is Photoshop, and make a new image, 144 pixels by 384 pixels, and load up the tile set in another tab. Now we're just going to grab this drawer, paste it into our new file, and paste it down 4 times in the center of the file. Next, we're going to draw in the animation of the drawer opening. I'm going to grab the front of this drawer and bring it down a little bit, and fill in the area above it as if the drawer's being pulled out. Do this for the next few images down, and have the drawer come out a teeny bit each time until you get the drawer fully open. Now, if you want to...
Simple art, folks, or we could use the asset things and do the open-close self-switch. Maybe I should fix that fucking chest while I'm here. What's your issue? Okay, this shouldn't be here. This is the problem. So I click it and Control Switch A happens. No, let's do this. Da-da-da. Okay, you get the gold. Switch A happens. Switch A should be opened. Okay, I think the problem's fixed. We've fixed the problem. Sorry, that was very important. That chest was bothering me. Too bad I made it. Could you imagine if I got rid of one of these transports and made my life better and didn't fuck up at the beginning of every game trying to get into here? But I won't do that. That'd be insane.
You could fill those drawers up with stuff, but I'm not going to artificially increase this video's length like that. Export your image and save it with an exclamation mark and a money sign in front of it, and export it into the character file in your game file. Also, if you want to see more videos like this one, then don't forget to subscribe. Ding! Now, if you double click on where you want your drawers to go and select image, you can find your drawer files. Make sure the priority is set to the same as character. We're going to select a sound effect for the drawers opening, and then we're just going to set the movement route. Turn left, turn right, turn up. Turn down for what? Next, we'll play a sound effect for receiving the item, give the player the item, and show text telling the player they've received the item. Finish it off with a self-switch A, new event page, condition self-switch A, make the open drawer as the new graphic, again remembering to set the priority as same to character. Now let's see what this looks like in game. Now that's a lot better, but what if we did this for every item in this room?
That sound effect sounds familiar.
Hope this video helps you out on your game dev journey. If you want to see how you can make two characters kiss, then watch this video right here. Catch.
You know what? No, we don't need to learn how to make people kiss. No, we don't. Not today. We'll learn that when we're more advanced, when Rapunzel and Cthulhu finally get back together. Or maybe she'll cheat on him with Paul Bunyan. We'll never know what's gonna happen. This RPG Maker is insane, folks. Alright. Our last tutorial. We're gonna learn about sprite sheets. I know it's gonna be boring, and everyone's gonna want to shoot themselves. They know how to copy and paste a thing on a thing. But I don't. Sometimes. It's true. We'll do this, and then we're gonna learn something else very exciting after this. You guys are gonna lose your mind at the fucking facts we're gonna learn after this.
When it comes to RPG Maker MV's sprite system, I have mixed opinions. On one hand, it's so simple
Damn, this is kind of extreme and aggressive, isn't it?
that it significantly reduces the workload, which is a definite plus. On the other hand, this system is very limiting. Just look at Harold, the hero of countless legends and unfinished projects, with his short legs and only 3 animation frames. He's not suited for a side-scroller game at all. Think about it. When your character is idle, they should have a subtle animation, like breathing. And when they run, you want to feel the weight and speed in their movements. These different animations not only make your character more visually appealing, but also help immerse players in the world you're creating. But how do you make character like this in RPG Maker MV? Let's find out.
Okay, I'll rewrite it for him, see if I can keep doing the challenge of get the point across quicker. Even though this guy seems cool. Is this the fucking Ewu of RPG Maker right here? Anyway. RPG Maker, it's an engine and it's limited, and the sprites suck. What is this chibi style? Garbage. Get out of here. Let's improve and add more life and running. Did it.
Good evening, detectives. Side here. Grab a seat and take a sip of your coffee, because today we're diving into some important stuff. Character animation, character frame, and horizontal fixed direction. 3 essential...
Are all these YouTubers using ChatGPT for scripts? That's exactly what Otaku Daikun says. Hi, Dai here. Today we're going to be looking at, in the great world of the Natsu-verse, this, and this. Y'all just can't freeball it.
Plugins to bring your characters to life with more realistic and dynamic animations. Stick with me as we transform Harold into Harold 2.
Electric Boogaloo.
Before we dive in, let's take a closer look at a default sprite sheet to understand its structure. The default sprite sheet...
Why is this like a fucking true crime?
...contains 8 different characters, each with 3 animation frames for each of the 4 directions. This makes the default sprite sheet 12 sprites wide and 8 sprites high. Now that we've got a handle on the default sprite sheet, let's explore how we can enhance its capabilities. First, activate the Character Animation plugin. You'll notice a big difference right away. The character's sprite sheet is managed completely differently. Thanks to Galv's plugin, the slots used by the different characters are repurposed for the movement of
Now maybe Mike can inform me later, but is that one a free one?
a single character. The first slot is for idle animations, the second for walking, the third for running, and if you're using the Jump Action plugin, The fourth is reserved for jumping. Since we're focusing on a side scroller, we can ignore the up and down directions, because the fixed direction horizontal plugin keeps the character locked in the side.
Okay, because I was talking about playing Shovel Knight and how I was like, I could also just randomly turn this game into a side scroller whenever I want, no big deal.
Side directions, even when the up and down keys are pressed. So there you have it. We'll start by setting the dimensions of a single sprite and deciding how many frames per.
Kind of like last stream, I do watch my true crime stuff. There's a channel called The Villains that I'm not into because they all use this AI footage, like reenactments. And I'm not into reenactments in true crime anyway. So this is what it's like, but it's a sprite sheet tutorial. I kind of love this.
Animation to draw. For this project, I'll use the basic side-scroller template, which you can download from the archive on my itch page. As an example, I will use this sprite that I downloaded online, but you are free to create your own character from scratch. To ensure we draw the character in the correct proportions, use an existing game map or a map divided into tiles as a reference. At this stage, the character doesn't need to be finalized, just a simple sketch to understand how much space it will occupy on the map. Once you're satisfied with the draft, trim the extra space around the character. Remember to center it on the bottom edge of the frame and leave some room on the sides for future animations that might need it.
Shout out to that hero Tonto who gave me grid lines, thank God.
Harold 2.0 will have 6 animation frames. I'll animate him in one direction and then mirror it for the other. Keep in mind that with the character animation,
This user using fake voice like the Mama Max, we better subscribe and keep an eye on him.
Plugin active, the animation frame sequence is 1, 2, 3, etc. in a loop. This means the last frame must connect smoothly to the first to create a seamless loop. Let's recap. We've figured out the structure of a Harold 2.0 style sprite sheet and created the animation sprites. Now we need to calculate the final size of the sprite sheet. The width equals the width of a single sprite times the number of frames times 4. And
No! Math! Ah!
the height is 8 times the height of a single sprite. At this point, you could go back to your drawing program and input the sizes you calculated to assemble your sprite sheet. But there's an
Hey! AI made Carl Barks, I'll have you know. You think I was gonna draw that? I like how cringy and bad they look.
Easier way. To streamline the next step, I've created a simple program that generates a custom grid PNG, a quick way to position the sprites on the sprite sheet. Just enter the dimensions of your sprite and the number of frames per animation. If it's what you're looking for, click download to save the image. Now we'll return to the drawing program to assemble the sprites into our final sprite sheet. Think of the grid as a puzzle, with each cell representing a space to fill with a sprite. When all the sprites are in place, export it as a PNG without a background. And remember these key points when naming the file. If your animation has more than the default 3 frames, include this text at the end of the file name, where the number indicates the number of frames per animation. Add an exclamation point. This ensures your character walks exactly at the base of the tile.
So what we learned is no AI. That's what you guys have fucking said? And I don't know AI that well. I only make stupid pictures with it. Okay. I was gonna go to just talking, but I promised something very special, didn't I? Something very special. We're gonna do another tutorial. But this one's on something not related to gaming at all. It's a claymation tutorial. Maybe, because that doesn't involve AI at all. So we'll learn something from it for sure. It's from Otto Crosswinds, Tony Cashman.
Forgive the sarcasm a little.
Y'all fucking excited for this? You better be. I put this in the fucking doc, so I believed it was important for the agendas. Yeah, Tony. He's coming for us. This is one of his newest videos. He's doing his claymation thing again. And this is a free course, too. He's giving this away for free. Normally on his website that he had, it was like $1,000. So I guess since he couldn't pay his website bill, it's just free to all of us now.
Still up there for now. Not in a bad way, though. Just a little tired. When I think about claymation, I think about all the things that happened in my life that got me that far to actually be a creative individual. So, giving a solid example off the bat was my cartooning experience before claymation. And you guys keep remembering that after I mentioned the other video from Every 10, which is always the second of two videos. It never. The first two videos was actually the Kickstarter of that channel with Every 10, which got me this far in the first place on the main channel. And I'm always mentioning the second video, which is about the vlogs.
He got 2 views on this video. He's made it far, guys.
So more about the vlogs is just you know, I make them with my phone nowadays. The vlogs, I make the content for others. But the claymation is really like why I started to be an animator. Why I started like being an actual cartoonist. Not just to fit in what my dad would say about my creativity. I did not be creative for a very long time. I didn't know how to go about it properly like I did. So when it comes to claymation, I can actually teach it pretty well. As a skill set that I could teach it pretty well. I don't think most people in my position would just want to randomly be a philosopher unless proven otherwise. I think a lot to begin with, but I also think about what makes me a good person. So if I were to give a legit...
Class, get your notes out. I told you we'd find the answers in this video of all the videos we watched today. Keep in mind that you're a good person as you develop your RPG Maker game, please.
A course on claymation starting with this video, I guess. It'd just be about, like...
He's not foreign. He is a proud citizen of America, Dan. How dare you? Tony Cashman?
Things that got me to be a better animator. And not just the pursuit of making prop design, better sculpting and all that. Like, actually filming it. And the process of that alone does not start...
This is why people use AI voice. I couldn't imagine... Well, I used to read Tony's website, and it was just schizo shit everywhere. But I gotta imagine... I don't think AI would improve this shit. He would be putting out way less quality than Jay Kaiser.
From 2010, unfortunately. Or 2011. It starts about 2017, 2018. Right about when I stopped using VidMe. But also a little bit after I started getting into YouTube again. So like 2019, really. So the beginning of 2019 all the way down to like what we have like the beginning of 2026, right? So we have all that time used up for what was at least 6 or 7 years of solid claymation. And I'm not entirely proud of how it went sometimes because I didn't even just always focus on being a creator, honestly. I had a life to live. But I also did have to admit that I was pretty clever with how I used my time to begin with, in addition to things I cared about in the last 7 years. So,
time management. I'd say he did pretty well. He does go out and have a life. He managed a website, and he has time to film milk cartons and scream at them. I have a stream on Tony Cashman if anyone's interested in figuring out what the fuck is going on here. How is this the free claymation course, though? Or is this the first lesson? We gotta learn what got him into it, and it's being a creative.
So it was win-win there. But the first thing I'll teach you about claymation is that the patience does help, but it's still very fast to make animation. It is very fast to make animation. People always brag about, especially in like 2D, in the realms of even 3D, they'll be like, well, it takes forever because it takes time to make. Of course it takes time everything takes time to build. So you don't want to be telling everyone, oh, it's going to take time to make because it's time making the animation. Okay. If you told AI that, it wouldn't believe you because it knows how to work with the animation you gave it before. So if it's easier to make, it's still a good animation. And if it's faster to make, You're like, okay.
We had a hot AI take. It already knows you, so it's not going to understand this stupid shit. Get good.
With effectiveness that doesn't have to be always be by capitalism, okay? We have to go that deep about it. But the animation you can make faster is still effective. And the animation you can make easier is still better for people who don't have to work with your comfort levels to begin.
No, he's not the sperm guy. He practices semen retention. Damn it, he wants nothing to do with the sperms.
So get it through your head that animation is not bad if it's easier or faster to produce. If it's actually out there, you can upload it faster. You can actually make the films quicker. They're not bad. So when I teach claymation like that, I'm not trying to throw away out the window what animation speeds are working with. I work with fast animation all the time. I actually knew how to make animation that was quick before, but I didn't know how to process it that much better anyways. When I'm not making animation, I'm not thinking about animation all the time, but neither am I thinking about...
When I'm not making animation, I'm not thinking about animation all the time. Class, we've learned so fucking much today. I can't wait for the wrap up.
Anyone else than I left to begin with. So the other thing I'll say about claymation is that I have been really good about being creative in general in my life. Even things that have nothing to do with claymation, I still make them pretty well. That'll be found. Peace out.
You guys want to see Slenderman versus Jeff the Killer in a rap battle, though? No, we're not we gotta see one more time. We gotta see what Autocross wins the... Well, now he's omniscient? He was into tarot cards last week. Okay, we'll see his claymation. There's some raw footage. We've learned a lot from him. Can we put these sprites in the game? We could remove background from all these. I mean, it's about high school level. There were people that did these projects in school. Oh, hold on. I'll fix it. That thing's an abomination. That's like fucking 3 heads all put together in one figure. I think some of these are some reused. I don't know. Now I'm a bit spooked. It's kind of scary. Is that red though? Is that like part of the animation, or is that him taking flashes for the stop motion? I think that's pretty good. Those eye effects are pretty good. Is that all of his modeling clay? Why wouldn't you make a nice diorama set though, sir? You being too creative, Tony? Whoa, what's happening here? Okay, I need some more words of wisdom. Why put some music in here? You only got 9 views on that, huh? Vlogs from October to December. Did he make a compilation of Tony Cashman?
Game console, whatever's ahead of episode 15 or 16. So maybe 16 or 17, depending on what I write into the title in the aftermath of a
We're gonna let Tony spit for 5 minutes. You all translate what he says.
in this video. So
There's the
as you can
claymation
tell,
figures.
I'm a little sweaty and tired. Not really exhausted, I guess you could say, because I exercised a little bit for the first time in like weeks and months, honestly. Well, not months, that's exaggerating, because I did the April and May thing, and June, July, other stuff with the ball and switching cord every day until I stopped, and then I exercise every once in a while when I want to, even though it's not supposed to be about a. It's more of a discipline thing and a consistency thing, but depends on how you see.
I really hope he isn't beating himself with that extension cord to help semen retention.
See that even then, but with the attitudes in mind, attitudes of mind. So again, this video will be about Human Game Console episode 16 or 17. We're gonna talk about not being impatient even after you do succeed. So it's like, you know, when that you like, for example, my own example, if I can make this short, if I have to, is that whenever I finally succeed at being happy, not so much I've never been before, if I lie about that, if I succeed at being happy, and I still wonder about those things I want to do with my time, maybe some of those preparations, some of those studying research articles I want to do for March Scarf, and for
Okay,
gigs
researching
or
articles.
casting channels on YouTube, the alt channels, the Crosswind, or whatever I call this one for claymation and all that. If I want to research that stuff, if I want to do that other stuff, make those purchases, make those other things I want to do in my life. Things that'll be fun, things that'll make me sociable.
I don't know if Tony's doing too well though. He fucking couldn't pay for his website, and he loved that website. It had bright orange background and lime green text. It was amazing. It had Kaiba and Yu-Gi-Oh pictures all over it.
And other risks I might take at that point. If I want to do those things, after being successful, as a matter of fact, after being successful, then who's gonna stop me then? But even then, don't be impatient. You can still try to prioritize your happiness.
I would love for Tony Cashman to put a game on Steam and make his the first. I sold my first game on Steam. He wouldn't learn nothing though. Honestly, Tony's a way more entertaining narcissist than the other one, who's a 36-year-old loser.
Happiness because you say so. But don't be impatient about doing things you want to do, even if you already got to do what you want to do. You know what I mean? That's all I got for this video right now. So take care, guys. I'm not even going to repeat myself, just right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then go for 3, 2, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8.
Okay, so he did that one in less than a minute. When you become famous and happy, which I don't know if he is. He said he was happy. I don't know. Anissa Jomha is always happy too. That's when are you supposed to? I don't know, Tony. Okay. So RPG Maker, I showed off my improvements in the beginning. I learned how to tint the forest today. I fixed that chest. I got some more dialogue in the coffee shop. I got an item system to work out. I've got the persona type advantage thing happening. We got to work on a type chart. Like, I have the types, the 10, the usual suspects, minus ice, plus dog, woman, and user. We got to figure out what's weak to weak and what's strong to strong. We'll also learn how to do art. I keep finding these videos on my dashboard. So if I were to start art now, this is how I would do it. Or this person learned how to do this thing. I should watch some of those and we can learn great. #1 RPG Maker streamer. I will take that crown, even though we watch Tony Cashman and some Australian guy explain things to us. But most importantly, what we learned today is, as we make this game, don't smoke cigarettes. Be a creative, but not too creative. And get your friends and family to buy your game on Steam and also have money for asset packs and plugins for RPG Maker. That'll make it better. Congratulations. Also, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be playing Undertale. Bye. You're all cool.